Hey, hello, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. We are gaming. Hope you guys had a nice day yesterday. It is the second to last Thursday before TwitchCon. Convention is snowballing its way toward Las Vegas. What up, everybody? Hello, Fronal. What's up? Aranor, Ruve, Dorito, Kate Dandy's here, Abstract. Welcome back for Josu, Prefuturism. Hello, Sveninator, Ruve, Oboro. Hellmarch. Someone knows their old real-time strategy game music. Oh, yeah. Well, thanks for joining us today. Hummus, Chemo, Midlife Crisis. What's up, Arvarax, Chillin', Taruk, Durf. I was just watching the Finland VOD, but this works too. Indeed it does. Play some Sweden today. The country that chat voted for. When I first asked, hey, what country should we play? And chat said Sweden, and I said no. What if I did Finland instead? Will the sphere survive all Twitch viewers descending on it? I've actually seen the sphere. I haven't like walked around it, but I've been close to it. It's actually pretty close to the Las Vegas Convention Center. So that means a lot of people at TwitchCon will be able to see it. Did it try to take over your mind? No, I willingly let it in. It didn't have to try. I invited it like a vampire through the front door. My mind is yours. The pictures from inside the sphere, wow. Oh yeah, no, I love the sphere. I want more megastructures to be made. Around the world. Anybody who sits on their money for more than like 5 to 10 years should automatically have like a maximum amount that they're allowed to have, and anything that it makes on top of that gets sent into like a mega structure fund so we can build stuff that's gonna hopefully be like monoliths to our society, that people hundreds of years from now will be able to look back on, like the pyramids where we constantly maintain them. We need to make megastructures to impress our power onto our descendants after societal collapse. But yeah, I personally love stupidly extravagant megastructures. That's one thing that you will never hear me complain about. That's my rich person billionaire free pass. If you're like a billionaire, at least make something cool. And then I won't judge you so harshly. If you like boring billionaires, like piss me off. Like, what are you doing with all that money? Do something cool, dude. We're only here for a little while, like a drop in the bucket on the cosmic scale. Make something cool. Even if that thing also is a drop in the bucket, at least it's a large drop. Subsidize the Dyson sphere. Let's do it. Surround our local sun. Our star. I do think that, like, I don't really have much to say that hasn't been said, but I do think that generational structures and generational building is something that we've kind of lost to time in some way. Like, imagine being like a medieval peasant, right? And the time it takes you to be born throughout your entire life until you die People were like building up castle walls around you, making turrets, laying stone after stone after stone, creating like drawbridges and just slowly like adding things throughout your entire life to your home. And now that basically exists in the form of, oh wow, look, new suburbs in Las Vegas going all the way up into the mountains. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna mind my own business while endless housing market bubble continues to build around me, while we struggle to keep up with the rising populations. Look, they remodeled the local McDonald's. I think I was just really impressed by when I was in high school, I took a overseas trip to Spain and also Italy and also France, where I got to see all those things, and I think it left like a lasting impression on me. I got to go to Carcassonne, which is also a board game, but it's also a real place, and it's really cool. And got to walk through the streets of like an actual medieval castle. Was sick, even though it was touristy, and had like pizza inside the castle. But I also got to see the Gaudi Church, Sagrada de Familia, I believe it's called, which is still being built. And I think all those things, and also see the Eiffel Tower, which is a mega structure and wonder of the world in its own way. So I think just seeing all those things at the same time on the same trip, when I was still like forming my brain, left a real lasting impression on me. Like, I love that stuff. Maybe I can trace it all back to that one trip. Also got to see the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and take a trip around the Pope, you know? Go see the Pope, shake his hand. No, I'm just kidding. Where the Pope lives. Stinky Rome. God, Rome was awful. It was just, like, Rome is incredibly hot. Just so unbearably hot in the summer. And they do not believe in air conditioner. Like, the hotels just don't have AC in circa 2007 when I went. So hopefully things have changed since then, because that was a long time ago. But I was never more miserable. I'm not sure if the air conditioning situation in Europe has changed in the last, like, 15 years. I hope it has, for their own sake. They haven't invented it yet. Is the only current US generational project the Crazy House in the Sacred Mountain? I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not familiar. New Hearts of Iron campaign? Yes. That is the plan. I would honestly be so down for just a generational infrastructure change in the US. I feel like a 50 to 100 year investment in just connecting every single city with high-speed rail would be amazing. I'd be down for that. I don't care if I'm dead before it's finished. Just do it. Just start something that I can get emotionally invested in and, like, care about the future. All right, let's see where chat falls politically. Here's a hypothetical. The government hypothetically has decided that high-speed rail between every major metropolitan area, if your city has a population of over like 2 million people, you're getting high-speed rail. Connecting a spiderweb across the country. Are you for or against eminent domain in that situation? In order to create this high-speed rail? Go. How many people are we displacing? It would be pretty hard without it, right? Yeah, it would be pretty hard without it. We'd have to either bury it in the ground, it'd have to be like deep underground, or like really high in the sky. Can't make me answer this. Yes, that's because it's a complicated question. Obviously, the answer is it depends circumstance to circumstance. Honestly, a good idea. USA has some of the worst road maintenance in the world. That's pretty sad sometimes. As long as it's not my house. Okay, every person displaced gets an independent analysis of what their property is worth and then gets 25% in excess of that. From a third-party estimate. Deal. Free money. Easy yes then. Okay, so chat is now completely for kicking them out, even if it's like their family home that they've lived in for hundreds of years. And that's all they've had for their generation, like since their history. Okay, I'm just checking. I was seeing where the line was. Like, we're talking, some of this land has family members buried on it. That's like burial grounds. Take them with you. Take them with you. Eminent domain often disproportionately affects marginalized communities, so it depends. Okay, in this situation, we draw the straightest possible line between 2 points. There isn't like, there are no politicians in the back room trying to figure out how to preserve the rich people's land and take away just the poor people's. They just draw a straight line, A to B, between the cities and just take whatever is in that line, A to B. Okay, anyways. So straight that we ignore the curvature of the earth. Yeah, just go straight through the ground. Bulldoze entire other towns. Oh, you lived in like a town with 800,000 people in it and you're in the way of this high-speed rail? Too bad. The rail's going through the middle of the town. No stops for you. Can't slow down. Hey, what's up? We're here. We're back. Why haven't we dug tunnels through the center of the earth? Imagine how quick international travel would be. The middle of the cookie hasn't finished cooling yet. It's too hot down there. Okay? That's why the outside of the Earth's crust is so, like, dry and flaky. Whereas the inside is still all gooey. We have to wait for it to cool. What's up, everybody? Thanks again. Walder Mjoin. I don't know how to pronounce your name now that you've changed it. But thank you for 8 months. Who says, let's go? You have an M and a J. My lips cannot make that sound. I don't know what that sound is. They have dinosaurs at the center of the earth. Probably, yeah. Some dinos that fell into a really deep pit when the crust was moving and just got trapped down there. Mjolnir. Yeah, I can say Mjolnir, I guess. But Mjoin. Mjoin? Best I got. Nordic name. You're in the right place then, I guess. You've arrived in the correct stream, because we're going to be going into the Nordics today. Alright, gamers, let's jump in. Command & Conquer soundtrack, thank you, once again. I have had one of the Hearts of Iron songs burned into my brain for these last few days, and it's like the annoying one. I'll tell you when it comes on today, but I don't have like the good Hearts of Iron songs stuck in my head. I have the ones that I always skip. There's like 3 or 4 songs that I always skip on the soundtrack, and it's locked in there. So we're going back to 1936 today. We're going to start a new campaign. We're going to play Sweden. We've so far checked out Denmark and Finland. Both of them have been really fun campaigns. So we're kind of concentrating in the same area, but I think each of the campaigns will feel very different in their own way, though they may have some overlapping similarities, which has been unusual for me. I like, I typically will play like a couple campaigns and I try to go in different regions of the world, because like, I don't want to be here anymore because this area is stale. But this time, I don't know, it's different both because the ahistorical runs have been so different, and also the, I think there's a good identity between the different Nordics that are in this DLC, where they don't just feel copy-pasted, I would say. So we're going back once I get over my beginning of stream allergies, which of course are eternal. Let me deal with that right now, in fact. Okay, let's try this again. Is the 1939 start easier for the Allies? Maybe. I think that 1939 start is generally harder no matter what you do, because you didn't get 3 full years of planning. You get 3 years of industrializing and choosing what focus trees you want to go down. So I think almost nobody plays 1939 because you miss out on some of the most key choices in the entire game. Like, I would say 1936 to 1939 is probably the most important single part of the entire game. So it's difficult. I've never even tried playing 1939. I think it's here just for people who are like, I want combat and I want it now. I want to fight now. Because 36, you get to choose focus trees, researches, where you want to build, preparations for war. So, I don't know. I don't know how to recommend 1939. I think it's just there for people who are just like, fast forwarding is boring, which it goes so fast. If you like, especially with the performance enhancements they made with the last patch, 5 times speed is faster than ever. Okay, back to January 1st, 1936. The dark times are coming again, chat. Hitler has consolidated power, and will he or won't he suffer a civil war in this timeline? No one knows. Mussolini's Italy continues to embark on daring adventures against Ethiopia. Will he finally join the Axis instead of getting crushed by them over and over again? While the Empire of Japan stands poised to attack China in Asia, will Japan, for once, lose to China? Who can say? Almost 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the world has yet again been doused in gasoline. A single spark may be all it takes. Okay. Norway is still here, Sweden is still here, Finland is still here. I'm glad that they all agreed to do like Power Ranger flags. That's really cool. Like, okay, guys, we're all up here in the same area. We're all gonna have this like sideways cross, and we're gonna call dibs on different color schemes. Listen, Finland, Norway, your flags look awfully similar. Norway just used like the fill tool for red here, and then forgot to change the white around the blue. I'm watching you stealing Finland's homework, Norway. It's like the business card scene from American Psycho. Speaking of, look at this. I didn't realize that. We got the Sweden Cup today. It's also the Ukraine Cup, depending on who you happen to be at any given time rooting for. Oh man, so many cool countries here. Chat, I have a question. What are the other secret countries that have focus trees that we don't know about? In this DLC, Iceland has a secret focus tree that is not listed on the interesting nations. Are there any other secret focus trees? I might have to look those up. Asa? Dude, an Asa campaign would be kind of hilarious. Poland has a secret royal line. I feel like I've tried Monarchy Poland before. Asa is decent, actually. That would be fun. But yeah, we're going up here. I wouldn't mind trying Iceland or Asa at some point. That'd be a fun challenge, because I like those underdog campaigns anyways. So, here is our new home of Sweden. We're going to join Iron Man mode again, which I know I'm sort of covering, and this is ahistorical. I leave everything else on regular. Those are my settings. But you don't have to play Iron Man. You save scum. I just like Iron Man because it makes me really think and contemplate every scenario. Okay, we're gonna need a title. Get those Chivos. We got no cheese Danish unfinished business. We need a name that rivals these. I can't wait for another run that lasts until the mid-50s. Let's do it. Raging is much funnier on Iron Man. Yeah, because when something goes wrong, you can't undo it. What's up, Wapaloosa? Your finest dopamine, please. Thank you for the 11-month sub, Wapaloosa. You give me the dopamine by being in the chat. Flyman, Alien, please dance. Thank you for asking nicely. What's up, Flyman? Appreciate the over 2 years. Sweet and sour. I saw IKEA. I feel like you took that from the internet. I saw IKEA. Sweet Caroline. Sweet child of mine. Sure, why not? Let's go. Save and play. Lock it in. Dong. Why is the game so loud and the music so quiet? It's because I turned it all the way down. That makes sense. There we go. All right, get the music tracks going. You know what I haven't noticed? I haven't noticed quite as much of the soundtrack jumping around in Hearts of Iron. So I don't know if they either fixed it, I haven't noticed it, or it's because we turned off speeches. Once we disabled speeches entirely, I think it definitely smoothed out. Speeches seem to override everything for some reason. Welcome back to a new game of Hearts of Iron. So I want today to be kind of a beginner-friendly, sort of tutorialized start, which is not unusual. I think I do that each time we start a new campaign anyway. However, since, I don't know, is the game still on sale? Let's take a look. It is. You got till October 16th, so you still got a few days. I've seen a bunch of people in chat being like, oh, I just grabbed Hearts of Iron because it's $12 right now on Steam for the base game, which is 70% off, I think. Not sponsored, by the way. And a bunch of people getting the $5 subscription for the DLC as my body rebels against me. 1 second. Allergies have been very bad today and yesterday, so thank you for your patience. It always gets worse right at the beginning of the stream, too. Anyway, chat says, you're how I learned to play a lot of games. Thanks for that. Hey, my pleasure. I just got it today, and I am lost. I played once or twice as Germany. I am so bad at designing divisions and building things. I've actually never played as Germany. Or most of the major powers, for that matter. I'm stoked I just got the game and I'm on my way to democratizing Australia. Teach me your ways. What does Sweden's tree look like? We'll be taking a look at that in a moment. For major powers, we played France. Is that it? In Italy. We played Italy after the DLC changed the tree. That campaign went poorly because I did not understand the country mechanics. So typically what gets me is some of the countries have unique mechanics that are difficult in the first time through, even if you have hundreds of hours in the game. And that's normal, so don't worry about that. Sometimes you just need to play a country twice before you get it. And that's pretty typical. Okay, so at the beginning of any new campaign, it's very easy, very straightforward. Some things do vary depending on the country that you're playing as, but especially if you're playing a minor power and someone who's not in active combat, then we have a few things we need to do. If I were playing Spain with an impending civil war, or if I were playing Ethiopia or Italy, who is at war with Ethiopia, or something like that, I would probably be doing some things differently. If I am in a nation that does not anticipate going to war before 1939, this is pretty much what I do for every single country. All we gotta do is clear the notifications at the top of the screen, and that's really all you gotta worry about at the beginning of the game. It's quite straightforward. So we're just gonna pop open research. We got 3 research slots. Sometimes you'll only have 2 research slots. That's okay. If you only have 2 research slots, or even if you have 3, it might be in your best interest to take a look at how you can get more. That'll be on your focus, your national focus. We'll look at that in a minute. But on research, if you are in a country that's anticipating an imminent war or a civil war, like for example Finland, Finland has a focus. If like we played, did we play the focus where we did White Finland, or what was our? How did we end up changing? For the record, I actually did try Finland off stream. I played for like 30 minutes yesterday, like 45 minutes, and I just did 5 times speed down a different Finland path just to see what would happen. And we did I tried White Finland off stream. That's what it was. My brain is not working today. I woke up and I was just like in a fog. I've been in like a fog all day, so I'm gonna have to shake it off with some caffeine and coffee. Anyway, I tried White Finland off stream. And so if I were planning on starting a early civil war, I might choose these improved infantry things faster to buff my own offense and defense, right? But I don't know, maybe we will have a Swedish civil war soon. We'll check it out, but I can probably handle it anyways. It was actually a really difficult civil war. I was outnumbered like 2.5 to 1 in terms of how many divisions I had. And I won basically just by concentrating all of my divisions in the south of Finland, grouping them together, and then just trying to encircle enemy forces and picking them off. So because the front line was so long, they were a little bit spread thin, and I just kind of like punched a hole around them, eliminated like 2 divisions, and then locked down 2 more divisions, and just did that until I eliminated like all the divisions in the south, and then just went push north. So it was actually quite challenging, required tactics. But yeah, for Sweden here, we're just going to start with basic machine tools, which will unlock the ability for us to push further down industrial. We need to industrialize very fast before 1939. So our efficiency cap here is going to continuously be enlarged the further down this leftmost tree that we go. And that's going to allow all of our factories producing things to be better than they currently are without actually having to build more factories. So right now they start at 50% efficiency, and they can go past 100, depending on your research and focuses that you pick and the nation that you're in. But if we have 1 factory here, which is what we seem to be starting with, and that's free military factories will also take you to this page if you left click on that. We have 1 extra military factory, so we're just gonna assign that to infantry equipment. And as long as we haven't unpaused, that'll get the maximum 50% efficiency. So if I unpause and then assign a factory, the factory has to gain efficiency up to the max. So each of my factories is only working at half of its potential. And then that's what the research here helps increase. So 60% efficiency is 20% more efficient than 50. Math is hard. But this is only says 10%, but it's actually more than it looks on paper. Look at all that Swedish steel. Look at that title of the stream, which has an extra space in it, which I didn't mean to have. So for our second research slot, I always do construction. It doesn't matter, all 3 research slots will research at the same speed. There is no priority 1 through 3. So construction 1, we're going to be doing a lot of factory building at the beginning of the game, so construction speed is just great for all buildings. And then we're going to be researching a lot of things, so in our 3rd slot, we want to go down the electronic engineering in order to basically just get 3% more research. It doesn't sound like much, but you plan for success and anticipate, obviously, unlocking radio and radar, which is hugely important long term, and also just more research. So you're constantly scaling up your research. So you should have in total 3 plus 4% from this one is 7, plus 5% is 12, 20, and then an 8. So that's 20. This is 28% faster research, which makes a big deal over the course of the game. But this is your standard start, how basically all games go, with a few exceptions. Okay, then we have civilian factories that are free. This kind of confuses, I think, a lot of new players. In Sweden's case, right, we have 11 total civilian factories, right? But this is the breakdown of where they're coming from. So we actually have 9 inside of our territory. So if we click on civilian factory, we can see where we are able to build and how many building slots are in each of our states. Of the factories that we are using, though, 2 of them are coming from trade. And the reason that they're coming from trade is on the trade menu, we should be able to see the resources that we're exporting. We have a lot of steel. We're actually extracting 248 from the ground, 70 from Norrbotten by itself. So we have an incredible amount of steel, a great amount of tungsten, some chromium, no rubber, no oil, no aluminum yet. These resources can change with focuses, right? But then we can get a breakdown of where steel is on the map. So sometimes you will need to prioritize attacking places if you're at war that have more resources so that you can deprive your enemy while also getting some extra resources for yourself. And vice versa, defending places that you depend on for your production. But what happens here is everybody is trading if they want to trade. So we're exporting steel. Right now, Germany is actually using 16 of our steel, which, depending on the path Germany takes, we may not be okay with. But we can see that they're exporting 16. And since exports happen in quantities of 8, we buy 8 resources. Every 8 resources is 1 civilian factory. So this is like bits, and this is a byte. Bits and bytes. No, that's just a stupid mnemonic. Anyway, because they're buying 16, and every 8 resources is a factory, we get 2 factories. So that's where the 2 factories are coming from trade. Likewise, if I wanted to buy some resources from someone else, I can give my own civilian factories to purchase resources. So it's that simple. If you have civilian factories, you can give them to someone else. They don't go away. They stay in your country, but they'll just be used until you stop trading with them. What's up, Bouncy Bear? How's it going? We're getting started in Sweden here, doing a little how-to. So in my case, what I want is to build more civilian factories. I want to build civilian factories until I have at least 15. Because Sweden is Sweden, I'm assuming Sweden has the most capacity out of Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Iceland, and Denmark. So I'm assuming they have the highest upward potential trajectory. So I might want to actually go, they also have the most resources. I might want to build civilian factories here until we have 30. Because we should be doing really well on trade as the game goes on. So we'll probably shoot for 30 this time instead of the normal 15, which I did in Finland and Denmark. So that kind of changes depending on what nation you're playing as. And major powers will have far in excess of that as well. And what I want to do is I want to build in the highest infrastructure area that we have. But I don't want to build any infrastructure. Not yet. So higher level infrastructure does technically make you build faster, but the amount that it improves your building speed is less than if you had just built that civilian factory from the first place, unless you have like a dozen empty building slots in that territory. So sometimes people get baited by building all infrastructure first, and then they're like, why am I getting overrun? I have no factories. That's why. So in my case, I just want to go for 60% locations because our 80% is already full. And we're just going to go ahead and queue some up. We're not really worried about filling these up because they will gain more free spaces as our research progresses, so I don't really care if they get full or not. So I'm just going to queue up like 4. And civilian factories are just helping us build everything else on this menu. So if this were a real-time strategy game, these would be our workers who go out and build things. And also are useful for trading. And also buying off the international market as it happens. So civilian factories just became even more important with the introduction of the international market. They were already some of the most important buildings in the game. But they'll help us build everything else on this menu, including themselves. So we're using our 7 free civilian factories to build more civilian factories. It's a little confusing. Now, some of our civilian factories are being reserved. So even though we have 11, 4 of them are being short-stopped where we cannot use these. These are 4 reserved for civilians. So civvies are using them for whatever it is civilians want. Represented by the omnipresent toaster. They're getting like 1936 amenities. What do people in 1936 buy from stores? That's what those factories are making. Stinky civilians. Waffles, sure. Cigarettes. Anyway, eventually we're going to want to build military factories, anti-air, infrastructure, air bases, all that good stuff, right? But start with the civilian factories. And the construction cost is just a unit of measurement that you can see how long something's going to take to build. So in our case, we only have a 10% construction speed bonus, and we only have 7 civilian factories that can be used for building. at our discretion, and that's going to be ready on the 4th of July, 1936. So that's going to go a lot faster, but it starts off pretty slow. Okay. It says we're missing equipment production for fighters, close air support, and naval bombers, which means we already have some air wings in Sweden. Yeah, we got an air wing for close air support, fighters, and then 12 naval bombers. They're just kind of sitting here awaiting orders. We want them to stay grounded, and therefore we just want to ignore this missing equipment production. I'm going to right-click it, because we don't need to build those right now. No divisions in basic. We'll get on that. Unassigned divisions. All right, let's shift left-click our forces and see what Sweden is working with. Sweden's working with 12 combat with divisions, which is generally what I've noticed in the Nordics. That's kind of their starting combat width. We're going to improve that eventually, but that's the first number I look at. And then I look at their template. So basic infantry. They do start with support artillery. Good. An engineer company. Also good. And cavalry recon. It's fine. Okay, so this is like a solid standard unit. The problem is they don't have any resources. So they only have 1 artillery out of 12, 65 out of 650 guns, and 4 support equipment. Fantastic. So they are very weak. Now, some of that will just be distributed once the game unpauses, because we do have a surplus of guns, but we don't have a surplus of support equipment or artillery. So having these support units is only as good as their logistical fulfillment. So if they don't have any artillery, then support artillery doesn't mean much, right? Okay. Now, they also had what? I saw 1 horsey boy. 1 horsey boy with 6 combat width, extremely weak. These guys are just used because they're fast. They're very fast to go tile to tile. All right, so since all these units are mostly identical from what I can tell, we're just gonna put them in the same right-click army unit, and then right-click that army unit into a field marshal to create an army group. So let's check our field marshals first by clicking. We got a level 1 field marshal. Wow, we are babies. We are just a little baby. Oscar, level 1 Oscar, winter specialist, outclassed by his generals. Speaking of generals, we kind of will pick this based on what type of run we want to do, which is where I'm going to have to decide the national focuses, though I have an idea of what I want. The stockpile numbers that are shown before unpausing the game are fake. They get adjusted after the first hour passes. Okay, we'll look again, because that would be odd. I'm just gonna take... I don't know, this guy's like not good at defense, but he's good at everything else. +4 skill, attack, planning, and supply consumption, so also a hill fighter. Sure, we'll put him in there for now. Nobody is amazing there. Let's see what Sweden's decisions are before we do anything else. We got events, the Hunger Shield crises. Actually, I should read the national spirits of Sweden first. Hopefully I didn't spread misinformation. It's just how it's been for a long time. It's possible that it was fixed. Well, we'll look anyways. Here is Per Albin Hansson, the leader of Sweden in 1936, democratically elected, I expect. And our national focuses are Hungerskuld. Sweden risks strikes or riots if stability falls under 65%. Whew. Will be removed if Sweden has more than 40 civilian factories. So we got a objective already. Strikes and riots? Oh my. Severe lack of ammo. Our military suffers a severe lack of ammo for weapons, as well as a jumble of different small arms manufactured and bought from different foreign countries. We should address these issues as soon as possible. -10% to attack and defense. King Gustav V, former autocrat, -10% political power, Daily command power is up, acceptance of fascist diplomacy is up, daily support for unaligned is up, and acceptance of unaligned diplomacy is also up. When King Gustav V took the throne, he still had great authority over Swedish politics. Over the years, his authority has been eroded by the establishment of parliamentary democracy. While nominally in support of the arrangement, friction between the Reichstag... Is that Reichstag? Like, is that the Swedish way of pronouncing Reichstag, or is that a different thing? Friction between the Reichstag and the king occur regularly. Correct? Okay. It's pronounced basically the same, just spelled differently, I expect. We've also got neutral foreign policy. Neutrality is sometimes viewed as a craven stance, but this nation trusts that when the dust settles, those who didn't take sides may be better off than those who did. Join faction tension limit plus 100%. That means we can't join a faction. We can't really send volunteers. We can't guarantee anybody else. And we can't embargo anybody else because that would be political. Sweden playthrough. What's up, Esbjorn? Folkemit. Stability plus 25%, or support minus 25%. It's like a farmhouse. Infrastructure construction speed up, military factory construction speed down. We get a 25% bonus for making civilian factories. That's good. That's going to be good at the beginning of the game. And then dockyards are down. So all military things are down, basically. We're chilling. Understandable. So for decisions, we have the Hunger Shield Crises, which kind of goes back to the Hunger Scold, where if there are riots or strikes, I can click this button. If there's less than 65% stability, we get 150 days. And then when it's removed, gain countrywide strikes, which grants low political power, low production efficiency, low factory output, low dock output, dockyard construction speed down for 180 days. Why would I click this? Or does it just automatically happen? I'm not really sure what happens if we click it. And then this is likewise Riots Crisis. Gain countrywide riots when this is removed, less than 35% stability. It'll probably just be activated, yeah. That's what I would assume. So these are the penalties for low stability. Alright. Blow up the mines. This is probably for like, we're being invaded and we don't want our invaders to get our resources, kind of a button. Propaganda is going to be for war support. Spending political power, which is a resource we'll start earning in order to activate any of these. Once the game's on pause, we just earn it per day. And then our stability's right there. Stability is currently 79%. So, that's fine. We can improve stability with worker conditions at the cost of factory output and civilian factories temporarily. So we'll probably need to be leveraging that. Because that is, I think, our only way to improve stability unless we are going anti-fascist, anti-communist. Reorganize the railway is a one-time use for supply hub building. Commandeer civilian trains, just emergency. Trains are important for maintaining supply. And then these are sort of our long-term objectives if I wanted to restore the Kalmar Union or proclaim Nordic unity. Improved conditions has been buffed. The factor is a lot smaller than before. Yeah, I noticed that it was only 10%, which doesn't seem too bad. Because 100 political power is already pretty expensive. What's up, Shaboba? I always learn something new when I watch these Hearts of Iron 4 streams. Have you learned anything yet, or are you just anticipatory? Also, thanks, Ninyu, for the howdy sub for 70 months. Hi, Ninyu. Welcome back. Let's take a look at national focuses. Here is the Sweden tree. Tall. Very tall. Okay, sometimes focus trees can get overwhelming if you are new to Hearts of Iron, but they're really not that bad because they all have a lot of similarities. You just have to get used to it. In the Nordics case, all of our Nordics have this Nordic Council, which we can't even activate because This is only something we can activate if we go through the other tree and form a faction with the other countries. So this is something we can ignore. However, we used this with Finland, and it was amazing. This is actually a shared focus tree, which is one of a kind in Hearts of Iron, I think. Minus any mods that might exist. And anybody who is part of the faction who joins this council can research or focus things that are on this tree and benefit everyone who is in the faction, which is really cool. This is one of my favorite features of this new DLC, actually. And they usually have things that benefit you if you're the one that researches them, and benefit others. But you can't really see the benefit for the others unless you actually join the council. Yeah, they did make it where modders can start using it as well. Joint focus trees, cool. So Sweden is actually extremely easy. We only have one that we can do right now. So I don't need to worry about deciding anything yet. This is the only focus here. So we have to do the Defense Act first. Then we can choose where to go from there. War is looming over Europe once again, and there are difficult choices to be made in the Reichstag. None are more pressing than the passage of the Defense Act and its potential to tear the ruling coalition apart. We will be able to shuffle political leaders in the upcoming election. Gets an event. Okay, but I do want to go ahead and look at this and decide where to go next. But most focus trees are separated into groups. In this case, on the left for Sweden is all the military stuff. So underneath government weapons contracts here, we have all of these are for the, I would say, let's look at this. This is kind of mixed in, actually, because we have military factories and industry and infrastructure. There's Air Force. Okay, so we kind of have a small cluster for Air Force. We have a medium-sized one for the Navy on the left. And then we have ground forces plus defense, which can be building up forts for you. And then at the very bottom is a research slot, which is a bit unusual. So there is a research slot down there that has some steep prereqs, 35 civilian factories. And that's one of the first things that we do want to look at, is where research slots are. So if we filter by research slots, that can be helpful. Usually they'll have this same icon with the flask to make it a little easier. The Royal Institute of Technology is a research slot, okay. And that's probably it, I would guess, though there might be one other. These are not research slots for sure. All right, this one should be accessible to everyone. I don't think it'll be particular. So the fourth, yeah, both of them should be accessible to basically everyone. So we should be able to get to 5 fairly easy. This is going to be the one that we can get to first, because it doesn't have any prereqs outside of picking the focuses that are above it. So I generally like to go for a research slot as soon as possible. And then, after Defense Act, and knowing where all the military and infrastructure things are, in fact, we have a bunch of infrastructure, like for civilian factories here, and economy. This is economy law for Sweden. Below that is where we kind of have to choose where our politics are going to lie. So, on the bottom left for Sweden, we have very Soviet iconography and communism, leading to a choice between Scandinavian Defense Unit and the threat of the Iron Curtain. Though I actually don't see. It would be really weird, I think, historically, for Sweden to join the Comintern. So they don't even have an option to join the Comintern unless I'm looking at the wrong thing. You might be able to do it outside of the focus tree, but Sweden and Russia don't have a great relationship with one another historically. Indeed, the Nordics as a whole don't really have a good history there. So it would be a little out of character, I think, for there to be a Comintern join option. But you can still go communist. However, I'm a little confused by the communist path. I'll come back to that in a moment, so I don't get bogged down. We have a democratic war cabinet. Okay, that's sort of what you expect. So, war with democracy in the middle, and it kind of leads to these same choices at the bottom. Then we have the Nordic Defense Council. So if you really wanted to do that united focus tree on the right, this is sort of where you probably need to go. And you can either centralize or decentralize commands, do some more industry bonuses. And then, oh yeah, this is the old enemy stirs. Uh-huh. Yeah, there's the old enemy. And then we have prevent a red dictatorship by undermining the fascists and going monarchy with king and council, or embracing fascism. Yeah. And then we have a whole bunch of choices here that lead ultimately to integrating Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden and coring them, which is kind of insane. And then reclaiming the Rus. So this is getting claims on Crimea, Odessa, Chernigov, and 36 others. Delegation to Berlin and joining the Axis. We got Swedish pronunciation backseaters in chat. Here's my question, chat. If you look up Reichstag and then you look up the Swedish pronunciation, if you can tell me etymologically which of those words came first, I will pronounce it that way. Okay? Go in and figure out whose the origin word is, and I will say it that way, all right? Because I'm sick and tired of people in tiny little countries being like, I stole this word from someone else, and now I pronounce it the way I want. You can only do that if you're a big country. That's why the USA is allowed to do it, and your little country is not, because the USA is bigger than you. So they steal your word, and then they can push you back and decide how it's pronounced from that point on, because majority rules. There's just more people. Just trying to see like how many people I can piss off in one rant. Probably Germany, as Swedes borrowed most words from Germany. I unfortunately will not learn how to speak Swedish for this stream. But why not? He did it. Enrage the European speedrun. All 2 Swedish viewers just left.
Riksdag.
Riksdag. Riksdag. Parliament. Honestly, parliament is a stupid word. Whose origin word is that? I know it's not English.
Parliament.
Riksdag. Just pronounce everything like Swedish Chef. I regret to inform you, I love Swedish Chef. And that Swedish Chef has single-handedly ruined most millennials' perception of how the Swedish language sounds. As a Swede, Swedish Chef is the most accurate so far. Just wait. Okay, also can I just say, I guess there's a population thing. But there's already been more people mad about the Riksdag than when I was playing Finland or Denmark. Okay, so we've played, the Danes had a chance to correct a lot. The Finns had a chance to correct, and nobody did. But the Swedes, we've solved the how do you know when someone is Swedish? Because they'll tell you. Okay? We figured out who in the Nordics is the most likely to fit that particular sort of typecasting or stereotype. Next, you have to do Norway to get the whole sample. Big Sweden moment. It's probably because I assume Sweden population is probably around the highest. That would be my guess. We Finns know it's useless to educate Americans. Listen. If I were in your chat, okay, and you were speaking in a different language, then I'd say okay. But listen, the fact that you're here listening to English that you can understand, it means we won. So you just gotta deal with it. You had your chance. But the time's passed. Alright. Which of these paths do we want to do? Most Americans take 3 hours to find their way out of an IKEA. But that's on purpose. We're not trying to leave. We go in and we stay intentionally. Because there's so many things to look at. And you spend an hour looking at, like, the perfect piece of furniture, like the perfect cabinet, and you go, this is the one. I want this one. And then you finally look to go pick up the little tag, the piece of paper to take to the front to find where it is in the warehouse, and you realize that it's sold out. And then you come back in 2 months and it's still sold out. And you look online and it's sold out there too. And then you come back in 4 more months and it's still sold out. And then you finally give up and go buy the furniture somewhere else. Because the only, like, all the good stuff in IKEA is just constantly sold out. Why does this feel like something you've experienced? Because I have. I've gone to IKEA and I've found like 3 to 5 things. I was like, I really want this. This is a great piece of furniture. And I couldn't get a single one of them. And I never got them because they just never got back in stock. So I just went to go window shopping, I guess. Just take it from the display. Chat, we just did Communist Finland. And we just did Monarchy Denmark? I think. I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to do Fascist Sweden. And I'll tell you why. Because this tree down here is extremely appealing. You can do monarchy and still get to it. But they're, honestly, what's the difference? Am I right? This particular section of the tree is very interesting. Number one, we get the Narvik crisis. And we get to demand Nordland from Norway, and then potentially puppet Norway. We get the Bornholm crisis, where we demand Bornholm from Denmark. We demand Iceland becomes a puppet of Sweden, and we demand Denmark becomes a puppet of Sweden. We get the Åland issue, which we actually want to do this a different way than this, but you can try and become the controller of Åland. You can make Lappi become a demilitarized zone, and then you can puppet Finland. You get a puppet focus war goal against Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And then you can core all Nordic subjects. which is kind of huge, and integrate Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland. And then you can also still crusade against Bolshevism and annex, or at least get claims on all of the Soviets. Sweden will be known as Sweden. The Conquer Russia stuff isn't even exclusive? Nope. They are not exclusive. However, to do all this, it is exclusive with joining the Axis, which I'm totally fine with because we can't even guarantee there will be a German Reich because they'll probably just get civil war this time. But there is like a delegation to Berlin side path. This is the opposite of the Finnish approach we took. That's exactly why I think it's interesting. But they have a nifty tree. So the Alland question says Finland is more likely to accept handing over control in this scenario than in the Alland issue, unless Sweden has a far larger army than Finland. I'm not sure why they're more likely, but at least the game tells you. It's nice. You can also join Finland's cause and basically help them fight back. Swedish Volunteer Corps lets you send more volunteer units, I guess, when Finland is at war. So this is just dealing with Finland. Okay, are we ready, gamers? I think that's the one I want to pick. There's some fun ones here, though, for sure. Because I think that these down here are also seem solid. Where you go, okay, I did have a question, though. Has anybody been playing Sweden Communism in the DLC? Because here's what it was perplexing me when I was looking at this focus tree. If you go communism, right, and you go align more closely with land organization, you have to have support for SP, and it says strike the capitalist beast down. The working class of Sweden have suffered under the yoke of the bourgeoisie for too long. While social democrats believe they can soften the harshness of capitalism, only the socialists offer the electorate truth, okay? But it says SP becomes the ruling party, and then trade relations with the German Reich go up plus 80, and the Soviet Union go negative 100. And then the next one down, socialist reforms, for some reason, there was another one down here that was really confusing. Prevent a counter-revolution gets plus daily fascism support. Plus 0.15. And then liquidate the monarchy gets remove the king, but get fascist diplomacy plus 20, daily support for unaligned up, acceptance of unaligned diplomacy plus 20. There's no communism support here. And then this one, established Politburo, finally has daily communism support as a political leader. Oh, it's describing what you're removing. Yeah, you're removing King Gustav, who gives those things. Oh, yeah. You're right. Okay, sorry. That's why I was asking chat. I wasn't accusing bugs. I was just like, I don't understand something. It removes those things, which give daily fascism. Okay. That makes more sense. So but why do trade relations with the German Reich go up by 80 and the Soviet Union go down by 100 when you're switching to communism? In trade relations. That one doesn't make sense to me still. I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we're gonna go. The king one's interesting as well, but I think we should just try fascist Sweden so we can do something different. We haven't done a fascist playthrough in ever. So we're starting with the Defense Act. All right, we're ready to go. Unpause. Hey, Talent Chat, what's up, CeeLo? Now that we've unpaused, people that were asking what happened to the Finland campaign, it's clear you didn't watch the entire 13-hour VOD to find out, okay? Because it's all there, let me tell you. Fake fans. Do that and watch Democratic Germany crusade against us. Yeah, one thing that's gonna have to happen is we have to somehow get Denmark and bulk up, because the fact that they just roll over makes this so difficult. We're having to concern ourselves with Denmark getting crushed. We'll need to make sure that we build up Helsingborg and just hold that at all costs, right? Is that the only way in? Over Denmark? And then we have to worry about the Soviets invading Finland, because they'll come for us next and we want Finland for ourselves. I went through the last 2 hours and fast traveled. But yeah, we're gonna have an issue here for sure. Actually, Borg is pronounced Bori. Shut up. I'm tired. Listen, only thing I've learned from Hearts of Iron is the number of people stealing my English letters and then deciding that they want them to sound differently is too damn high. You pronounced Borg right in Icelandic. English letters, STFU. Possession is 9/10 of the law, chat, okay? Do you know anyone who speaks Latin? Didn't think so. Mine now. The Pope does. Also, I appreciate how Chad is willing and able at any moment to move the goalposts. Like, I'm tired of people stealing letters and changing how they sound. Well, it's okay, because they're not yours. They're not English. They're Latin. I mean, it's irrelevant that we're not pronouncing them the way that Latin pronounces them. I just wanted you to know that they're not yours either to decide. It's like, yeah. Tell me more. Tell me more. Point to Latin on the map. In 1930, the state appointed a parliamentary inquiry to provide guidance for the future defense spending of Sweden. The Farmers' Party, alongside moderates, are pushing for increased spending, while Prime Minister Per Albin Hansson of the Social Democrats strongly opposes this, saying that such a move would cripple his vision of social reforms. Amidst the increasingly threatening rhetoric from its neighbors, the inquiry is now staunchly on the side of the right-leaning parties, stating that a negligence in defense would be against the interests of the state and its people. This has caused a governmental crisis, with Per Albin Hansson threatening resignation until he can solidify his base in the upcoming 1936 election. In the meantime, we should appoint someone to lead until the upcoming election. Hi, Talent Chat. I'm here to learn how to move goalposts by the Goalpost Moving Pro. Robot Mystic, did you bring a mirror to chat? That's so nice. Thanks for 40 months. I appreciate the sub. Also, Laughing Bear, priming for 60 months. How you doing? Thanks for dropping your prime off here for another one. And I appreciate 5 years of sub. Ombra Moon says, just got back from 2 exams, ready to relax. How's it going? Hey, we're just getting started. Getting started with Sweden. Okay, the Farmers' Party is the best option. Per Albin Hansson retires. The Democratic Party will now be called Bondeforbundet. Who the heck knows, dude? Axel Persson Bromstorp gets rearmament proponent. plus war support, faster infantry equipment, but really increases the cost of conscription laws, trade laws, economy laws, and political advisors. There's no reason why Per Albin should resign. Fallen Riksta becomes leader for the Democratic Party. Chaos and confusion. We get a vote of no confidence. This will have negative political ramifications. Okay, then why would I pick it? We'll be able to reshuffle. Clearly the opposition party on the right. Per Albin Hansen retires. Gosta Bog. I don't know. Baj? Gains Minister of Education plus research speed minus stability. So it's just a bunch of bad options is what you're saying. Just a load of bad options. This seems consequential. It seems consequential in a way that I don't quite understand yet. As far as what we want to do, we actually can't change conscription without war support. We could go to free trade, which I think is actually super viable at the beginning of the game for Sweden, because we have tons of resources. So resources aren't a problem, and we get a bonus to research and construction and factory. And we can't change civilian economy without 15% war support. We're at 0. So what is the best option here? I don't know what the red warning text is gonna lead to. But I don't want minus 25% PP, so I'm not gonna do that. Minister of Education is plus research speed minus stability. The opposition party. What do we even have for a party? We have 74% democracy, 14% non-aligned, 8% communist, and 3% fascist. So this is the opposition party of the Democrats. Okay. Research speed is fine. I guess I'll try the opposition party. Does this mean the government falls? Maybe? I kind of want to click it and see what happens, just reset. But I also don't want to lose 25% PP. We need PP at the beginning of the game. Okay, I'm going to try this one. Clearly the opposition party on the right. Because the opposition party on the right would be fascism leaning. Okay, sorry. This is a new focus tree for me, so we're going to have to try it out. Now, to go down this right path, we're going to need the old enemy to stir. And the old enemy is going to require 10% world tension or 10% war support. So we cannot do either right now. So we're just going to have to pretend like that doesn't exist, which is fine with me. Because I think we just want to go urbanization at the beginning and get some civilian factories. This is a 70-day, 2 civilian factory, 1 dockyard. That's really nice. Go. Science save scum is never save scum. That's true. But that is going to lower stability. And did it change our leader? Yeah. Gosta Bog. Got the side part. Minor opposition party in power. What's up, Destiny Calls? How's it going? I also have some new traits for these leaders, but I don't want to assign any until we're certain how this is going to go. Because sometimes when you're changing government, different leaders and generals will change. So I don't have any orders for our army, and that's okay for now, because we don't really have anywhere for them to be. However, we are actually in a huge infantry equipment deficit. So that person at the beginning of chat who was like, don't worry, that number is going to go up once you unpause. It actually went way down. We're low on support equipment, infantry equipment, negative artillery. That's pretty much what I was expecting. So I'm not sure if I believe them, but that's okay. Oh, we were making some ships. We had 1936 destroyer and submarine hulls that were just going into what is now a navy. Okay, we should have checked on the navy. Here's what we're gonna do. Just to make this easier, I don't need 5 separate naval groups, so I'm just gonna right-click and combine all of them into this one. I don't know what these words mean. I'm just gonna rename them. We got the 2 new submarines that just came out. I'm just gonna put them all in the same group. Ding, 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 ding. And then give that group an admiral. Give them our best. Admiral level 4. Claus Lindstrom. Battleship adherent. Naval AA attack minus 20%. Naval air power will never become a viable alternative to big guns. This seems terrible. You're so wrong. You are so wrong. Blockade runner, retreat decision chance up 20%. Fleet speed while retreating. Okay. He doesn't know about naval air power. So sad. Okay, anyway, yeah, we're just gonna group them all up to the same unit for convenience. And the free dockyards we have, we're gonna temporarily just put them on convoys and just queue up infinite convoys for a bit. Because we have like 20 convoys, we're gonna want more. Germany has stationed troops in the Rhineland territory, close to the French border, in clear violation of the Treaty of Versailles. The local population cheered the German soldiers on, while diplomatic reactions from France and Britain has so far been muted. It is no more than the Germans walking into their own backyard, a political commentator observed. Worrying. Very worrying. You guys remember when Germany would civil war at the beginning of all of our ahistorical playthroughs? Turkey and the Soviet Union have failed to come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne, which was implemented after the nascent Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The Treaty of Lausanne demilitarized the Turkish Straits and opened both the Dardanelles and the Bosporus Strait to unrestricted civilian and military traffic. It would appear that will continue to be status quo for the foreseeable future. Mustafa Kemal Ataturk condemned the decision in a speech broadcast to the nation, where he condemned how Turkey remains the target of dogged imperialism. British observers who were part of the process are merely satisfied that conflict has been avoided. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen this one in ages. So there's a demilitarized zone with this red line. Istanbul is in the demilitarized zone. Very cool. At least war was averted. Yeah, it's easy. All right, so what do we want to do with our political power? Italy moves to annex the Sultanate of Assa. Italian troops have been seen amassing on the border of this isolated nation. Sources indicate pressure is being exerted diplomatically in Assa to force a capitulation without bloodshed. It remains to be seen whether Mohammed Yayo can resist the Italian pressure. The situation does not look promising. They have submitted to Italian demands. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Sultanate of Assa has accepted subjugation. The Afar government held out hope of avoiding occupation. It's become increasingly clear colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighboring Ethiopia spare military personnel to support. With the situation so bleak, the government bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces are now moving into the small nation to take up positions on the border with Ethiopia. It is unclear whether the occupation will be permanent or how it will impact the wider Italian conflict with Ethiopia. Poorly would be the answer. Is this historical? No. I almost never play historical. But yeah, if we got Germany A pact of non-aggression? Sure. Let's see how long you honor that. Probably not very long. All right, first researches are coming in. Electronic mechanical engineering. Electronics can now help us think and communicate. Just wait, you guys ain't seen nothing yet. This will be the key to military intelligence in the coming centuries. Let's go mechanical computing for 4% more research. I think we still have to stick to the plan. And then what do we want for our political power first? Let's see what our political advisors include. We've got infrastructure and railway speed. Not at this point. Stability up is good. Consumer good factories factors, so that'll help us use more of our factories for building. Political power gain and resistance targets down for occupation, I assume. Just a raw 10% stability up. That could actually be useful because we have this whole don't fall under 65% stability or there will be riots. So that's a thing. But you have to be democratic. So if we're planning on switching to fascist government, we need to pick a leader that's not going to go away once we change government types. So that's troublesome. We're probably going to lose stability regardless of what we do based on our path. Trade deals, construction speed up, stability down. Interventionist. Send volunteer tension limit minus 70%. Interesting. You can send +3 max volunteers. Divisions required for sending volunteers minus 50%. Attack against major countries and defense against them +8%. When hired, sets the rule can send volunteer forces, increases the strength of the cross we bear. I don't know where that is. Basically makes our troops stronger. Ricard Sandler. Could be fun to try and send volunteers to Spain and try and make the fascists win in Spain. And just try and tip the scales. Could be fun. Might be worthwhile, actually. That being said, if they end up joining the German Reich, not so fun, because we're probably going to end up going against them. But we'll see. Interventionists would be some different gameplay for us. What's up, Osacat? Thanks for 37 months as I'm late. Skeleton, please. Getting down. Well, thanks for coming back. I just got here. How am I wrong? Arathon, your first mistake was coming here. Thank you, Arathon and Osacat, for the subs. A Japanese young officer coup. A group of young officers has succeeded in toppling the government and reinstating the emperor as the supreme ruler of the Japanese nation. It appears this was a reaction to perceived threats of widespread government corruption and adherence to hostile ideology. Already referring to the nation even more consistently in imperial terms, the officers have announced purges will continue until all unsavory elements have been removed from the military and the government. Emperor Hirohito himself has released a brief statement assuming leadership, offered to him by the rebels, and made clear overtures of reconciliation with China and Western colonial powers in the Pacific. Urbanization time. Industrialization and urbanization go hand in hand. As more work can be found in the cities, more people from the countryside move to them. If we are to avoid the cities becoming overcrowded slums, we need to invest in infrastructure and prepare for population growth that is to come. Bahuslan? I don't know where the emphasis on that word goes. But they get 2 free building slots pushed in, and those building slots are filled with factories, which is fantastic. We need to check on how many we've got so far. And Småland gets a building slot and a naval dockyard. And we get a new decision to promote urbanization. That's interesting. Where is that? I don't see it. Maybe it'll appear. Maybe, oh, it's on the map. It's on the map. 120 political power. Active for 80 days. When removed, changes to a metropolis region and gets 4 building slots. 1 building slot and 4 building slots. Wowee. Lots of building slots. Are you going for a Swedish achievement this run? Not in particular. I just like Iron Man. Because it makes me pause and think about all my decisions and not just go 5 times speed. If we get an achievement, cool. But this is my first Sweden run, so just kind of exploring the focus tree. We've done Denmark and Finland so far. And now we're doing Sweden. Both of the Denmark and Finland campaigns were very tough, and I don't think this one is shaping up any better so far. But we got the Kingdom of Poland has already formed. That's new. Friedrich Christian is the leader of Poland already in 1936. Germany is doing Germany things. Most interesting. Okay, so that was cool. Let me see my factory situation. We've already got 13. Yeah, we need to go for 30 civilian factories in Sweden. 15 is normally where I kind of stop building civilian factories in Finland and Denmark. But yeah, we should just pump it, dude. Just go ham. Doesn't really matter if we kind of fill these in. It's all good because we're gonna get more space. Try and just get that infrastructure. 40 to get rid of the negative spirit, yeah. But we'll also be getting some from these focuses. Enjoy Sweden and good luck out there in World War II, everyone. Thanks, Destiny. Appreciate you. We got a series of mutually exclusive decisions. We're going to have to kind of choose at each rung what we want to do. So we should probably take a look at these now. You can pick all 3 of these if you want. So we got hygienic housing, makes it faster to build civilian factories, and resources are extracted more efficiently. Hygienic housing will start to spread outward from Södermanland as time progresses, with 1 new core state gaining the modifier every 2nd month. Interesting. Work projects is a civilian factory straight away. And then Radio Jonst, who knows, has proven to be popular, offering broadcasts of cultural events. Add a spirit which gives stability, research speed, ideology, drift defense, and daily democracy support. With 4 decisions, align Radio Jonst with National Socialistica. The socialists. Now, this is socialist. This is like National Socialists. Align radio with Bonde for Bundet. And align Radio Jonst with Högerns Reorganization. This is hard to pronounce all these words. It's just actually in Swedish. So, I'm assuming this is the gift sub sound. That you can buy. Okay. This is a radio factor with democracy support, but it looks like you get decisions to align the radio with different groups so that you can use it as propaganda. Is my expectations. Paradox just making the tree in Swedish. Basically, so we are gonna want this. But if we take that now, we need to get to this research slot very fast. We can't get this until war support or world tension goes up. So there's not a rush there. I'm gonna want both of these, but let's get work projects because a civilian factory now is worth 12% civilian factories. Bonus speed. So let's go with that. The Kingdom of Poland crowns a king. On the 5th of November 1916, Wilhelm II of Germany and Franz Joseph of Austria signed a joint declaration that out of the Polish-occupied territories in Russia, a new kingdom would be born, the Kingdom of Poland. However, the young state failed to find a king in its time, and the then president declared the Second Polish Republic. However, it seems Poland has at last found herself a king in Friedrich Christian. The Margrave of Meissen is now King Friedrich I of Poland. Despite fears of impending war with the Germans, the Polish Regency Council offered the Margrave the throne due to the long-standing historical link between Poland and the nobility of Saxony. A kingdom has come. Good for you. Hey, good for you. Hey, yo, good for you. Ostacat, thank you for gifting a sub to Destiny Calls You. Enjoy your gift sub. 30 days on the house. And also, Mr. McDurp, thank you for 28 months. I love hearing you speak Swedish poorly. That's okay. If you put a microphone on all of the Swedes in chat, we could make fun of them and how they speak English too. So, touche. Swedes speak perfect English, though. Uh-huh. Yeah, definitely. Says the person who said, as a Swede. Swede thinks they speak English perfectly. We just don't say anything, okay? You would think that you speak it perfectly, though, when you're talking to other Swedes in English. Second London Naval Treaty signed. One time I want to see someone refuse. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the US met in December 1935 to discuss a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, which restricted the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. With negotiations now at an end, the signatory nations have agreed on limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. We could just as easily make fun of them speaking Swedish, too. I mean, that's no different from America. Okay? There's a reason why we find Southern accents endearing. It's like, aw, how cute. They're trying. They're trying so hard. Bless their hearts. It's fun in alt history stuff. Among all the craziness, some stuff just happens the same way regardless. Yeah, when you roll the dice, sometimes you get the same number. Okay, I need to be on this. We need to decide what to do with the political power straight away. I'm of the opinion that I would like to get a probably political advisor first. So some of them are 125, but I don't want that guy. I kind of have to choose between... The interventionist sounds really appealing. But I don't know if I need him first. I could get him, like, second. Basic machine tools. Production efficiency cap up 10%. Okay. Learning how machine shops and factories work. We desperately need more guns and more equipment anyway. We're still a supreme shortage. So what do we want next? Dispersed industry, let's do it. I think dispersed industry is still going to be our best bet because we're probably going to be Sweden against the world. Max factories in a state up, production efficiency base up, factory output also up. Love all these things, and I think it's good when we're planning on duking it out with some other big boys. See, the problem is I can't pick some of these people because they're just going to go away if we change to fascist ideology. I think I know what I want to do first. Ethiopia declares war on the Ethiopian Empire. Oh boy. Fascist Ethiopia. It's over. It is over. Yugoslavia recognizes the Soviet Union. Yugoslavia, even more stoically than other nations, has for years refused to recognize the communist state that is the Soviet Union. With today's announcement that the government of Yugoslavia will henceforth establish official relations with the Soviets, the policy has at last come to an end. Whether this means an opening of the Yugoslav state to communist influence remains to be seen, but the tone of the announcement was surprisingly cordial. What was the cost for the upgrade on your map? Well, we don't need the upgrade because it adds building slots. It won't actually add buildings. So we only want to use that when we're like strapped for building slots. Which, by the way, we've got our first set of 15 civilian factories, which means we are building new civilian factories at great speed while also adding more with focuses right now. And as time goes on, more people will be trading with us, which should give us even more factories. Bam. So steel exports already for the election. Like Switzerland, Greece, Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands are all trading with us and giving us use of their factories. We're trading tungsten to Czechoslovakia and Denmark. So that's where we actually only own 12 factories, but we're getting 11 from trade. So I think I'm just going to increase my first decision. I'm actually just going to do export focus to free trade, more for the construction and research bonuses than anything else, but we'll also have plenty of resources going to market. Today, people across Sweden gathered to cast their ballots in the national election. Social Democrats are expected to make a comeback as projections indicate they stand to gain several seats in the Riksdag. However, both Bondeförbundet and the Horgan Party are hoping that an unexpected swing could usher either of them into power. But with more fringe parties projected to make minor gains among an easy world situation, anything is possible. Chat, this reminds me of trying to pronounce Dutch. The Dutch, like, event that comes up. That's what it reminds me of. Okay, what do we have? Per Albin Hansen. That's the guy. So Gosta retires, or Gosta. Per Albin Hansen becomes the leader. War support down, conscription costs up. Changes the name of the Democratic Party to Social Democrats. The Farmers' Party should have a chance. But why? Trade laws plus 25% is rough. War support up, production costs better. Clearly, the same person will lead us into the future. I don't know, I guess just keep the same person there. The war support down doesn't really help us. Political power gain and stability up is nice. Trade loss cheaper is nice. Economy loss cheaper is nice, but let's just keep the research speed bonus and the stability down, I guess. I don't know. Maybe this is not right, but clearly he'll lead us into the future. I guess. Clearly, I guess. All right, we can go 4x now. Does war support matter when it's 0? It does for us because we need war support to pursue our political focuses in Sweden. What's up, Dr. Skelly? Thank you for 58 months. Perfectly subbed as all things should be. Thanks for the 58, dropping it again. All right, 147. We're only getting 0.89 a day. And then 150. I'm just going to grab free trade, which sends 80% of our resources to market, which we already have too many resources in market, but also gives us a lovely construction speed bonus, doubles our research speed bonus, 50% more factory output of what it was already giving us. I think it's a good time for Sweden to swap to free trade for a bit. Hopefully. So what we should see... Yeah, we're exporting 218. There's still 170 left to export. Still 42. Still 82. Plenty left to export. But we get those research bonuses. We're at 19% research. We get the build speed bonus, which helps us right now. People who are able to work but cannot find a job are the driving force behind radicalism. If we are to avoid people turning against the government, we need to create work projects for the unemployed. Gotland gets a civilian factory and 5% base stability. That's useful. Now I have to choose between defense above all or poverty reduction. Poverty reduction has democracy and communism support, but you get a civilian factory. And it also lets you pick affordable housing, which also increases democracy and communism support, but it gives you 2 civilian factories. Oh! Whereas defense above all gives you 2 military factories and buffs fascism and non-aligned, but also lowers stability. Oh no. Also modifies your build speed for military and civilian factories. Okay. Just do it. Just bite the bullet. Defense above all for us. We need the fascism support. And honestly, military factories are good anyway right now. Like, we need guns if we want to send volunteers. So, I'm going to do another infantry equip factory. Yeah, we need war support as well. And do I want 2? Because we have a lot of support companies by default. We have 3 support companies by default. So even though guns are obviously more important, we're going to be burning through support equipment. Construction 1. We're improving methods and materials to build buildings. Mo better. 10% to construction speed. We don't really need excavation yet because we have so many resources. So if we're planning on going, doing any fighting at the beginning, it's probably a good time for us to start getting old infantry stuff. Support weapons. 1918 tech. It's 1936. We need to catch up. So plus defense, plus breakthrough, and I would like to spend some political power and actually start improving our organizations faster. If you don't have the newest DLC, you probably won't see this screen. Because I think the organization's change is specific to the DLC, I believe. But we're going to spend 0.1 political power per day to research this faster. So it shaves 10 days off. And once it's done researching, it's also going to get a burst of organization XP for the relevant company so that we can improve the funding, get trait points, and spend trait points on improving our production of, in this case, weapons. What's up, Simba the Builder? How's it going? McGib, what up? Our infantry are kind of decent. Yeah, they're okay. They're all right. Could be worse. They are kind of decent. Oh, good song. How goes... Oh, Ethiopia. Struggling against all odds. So my goals are to basically unite Scandinavia, and we're gonna need a proper navy. We need a proper navy. Because I am not gonna suffer through what we suffered through in Finland with the extreme naval invasions. I want a jumbo navy. At least, we at least have to have, like, naval superiority of the Gulf. Because not having the Gulf of Bothnia is just unbelievably difficult to guard all this. This is so many states. Like, I would rather guard, like, Helsinki, the southern coast, like, the coast of Norway is much easier. Okay, anyway, Civil War? People arrive. Civil War. Chat, for once, we're probably not gonna do a Gamba. But they just sail 100 ships in. That's why I said we're gonna have a proper navy. And we're gonna just concentrate them all in the Gulf of Bothnia. If we hold this straight, we hold the Gulf by extension. That's also true. Like, if you have control over Denmark, can't you just close off all of this? If you don't lose Denmark? We're gonna lose Denmark. But then holding Denmark should prevent them from getting any boats back here anyway. Unless they just launch... They could launch them... Yeah, we would have full control. They have to have navies here. They can't just have docks. A naval base with no naval supremacy does nothing. Ethiopia was annexed. Rip Ethiopia. Did we not get the pop-up for nationalists, the Spain Civil War? But we're gonna need a lot of things. And obviously, our plan is only good until we get punched in the mouth the first time. So, I'm okay with that. We've... Listen, I've already survived the Denmark campaign and the Finland campaign to 1956. There is nothing that could happen in the Sweden campaign that is worse than what happened in those campaigns. They were brutal. They went surprisingly well, though. Kappa. Okay, so we need 150 PP, and we need to get the Interventionist. And maybe by that time we'll have positive equipment. He doesn't know. Hopefully they're still alive by the time... Because I can't send a Gamba if we're going to try and tip the scales in favor of the fascists. That's just... weighted. The 11th Olympic Games were held in Berlin, Germany, attended by athletes from 49 nations across the world. The 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history with limited live TV coverage. They were a significant propaganda victory for the German regime, who spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while the Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the Games. Alright, defense above all should be coming in. Kind of got static manpower right now. We got a lot of things we need to do. Many thing. Hopefully the world state changes a bit. It'd be like, if UK goes Axis again, I'm gonna be pissed. Do anything else. I'd prefer communist UK or democratic UK, please. Just anything besides joining the Axis and making a super Axis. I'm begging you. That's a large democratic Italy. Is that normal? How much democratic support there is? I don't think we have any intel. We have to face the fact the world is on a different timetable than ours, and we can no longer gamble on our state's future without any form of defensive capability. 2 military factories. Change in fascism and non-aligned popularity up 5%. We get 5% war support, lose some stability, and we build factories of military variety faster but civilians slower. Dockyards faster, infrastructure slower. It's a trade-off. Okay, so we took that in lieu of poverty reduction. Deep mining complexes. We have an abundance of natural resources trapped underground. We should increase investment to utilize them. New decision, deeper mines. That'll be cool later. So we have to choose between privately managed vacations and state-paid vacations. I love these decisions. We're choosing, like, how the workers work their jobs. The one on the left gives political power, consumer goods factories factor 6%. Does that mean we were, since it's state paid, we have to use more civilian factories to give that over? But stability goes up and production efficiency cap goes up, which is all good. And then on the right, we get factory output up, dockyard output up. Now, what's great is you can pick either one and still go further down. You just can't pick affordable housing without poverty reduction. So this is an interesting, I think, unique industrial tree. I haven't seen a tree quite like this. We're just going down toward the first research slot. Are we using mods? My mods are all DLCs. No other mods. Got a beer and a Hearts of Iron 4 stream. Perfect dude guy way to end the day. What's up, Panda Fish? Okay, what would I prefer then? Permanent political power gain, stability, and production efficiency? Or just make the factories output more? I actually think they're pretty balanced. They seem pretty balanced, yeah. They're both 35 days as well. I think privately managed vacation is probably better RP if we're going fascist. The state has no place interfering with how a business decides to operate. Therefore, we shall allow the private sector to control their vacation policies. If the workers don't like it, they can find work elsewhere. I love how that's written. The Bulgarian government condemns the IMRO. I still have no idea what this one does. Just quit if you don't want to work. Yeah, but I like not having the civilian factory downside, and this just makes the factories output more than they would otherwise, which is fine. With this pronouncement, it seems finally the Bulgarian government seeks to end one of the greatest sources of conflict and tension in the Balkans. I have never played Bulgaria, so I haven't seen this from the other side. I have to play Bulgaria to really see what it does. Alright, you guys gotta stay alive long enough for me to interfere in your affairs, Spain. -1 aluminum, you're good. Insufficient resource modifier. France, how you doing? UK, how you doing? Condemning them helps you convince Britain to let you rearm. In Bulgaria? One day I'll try Greece again. It just went so badly for me the first couple times. But I was also in need of much learning when I played Greece. I really didn't understand much at all. Wait, that was way back. Chat, what year did Battle for the Bosporus come out? That was a rough DLC to start learning the game on, because Greece was incredibly hard. Turkey was a successful campaign, but in hindsight, kind of a boring campaign, because we just sat there for the entire campaign. 2019. Turkey has too many, like, political power map buttons. They need to update Battle for the Bosporus to get rid of... so many 70-day focuses as well. Okay, privately managed vacation goes on our national spirits on a permanent basis. I did Anarchist Spain, and the Civil War was fun, but then I just sat there. That means you were playing Anarchist Spain wrong. That is actually a you problem. Because Anarchist Spain is one of the only campaigns in the entire game that can core the majority of the world. So you just have to go. It is a unique campaign in its flexibility, actually. So try again, I guess. Anarchist Spain is all about manual justification and player involvement, yeah. Anarchist Spain is one of the only campaigns that let you paint the entire map. You have to be really aggressive and keep declaring war on people and just keep the snowball rolling. It's very involved. But there's no harm in playing campaign more than once, you know? Sometimes you have to get a feel for it first. Anarchist Spain is a really good teacher for continuing a balance between industrializing and being aggressive, and then industrializing the places that you are capturing, and then increasing the size of your holdings and trying to maintain that growth. All right, what do we got? 2 mutually exclusives. Accept the Sociobaden Agreement. How do you say that? Which grants a consumer goods negative penalty but war penalty stability, so stability is better when you're at war. Production efficiency retention plus 10% is fine. Oh, democracy and communism support. Okay, I'll take the one that has low stability. Sure. Let's take the low stability one. Perfect. Changing the government to fascism destabilizes it. Who could have guessed? Now, that's going to be an issue. And I could try and fix it by improving worker conditions ahead of time. But I also really want to intervene in the Spanish Civil War. So I might just suffer. What is this going to be? Political powers minus 15%. Production efficiency growth minus 75. That's harsh. Factory output minus 20. Oof. For 180 days, you have to fix it. That's rough. We'll see how it goes. But we will get a bunch of war support out of this. Support weapons 1. Defense up 5%. Breakthrough up 5% for everybody that we care about right now. And it is October 1936. We don't have truck tech yet, but we also want to get ahead of 1937 industrial. And we also want radio. So, how do everything? We don't really need the trucks yet. We already have 2 support companies, which we're happy with. I really want radio for the reinforce rate and coordination. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Radio for reinforce rate and coordination. Very important stats for active combat. And then with the other 2, we'll get ahead on industry. Yeah, I'd love a political power bonus. Mechanical computing, plus 4% research speed forever. And dispersed industry 1, the first of many, giving us more room in all of our states to build, make factories more efficient, docks more efficient. But we're concerned with the bomb vulnerability, because we're probably going to have to deal with problems in the air, I would guess. All right, so we're going to go construction 2 and take the small ahead of time penalty. And then dispersed industry 2, just go back to back on decentralizing manufacturing for the impending wars. What's interesting about the end of the war with Italy is Italy isn't puppeting the fascist Gemma. Gemma, oh wait, no they are. Why isn't it highlighted? They are a Reichsprotectorate, but why is it not blue? They're like not highlighted on the visual. Okay. I need an alarm that goes off when we get 150 PP. We are finally in the positive on infantry equipment and support equipment at last. The extra factories, we got 2 military factories. That's helping a ton. Doubled our support equipment and added a 3rd to infantry. We are mass producing civilian factories until we get 30, which might be too greedy, but I'm just gonna roll with it. Hopefully we can do some more trading, and more people will start to buy. And once they buy, see, we're getting 10 factories just from trading. We are gonna want to change our civilian economy, but we need 15% war support before we can even start mobilizing. 25% war support for partial, and it goes on. All right, at 150 PP, let's give this a try. Interventionist firebrand Ricard Sandler. Send volunteers tension limit down. Max volunteer force divisions up +3. We can have a -50% divisions required for sending such a force. we get bonus attack. So I'm gonna hire you. And what we should be able to do is... Wait, do we have to have a fascist government to send volunteers to help? Uh-oh, I didn't think about this. We need at least 15 divisions to be able to send volunteer forces. What's the normal amount? Because it's supposed to be 50% off. Do we need 30 normally? That's fine. The Civil War should be raging for a while. That seems really high. Yeah, that seems really high. If that's 50% off? Oh well. This agreement must be rejected. It'll strip employers of their rights to run their own businesses as they see fit, and will curtail the power of workers to withdraw their labor when they feel aggrieved. No one stands to benefit from this arrangement. Base war support up 10%. Base stability down 5%. So we're still at 7% because of other issues. But fascism and non-aligned popularity has gone up, so we can't do the old enemy stirs yet. And also, I don't think there's any way for us to build war support just from decisions. We have to do it with the focus tree, probably. Which is sort of what we're working on, actually. Now we can get the extra research slot, which is a big deal. This is infrastructure and bonus to building, which is great. Unlocks a decision, trade ball bearings with Sweden. Allows trading ball bearings to foreign nations, which increases their production of tanks and planes. If they accept, we get the option to be provided with either Army, Air, or Navy XP, stability plus 2%, plus 15 weekly manpower stacks for every additional trade, plus 25% research bonus for things. Or economic deregulation, which gives consumer goods factories factor, that's bad. Stability, that's bad. But war support, that's good. Wait, it removes those things. No, it adds those things. Okay. It removes Folkimit, which is a big stability bonus. All right, let's just go for the Institute of Technology first. Let's start small. I'm just trying to learn the game. I get people saying Iron Man makes more sense, it's just hard to accept. Yeah, if you're trying to learn the game, do not play Iron Man. Achievements are for nerds. What do folks prefer, historical or not? Historical is great if you are looking for a challenge mode. Like, trying to play historical Poland is tough. Trying to play historical Czechoslovakia is tough. Or if you just want things to be more predictable. Like, I want to play a game, I want to see what happens if Italy joins the Allies. Or something. And see how the war plays out. It's fun for, like, creating alt history from your own. I like the chaos and unpredictability of ahistorical for all of my playthroughs because it's fun to, like, it doesn't make it easier. I've had incredibly difficult ahistorical runs, and I've had incredibly easy ahistorical runs. Because you never know how the cookie's gonna crumble. The last two ahistorical have been brutal. This one might be easy. This one might be just as hard, I don't know. But I like not knowing where the chips are gonna fall. Because I think part of the fun is seeing weird alliances that shouldn't exist and trying to react to Italy declaring war on the Italian Union while Latvia declares war on the Latvian People's Republic. We have fascist Italy versus communist Italy at war. Can world wars not happen at all? Impossible. Hearts of Iron will always have wars. There are no paths that just lead to peace. Peace was never an option. I assume we're getting penalized from some... Yeah, neutral foreign policy would be what we have to get rid of. Old enemy stirs gets rid of peaceful foreign policy. We just need 10% war support, so I can get 3% more war support. Yeah, this is plus war support right there. Oh, the radio! I forgot about the radio. I bet the radio gives war support. Well, it gives stability at least. Oh boy, we're at 66% stability. Okay. Yeah, no, we can do this. I think getting the 4th research slot first is better, though. That's solid. Modify the officer corps, add a chief of army, army defense. These are good ideas, too. Wow, having a chief of the army, is that allowed? By the way, I tried briefly, I did like 45-minute 5x speed last night of Fascist Finland. They get like 4 chief of armies. So it was definitely an issue that was specific to our particular run, unfortunately. And it might be something that slipped through the cracks, because it definitely doesn't seem like there should be a path at all that has no chief of army available without promotion. Because we were at war till 1956 and never had any field marshal that we could promote. Like, something is skewed with the rate of XP gain. There were 3 major issues with XP gain in our campaign that I'd love to see changed in a upcoming patch. 1, army XP, when you're actually at combat, doesn't accrue even probably a 5th as fast as it should. I would increase that number by 5 times because we were at war for 20 years almost and never finished our doctrine. 2, the rate of experience gain for close air support is non-existent. They will always stay at novice level unless you do training exercises. They never get combat XP. 3, the chief of the army never existed. We never got 1 chief of army. So those 3 things need some tweaking, for sure. Expanding the scientific and engineering expertise of the nation will be crucial in maintaining a modern, capable military. To do that, we shall invest in the expansion of the Royal Institute of Technology and get a 4th research slot. XP comes from battles? Chat. We had 6 million casualties inflicted on our enemy by 1956, okay? What do you want? No experience, though. You haven't fought enough. Like, I don't know what you want. Not even 1 battle. It's chump change. Alright, we need something that buffs war support but not takes 10% stability off. And I also would love to grab this, because I think it's going to be kind of huge. 70 days. I hope that is worth not being at 10% war support. We'll work on it. All right, let's get improved machine tools. It's 1937, up the production efficiency cap. The reason is plain loss lowers XP. I've heard that 100 times. It's not true. It is true, but not to that extent. Every single close air support was permanently at minimum. Every fighter wing was at maximum level by the end of the game. We played till 1956. Okay, they never even got one level of experience. Every single other wing was maximum XP level. It was close air support in particular. Even doing 24/7 fighting, you don't gain XP very fast. Having a chief of the army is always faster, yeah. 24/7 fighting, like if you're 24/7, they need to change the ratio of XP from chief of army versus actually fighting. Because it doesn't make any sense that like one dude single-handedly accounts for 80% of your army XP and actually fighting doesn't. Like all of our troops were battle-hardened gods. Radio, reinforce rate plus 5% and coordination plus 4%. So what that's going to do is obviously get reserves to join the fight, replace those who die, and coordination, which allows them to target the same unit so they can whittle them down faster instead of spreading their damage over like 5 different divisions simultaneously. Now we're talking about 2 different things. 2 different experiences. All right. Anyway, 1937, radio detection is fine. Chappy like, people arrive, I just got here, but I'm going to tell you why the streamer is wrong. I don't know what's going on, but I know somebody on the screen is wrong right now. I'm going to tell you why. Let's get 1936 interwar artillery. We already have some artillery. And we have artillery in a support capacity in our basic army as a result of the default Sweden start. So why not buff them? 10% bonus soft attack. Perfect. I'm going to keep spending some political power here because I want to just like tech up at an early state in the game. People arrive. The other one is people arrive. What is the plan? Tell me. People arrive. What focus tree are you going down? We need to make a command. We need to make a command. Spain declared war on the Regional Defense Council. Anarchy reigns. Continued government attempts at reasserting central control over the mostly independent acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain, as well as Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints, has led to full-blown infighting on the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militia and government or Stalinist forces. The unwillingness for either side to compromise means the conflict has rapidly escalated in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this internal threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. Good frickin' luck. Good frickin' luck. What are we gonna... Well, we're losing stability, but we're also gonna gain some stability, but then we're maybe gonna lose some stability. We're trying to avoid riots in Sweden, which happens if we drop under 65% stability. While also trying not to use my political power on improved worker conditions, because there's so many other things I would rather have, if possible, than spending 100 PP on that at the beginning of the game. So we'll see how it goes. But what's up, Illard? Thank you for 38 months of subscription. We are going to try a fascist Sweden run. How are we doing on building? We're getting 11 factories from trade, 17 owned. I am mass producing civilian factories to try to get 30 that we can use. Obviously, that's going to go up once our economy laws can change, but we need war support for that and political power. Latvia was annexed by communist Latvia. The Comintern grows stronger. Two research is on the way. France and Britain announce an alliance. Calling upon the bonds forged during the Great War, France has requested a formal alliance with Britain, citing unspecified threats against the stability of Europe. Today, their request was approved by the British Parliament, and France has joined the Allies. Sometimes the real surprise in ahistorical is historical. The one time we go fascist. Yeah, the one time that we go fascist, the regular allies form. Just standard allies. That's about right. Okay, what do I even want to do with my political power? One idea is improve worker conditions. That's just basic, but it's useful. Just takes away some of our factories. The other is more... Filling our political advisors is very good if we can't change the economy laws, because economy law would be my top choice. So why don't we just hold on to our political power for a minute and just kind of see what is unlocked with this? Because I think you can just change the perks it says at the top. We'll find out. Dispersed Industry 2, nice. That is on time. More room for factories in states, more factory output, which we should be developing a nice stockpile. That's good. You know what that means? It means we can start exercising the troops. So we're gonna click on our field marshal and start exercising the army to generate army experience. And they will start doing jumping jacks and losing all their organization. And also using infantry equipment and support equipment to fund those exercises, but we really need army XP. So that's useful. And we also got a construction speed bonus plus 10%. Very much on time. Very much appreciated. So I want probably radio detection for another 1% coordination buff. And then we want to check on trucks. I think trucks. We need to start building trucks. I'll use the automotive manufacturer. Might want this political power back. I like these graphics. I love the custom graphics for... Ooh, dude, these look awesome. Some APCs. I love like the armored cars as well, how they give them the custom little art. What do their tanks look like? Well, I guess we can't see them on this screen. Their artillery looks pretty standard. Their boats always look the same. What about their planes? Ooh. Ooh, I like these planes. Very cool looking. Yeah, I love the custom art. This one in particular looks very slick. Nice. All right, 8 days to see what that is. 4 research slots already. Love it. Sorry, I'm clicking every button. What's chat talking about? What door wedge? Wedge tank? Where is it? Do you bother with espionage when you're a small nation? When I can afford to, like I just have much more pressing matters. I do bother with espionage, but I need the factories. Huh. The Soviet Union declared war on Russia. There's some ahistorical for you. The Provisional Russian Government, no faction. Interesting. Change of pace. Radio Yonst has proven... Is that J like a Y? Radio Yonst... but it's got a T as well. Okay. I'm convinced Swedish was formed when the first speakers were typing things in English, didn't proofread, just had typos, and was like, yeah, that's fine. And then everyone else got disseminated to the rest of the populace, and they're just like, I don't know. What's that T doing there? I don't know. And they just came up with how you're supposed to pronounce it and just sort of went with it. Radio Jonst has proven to be popular with the public, offering broadcasts of cultural events and news on a daily basis. By expanding the broadcaster, we can increase the types of programs it produces while maintaining a well-informed populace. All right, we have decisions. Align with National Socialistica, which buffs daily fascism support. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Buffs war support, lowers stability. That's what we want. I'm glad that this Gambit paid off. It's active for 120 days. This one is Socialistica, which is a little war support and communism support. And then Bande for Bundet is unaligned and fascism support. Okay. So let's do the one that fits us. We have to pay 50 PP to change the radio channel. Otherwise, we're going to get daily democracy support, which we don't want. So we change that immediately. And stability will go down. War support goes up. It's faster to justify the war goals. We have minus 60% ideology drift defense, which is perfect right now because we need to drift away from democracy. We also take away daily democracy support, minus 0.1, while adding daily fascism support. So this is a huge swing. Rarely do you get to take away from the ones you want to overwrite at the same time. Okay, and what that means is, God, can we just get 10% war support? What this says 9%, but this requires... Wait, world tension. World tension's at 11. It's go time. The enemy stirs. After a bloody civil war and a decade of massive industrialization, the Provisional Russian government is looking to reassert control over the territories of the old Russian Empire and beyond. If we wish to avoid becoming trapped in the Provisional Russian government's sphere of influence, we need to act quickly and prepare for war. And that'll unlock our ability to choose some diplomacy. Which is actually super well timed here because we've pretty much got what we wanted. There's still infrastructure bonuses, which are great. There's some stuff here we want, but we really need to poke the bear. Really need to poke the bear. The Second Russian Civil War. Rather unexpectedly, white forces have risen up against the Bolsheviks once more. Their cause may have seemed lost, but over the last months there have been several reports of a military buildup in Manchuria and Siberia. And earlier this morning, a provisional government of Russia was proclaimed in Chita. The Soviet government immediately mobilized the Red Army, and once again Russia is embroiled in civil war. The Western powers have so far shown no interest in intervening in the conflict. It remains, however, to be seen how the Japanese will react to this turn of events. They're on their own this time. Okay, you guys got to take Vladivostok first. The dawn of the European Syndicate. Despite the recent Soviet focus on communism in one country, the internationalist roots of the movement transcend borders. This solidarity with workers around the world was a key element in Stalin's speech today when the European Syndicate was announced. Going beyond the political international, this is an alliance that binds countries militarily, with both regimes promising to aid each other against outside threats. Whether it will act as a sword or a shield for the communist revolution remains to be seen. Soviet Latvia and the Soviet Union form the European Syndicate. Definitely not the Comintern. Totally, legally distinct Comintern. The German passenger airship Hindenburg was destroyed today while attempting to dock at Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the US. For reasons not yet determined, the airship was engulfed in flames and crashed to the ground, claiming 35 lives. Due to the scarcity and expense of helium and the US ban on exports, the Hindenburg, like all German passenger airships, was ultimately engineered using hydrogen, which provides greater lift but is also flammable. With public faith shaken by this disaster and the rise of faster passenger aircraft, this could spell the end of an era. All right, so we are at 11% fascist support and growing. We went from 2% to 11 so far. We're working on it, but Germany is doing Germany things. So they're gonna want Denmark, and we have to act faster somehow. What's up, Adanian? How's it going? How we doing on civilian factories? Slowly. Denmark declared war on Iceland. What is happening? Fascist Iceland is back! Okay, I don't know how that's gonna affect our campaign. Herman Jonassen. Try saying that party name. Framso nar Flokkeren. I don't know how that's gonna affect our campaign. Because we're gonna find out. Sweden rides to Iceland's aid. Sorry, I just idly click on things when I'm looking at what we have. I can definitely start training some more divisions. We have to have more than, we still don't have 10% war support. The German Reich has canceled their non-aggression pact with us? Why? Why? After we're like getting fascism support? Isn't that good for them? After a bloody civil war. Yeah, we're preparing for war with the Soviets. 3% war support. Army XP plus 40, heck yeah. 25% cheaper land doctrine, yeah. Fascism, 8% more popular. Political advisor, Sven Hedin. Gives you daily fascism support and daily unaligned support. Okay, those are all good. Germany, stop copying us. This one is a 70-day. More fascism support, more war support, but lower stability by 5%. Oof. We're gonna have to build stability somewhere. No way his name is Sven Hedin. Actually, John Sweden. Is that John Sweden? The German Reich gets event Sweden seizes Landsberg. Where? Chat, is that the Netherlands? Why is that pointing to Netherlands? What am I seizing? It's a company. Oh, it's a company that operates here? Okay. Before we pick what comes next, chat, I'm gonna take a preemptive BRB because Midas has been stirring. He needs to go out. I'm gonna take him out. You guys can either vibe with the music. Or you can vibe to the BRB music. I'll let you guys just vibe to whatever this soundtrack is doing. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out today. It's 1937. We should make it into the 40s easily today because I've been doing 4x speed for a good chunk of this. But I'll be back shortly. Appreciate you watching. Thanks, Friendly Stand, for the 31-month Donu sub. Welcome back, Friendly Stand. Thanks for one more. Back in a few. Thanks for hanging. Yo. What up? We're back. Okay, so we have to choose what we're doing, right? I really want to start getting military stuff. It's June 1937, so we still have a bit of time. We got a couple years. We need to really push the political side. And this is our chance to... Basically, once we pick this, we cannot take the Nordic Defense Council anymore, which I think is a lot of fun, but leads to a completely different section than we want, which is Nordic dominance. So we're gonna go prevent a red dictatorship, but it's minus 5% stability, which is worrisome. Because we are like right on the precipice of strikes. So if I just search stability, what would give us plus stability? We get stability if we do ball bearing trading. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We'll do prevent a red dictatorship, and if stability falls and they start having riots, we'll take the ball bearing trade to try and increase stability. I think that's a pretty good idea, because there's a chance that it's on. That like even if it falls to 64%, we're gonna have problems. Nationalist Spain might not need our help. I wanted to send volunteers, but I have to remove our neutrality, I think. Wait. I'm confused. We had a national spirit that made it really difficult for us to interfere. And now it's gone. It was like plus 100%. And I still I still have to have 15 divisions to send volunteer forces. Yeah, I think the Old Enemy Stirs may have gotten rid of our neutrality, finally. Because that was war support up, army XP up, fascism and non-aligned popularity up. And we have a new advisor that will also boost fascist support, which we're gonna want. Which I'm assuming is this, was it the harsh propagandist? Yeah. We're probably gonna want that dude. But we also need like 3% more war support because I need to start mobilizing. We're still just like chugging away, building civilian factories over here. Popular figurehead should give stability? Sure. Yeah. For Democrats and communists. 10% stability as long as your ruling party is democratic. So once you change governments, gone. Improved machine tools. Ensuring efficient construction and use of the chat. I still struggle with this word. Is it lathe? The lathes themselves will give us a significant industrial advantage. Plus 10% efficiency cap is lovely. And now it's 1937. We're researching trucks. We can't do this until 1939. We will want field hospitals, but you need trucks first. We're getting 1936 artillery research. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from just starting excavation or synthetic oil early to just have. We're currently just gaining 48 fuel per day. If we wanted to do tanks at some point, we could start researching tanks. We are gonna want a navy, but we start with 1936 navy tech for destroyers and depth charges, which is cool. I think this is the dumb song that got stuck in my head. Now I don't remember. I hate this song. We're also gonna want 1936 Air. Yeah, I don't think there's any need for excavation right now. Tanks would be cool. Armored cars would also be cool, but that's way ahead of time. I'm trying to think. Our armored cars would be good if we're going on offense. APCs if we're sort of more defense all-arounder. Mountain infantry. Interesting choices here. We haven't done like a light tank run in a while. All right, I'm just gonna do airframes for now because we will want not biplanes. So let's get the airframe. That's what the 4th research slot is good. Time for guns? That'd be 1938. Will be guns. Amelia Earhart circumnavigates the globe. A famous aviator known to many as the Queen of the Air has completed a flight around the world with navigator Fred Noonan. After a brief scare when the pair temporarily got lost approaching Howland Island in the Pacific, the flight proceeded without incident, and this morning, their Lockheed Electra touched down in Oakland, California. A ceremony is to be held in the White House next week, where Earhart's to be personally congratulated by the president. Good job. And she's why we call them earplanes. Nice. Okay, let's get engines too. I might regret using political power for all these. It only gets worse from here. Oh, how is the support going here? The Little Entente reaffirmed. Czechoslovakia has today announced that the almost defunct Little Entente alliance will stand by their commitments. A statement released by the Foreign Office announced Czechoslovakia is not a great power, but is a regional power. It is our firm belief that an alliance of regional powers can and will prevent the so-called great powers from meddling in our affairs. Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia are in the Little Entente. Good luck to both of you. I wish you the best. Democratic Communist, Democratic Communist, Democratic Communist not aligned. By the way, who's subbing? Arch! Arch, did you sub while I was not here? Did you AFK sub? Arch, thanks for 35 months. Appreciate the almost 3 years, dude. Good day, Ital. How's the Nordic front? I snuck in. Sneaky. So far, it is uneventful, but Italy is in a full civil war. The Soviets are at war with the provisional Russian government who are pushing toward Vladivostok now, and then we'll push back to the west. Germany is doing German things. What? Whoa, what? The sun! Dude, the sun is like, there's one slit of light. And it's only on the camera lens. In the whole office. Just directly on the camera lens. Cinematic. You guys are actually getting like a lens flare. I don't even know where it's coming from back here. It might be coming from... Yeah, it's coming from like... I think it's coming from that window. It'll go away in a minute. It's like cresting a bit. IRL ray tracing. It's just perfectly aligned as the sun. You're watching my day-night cycle in real time. Because I will change nothing and it will just magically go away. The Social Democrats are nothing more than a Trojan horse for the communists. If we are to prevent Sweden falling into the Soviet sphere of influence, we must ensure the electorate places the nationalist parties in control of the Riksdag, using any means necessary. Fascism and non-aligned popularity up, war support is finally up, and base stability is now down. Under 65% Monkas. Public unrest for 150 days. If you don't fix this in 150 days, countrywide strikes, which grant political power gain negative 15%, production efficiency growth minus 75%, factory output minus 20%, dockyard output minus 20%, and dock construction speed down 15% for many days, 180 days. Okay, so we need to take a pause. I'm going to start trading ball bearings, because I think that will help buff our stability. We'll give that a try. 35-day boof. And then I really need to spend this political power to mobilize, because we got some heavy debuffs here. We finally got 22% war support. But we need a bit more political power. RIP anarchists. Well, Chad, I guess I could have let you bet, but it would have been a sad bet. Because they didn't need my help. I was gonna send volunteers. Can I send volunteers to the provisional Russian government? We need 15. Dude, I just need to train like a division. It doesn't even matter. How many do we have? I have 12. I need, let's say, 15. Okay, I'm just gonna train 15. We don't have enough artillery, but that's okay. Maybe there will be some other ones that we can support. The development of radar, radio detection and ranging. I should have done that already. Like, I should have just trained them already. That's just my bad. It allows using radio waves to detect physical objects. Research is highly secretive considering the impact these inventions could have on locating units. Okay, we can now build radar. It's 1937. We're current on industry minus excavation. Current on infantry. Current on support companies that we can do. Let's actually wait for trucks. While we're waiting for trucks, we can bank 30 days of research, so it's no problem. There's engines too. Those are for planes. Same fuel usage, but 20% bonus max speed, and like almost 40% more thrust. It's a lot. We're also for sure gonna want a lot of things in this section of aircraft construction. I wouldn't mind trying some recon planes, but we need to have air superiority first. And that is sort of the issue. Okay, we have 150 PP. It is time to mobilize. Ooh, and we have more than 25% war support. Where did that extra war support come from? World tension or something? We got it from somewhere, because we didn't have 25% a second ago, but that's huge, because now I can just go straight to partial. Big jump. All right, so let's check this out. We have 18 civilian factories that we're using for construction right now, yeah? And I'm just like mass producing them. So another one there. Another one here, another one there. I want a bunch of civilian. We need 40 civilian factories to get rid of one of Sweden's national spirits. The risk of strikes. Which, they need jobs. All right, but check this out, right? Only 18 of them are being used for building. 11 are reserved for consumer goods because of our current economy policy. So we want to mobilize as soon as possible. That's going to go from 35% commitment of consumer good factories for toasters and other things, and also a huge debuff to our factory construction speed, minus 30% speed. It's awful. We'll take that completely away. The 30% factory debuff is gone, and we only have 25% of our factories committed to civilian goods. So suddenly we have 21 factories on building and only 8 in consumer goods. So that one decision just gave us 3 civilian factories for building instantly. And it's going to continue to scale because it's a percent. The Volvo TLV 141. We're making trucks specifically for military purposes. Chat, this was a research. We already knew about trucks, but now we know how to paint them with camouflage. I know. It's crazy tech. But actually, they're way better. These are some stinky, bad trucks. 2 breakthrough versus 5. Same hardness. Max speed 20% faster. Reliability is up. 80% reliable, so they don't just break down. Same fuel usage, same production cost. It's just better. We're living in the future. But trucks enable us to get new support companies. We're definitely going to want field hospitals again, because Sweden manpower is probably going to be a struggle. So let's keep researching those types of researches. Now, 1938 is around the corner. It's September. I'm just going to get the ahead of time penalty on computing. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait one more. I'll wait one more. Let's get maybe logistic. We're going to need military police with the route that we're taking and armored trains. I'm going to get armored trains. I'd like to start manufacturing those. Now, since we've been researching with our organizations, these are our organizations. We have 1 for tanks, 2 for boats, 1 for planes, and 4 for weapons, trucks, armor cars, and artillery. So whenever we research with these companies, they're getting points. This is just the DLC only. So we've gotten enough to buff truck production or APC production, but I like buffing truck production. Now, I'm tempted to take the 5% cheaper production, but I think I'm going to think long-term this time and do steel cargo bed. Make them more reliable, but slightly more expensive to make the trucks. And then I want to queue up a line for producing said trucks, though we don't have the factories yet. I also want a line for artillery, using our artillery manufacturer, which makes them... using a manufacturer to produce equipment also gives you funds. So simply manufacturing gives that manufacturing company XP, in addition to the research tree. And then we're going to want a line for trains. Probably in this order, but we need a lot more factories first. I also want to make sure that we don't continuously train new divisions, so we're going to take this infinity to just 1, so they only produce 1 time. Chat, I haven't... I mean, they're definitely winning against Spain, right? Carl hasn't joined yet, though. Will Carl even have a chance to join? There is a world in which I try and fast deploy these guys once they get to 20% and then just send volunteers over. I guess we're hoping for Carl to join so we can send them to get some XP. Does Carl ever win? Carl actually did win in the last campaign, believe it or not. Chat won some big time channel points. Some people, a lot of you lost, but you have to lose so others can win. By the way, thanks again, T and Leadfoot, for 94 months of sub. That's an incredible length of time. Welcome back to the stream. Also, the God Rays are gone. Time is passing. And War of the Worlds, thanks for gifting us up to Veil Fallen. What's up, Veil Fallen? Thanks for hanging out and enjoy your gift sub. RTX off. SKF has become a world leader in the production of ball bearings, which just so happen to be crucial for the production of many modern military vehicles. We should utilize this to our advantage in trade negotiations with belligerent nations. New decision, trade ball bearings with Sweden. Allows trading ball bearings to foreign nations, increasing their production of tanks and planes. If they accept this trade, we get the option to be provided with either Army, Air, or Navy XP, stability, weekly manpower, stacks for every additional trade, 25% research bonus for different things. So, my hope is, wow, we're at 59% stability. Why is this going down? How long do we have? We only have 115 days to sort this out. That's stability further down. This unlocks decisions to gain political support for the nationalist movement. This is minus stability again. Okay, so we're gonna have to go perhaps over here to get stability? No, that's minus 16% stability. Oh god. I might just like be a little, that's minus 16% stability as well. I don't know if it'll, it modifies an existing perk. This is stability down. I might just have to do improve worker conditions. I'm just going to take infrastructure investment. Large parts of Sweden are still rural and pitiably underdeveloped. Pitiably. We should remedy this to better take advantage of our natural resources. New political advisor, which gives you construction buff and 2 free infrastructure. Oh, I can also do these. The Alond question. Finland is more likely to accept to hand over control of Alond in this scenario, unless Sweden has a far larger army than Finland. So there's 2 ways to ask Finland for Alond. That would be cool, but that would take too long. There's also hygienic housing, which is build speed and resource efficiency gain. What is our best bet here? I don't know how to regain some stability outside of... I wonder if it's actually... Chat, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call an audible. No focus. We need the extra political power. We're just gonna save political power. Hopefully it doesn't ruin the campaign. But I want to grind some PP. Oh, man. Oh, wait. Hold on. I can grind PP to do the ball bearing trades. The question is, who do we want to trade with if we're going fascist? Everybody sucks. Communist Italy? Germany's just going to invade Denmark. Soviet Union's going to invade us. Maybe Japan? We want to trade with Japan first? Everyone's gonna be our enemy. I didn't think this through. Trade with Japan. Our ball bearings are top of the line and sought out by the major powers of the world for their machines of war. We are entering negotiations with Sweden to trade these invaluable items, but first we must decide what we want in return. Wait, what? Oh, I decide what to offer them. Secure foodstuffs, military expertise, knowledge sharing, or abort negotiations. Japanese shogunate gets an event. Sweden requests trade of foodstuffs for ball bearings. If they accept, we get fighter, bomber, tank production cost cheaper. Okay, so that's them. They'll get fighters and tanks. We get stability and manpower. We need their military expertise. So they will lose army XP for us to gain it. Knowledge sharing. Okay, well, I want the first one. Secure foodstuffs. The Japanese shogunate accepts the ball-bearing trade. They graciously accepted our trade offer. This deal is sure to bring mutual benefit to both of us. In an increasingly insecure world, trade becomes a vital tool to decrease tensions between sovereign states. There's some stability. Okay, we need to do it 2 more times. So we need 30 PP. So we can get stability back up. And then we're going to take stability down again. But we're doing it strategically. I don't know how much 15 weekly manpower is worth. That seems low. Like, the maximum you can get is 1530, 4560, 7590, 105, 120, like 135, 150? It's just 150 weekly if you do with all nations. It seems really low, but that's whatever. I don't know what chat's asking. How many civs does he have? If you put out divisions to support, Spain would have wanted it. 15 though, dude. $780 a year for each trade, so good the early... Oh wait, it stacks per week? In that case, it'd be good. All right, who else do I want to trade with? I thought I just meant that it stacks per trade. Who else do I want to trade with, dude? Communists everywhere. I was going to trade with Italy, but they're going communist. I don't want to trade with the Soviets, obviously. France and the UK are, of course, going allies for once, and the US is going to be a thorn in our side as well. Germany is going to be a thorn in our side. I guess we could trade with the provisional Russian government, but they're also communists. They're just not in a faction. There's Czechoslovakia, who is also democratic. Tough call. I would say... I mean, Italy's gone, so this is... You'd have to do the Italian Union here. I mean, we can always trade with the Italian Union, and then if they join up with the European Syndicate, then we simply stop trading with them, I guess. I don't know. They're all... It's like a bunch of it's a bunch of problems here. The US is the least likely to affect us in the immediate future. So I'd say the US, because we have to pick 2. I gotta pick 2 of these. And we need to secure foodstuffs again. They get bombers and tank production, and we get stability and manpower. They have accepted the trade. The Mountainous Republic of Dagestan has declared war on the provisional Russian government. I'm sorry, who? The Mountainous Republic of Dagestan has declared war on the Soviet Union. The US has graciously accepted our trade offer. All right, we need one more trade offer. These guys? Gamzatbek Han? Matcha Chakla? Makhachkala. I got it. Basic small airframe. We are going to want to make some planes. Those guys are cool. They seem cool. They definitely do seem cool. 150 kilometers extra range. 5 extra agility. 2 extra air defense. They're faster. Same reliability. A little heavier. I mean, come on. Look at this plane. Then look at this plane. So what is it? November 1937. We can start getting infantry. We can start getting computing machines. Let's get computing machines first, and then we'll start doing infantry. And planes can get a little perk. Production and efficiency gain. We want to make them fast. So I'll do production efficiency plus 5% to start. They should let you click names and stuff that says the correct pronunciation out loud. Kind of true. All right, aircraft construction unlocks some new upgrades for planes if we're using the plane builder, which is only in DLCs as well. I just realized it's hard to tutorialize Hearts of Iron unless you have all the DLCs, because some of you will be like, the plane builder? What? And then I don't even remember what DLC the plane builder is in. I want to say it's a No Step Back. Or is that the tank builder? $5 a month for every DLC. Yeah, I mean, it's right there. All right, infantry time. It's in the Ethiopia one. By blood alone. By blood alone. Okay, I was close. I'll take the research bonus on infantry. That's like the most useful one in my opinion. Yeah, by blood alone was the Italy, Ethiopia, Switzerland. But yeah, $5. We did the math. If you bought Hearts of Iron and all of the actual DLC contents, it's $105 or $106. So if you bought the base game for $12 and then just paid the $5 monthly subscription fee, you could play 94 divided by 5, which is like what, 19? Basically like almost 19 months for the $5 DLC expansion. 18 to 19 months for the same price. It's a long time. Yeah, I was gonna say, I paid $100 to play Starfield. Okay. I paid for $100 to play Starfield, bro. So, comparatively, this is a pretty good deal. Alright, who am I trading the ball bearings with? Not Germany, not the UK, not France. I mean, at least Czechoslovakia is in a different entente, so I think we trade with Czechoslovakia. We need foodstuffs. Great news. Stability and weekly manpower. All right. Wait, we have to have more than 65%? Okay. Well, I have 65%, so we gotta do this one more time. I prefer the wait for a Steam sale strategy on Paradox games. Bro, that's what we're talking about. There's a Steam sale right now. That's where the $105 figure comes from. The Swiss Confederation joins the Allies. Earlier today, the United Kingdom and the Swiss Confederation issued a joint statement that the latter has now been formally granted member status of the Allies. Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen. Very rare. Very rare. Very fast. They seek strength in numbers. Okay, we need... Oh, rip the mountainous Republic of Dagestan. The Soviets took it instantly. That was fast. The Poles and Romanians announced a renewed commitment to each other's defense. Although good relations have existed between the two for over a decade, today's announcement indicates mutual defense is increasingly dominating military planning in Poland and Romania. How was the new DLC? I assume good because you're still playing it. Yeah, I like the new DLC a lot. There's obviously some like launch issues with things that will need some ironing out, but the Nordics are very, very fun and pretty challenging. And I think that the international market is fantastic so far. All right, no focus until we get 30 political power. Okay. I'm gonna trade ball bearings. I think the lesser of the evils is the Italian Union. So we're trading them ball bearings, which they get basically free production cost 5 to 8% off of their manufacturing of fighters, bombers, and all tanks. But they have to pay some consumer goods factories, and we get stability and weekly manpower that stacks. We could be asking for XP, or we could be asking for knowledge sharing. Or we could abort negotiations, but the foodstuffs is so good. The Italian Union accepts the ball-bearing trade. That stability up at 67% should quell the public unrest. Yes! And we have avoided nationwide strikes, while also steadily increasing our weekly manpower. Which is at 60 still. It hasn't increased, so I don't know what chat's talking about yet. We're gonna watch that, okay? The Azerbaijan Democratic Republic declared war on the Soviet Union. Cool. Swedish ball bearings, so good, they stabilize our own society. Yes, indeed. But we can finally go back to picking a national focus. So we are going fascist Sweden. So we're not undermining the fascists, which would be your treat to go king and council and go monarchy. We're going to revoke anti-militia laws instead, which is a mutually exclusive decision. And that's got a 10-day ahead of time since it had banked 10 days for us. We're still just on full-time civilian factory construction until we get 30. Field hospitals. We definitely want to integrate these into our armed forces. So even at their base, they still give us 15% reduction in XP loss. So when they take casualties and are replaced, they don't lose as much experience. And we get 20% trickle back and war support protection. The proportion of losses in combat that can be saved and returned to the manpower pool. Saved casualties will not impact the war support penalty. So losing people in war, turns out, decreases war support. So these help avoid losing war support. I think field hospitals have become just essential for everything in the Nordics. Because we have so few people anyways. I'm going to continue using our organizations in Sweden, because we didn't do that at all in Finland almost, for the first chunk of the game. But anyway, what's up, Ace Tech? Only took 120 political power to stabilize. Not bad, since it sounds like the cost of the bigger decisions anyways. Yeah, and we can continue to trade with others if we want. Also, we now have a permanent... There's the ball bearing and food exchange. It still says plus 60 manpower. I'm not convinced that it stacks the way you think it does. But I'm happy with plus 8% to stability. Because the way you thought it went is very OP, but we'll see. So I think we have like the permanent daily fascism support from the radio, losing daily communism support, losing ideology drift defense, but we're getting some nice research speed and war support. And fascist support's at 27% now, so it's trucking along. We have to force deploy our divisions because they don't have any artillery, so we got to deploy them ourselves. Boop. boop, boop. And they'll come out mostly ready. No artillery. So armored trains, significantly more expensive to produce than regular trains, but resistant. They actually do damage against airplanes. They're like anti-air trains, which is kind of cool. And they have 250 frickin' armor, so they're a lot harder to blow up. And it is January 1938, so we can do radar. And we also really need support weapons. So let's grab support weapons and keep our infantry current and make it go even faster. Okay, so they're coming out almost level 2. Not quite. Now what we get to do is, I guess, help Spain if they can't close it out themselves. I will send volunteers if possible. You need to select either one or more armies or select air volunteers. You have 0 divisions as volunteer forces. Your total limit is 4. All right, so if we choose our army. Okay, we have to create a division. I don't do this very often, so this is a little different for us. We're gonna just choose 3, put them in their own group. And I'd like to like train a different general. Why do we have these cavalry leaders? Please, Sweden, please. Leader XP gain minus 10%. Sweden loves horsies. Because this guy's only got 1 attack and he's already level 3. Alright, I'm just gonna go rogue. Because I assume it takes longer to go from 3 to 4 than it does from 1 to 2. I'm gonna go rogue. I'm just gonna pick this random dude. Oh, he's an air safety expert. Hailed as a war hero. Military high command artillery expert. I don't like the 10% lower political. Minus 25 is even worse. You guys are all kind of bad. All right, we're gonna go per Sylvan. Because he gets a 100% infantry leader XP factor, 1, 2, 3 planning, no logistics. I'm gonna choose you. Okay. And then since we have 47 army XP, I'm gonna go ahead and pick a Spirit of the Academy on the officer corps to try to change how they level up. So we can give them a 50% chance of bonus attack, defense, planning, or higher chance to become tricksters, commandos, naval invaders. Planning and logistics is good. But I think we're gonna choose bold attack because we have nobody who can attack and we're going fascist, which means we need to be aggressive. I'm gonna try bold attacks. That's gonna cost us 20 army XP. Now we're gonna go back to Spain, send volunteers, choose the army that has 4 divisions. Will generate 0.5% threat. Sent divisions will be removed from the map in transit and will return when the transfer is complete. Divisions cannot be called home, but will return if you end up in war or the target country goes to peace. Nationalist Spain allows a volunteer force from our country to fight. Our troops are on the way, and will be there 21st of January, so in like 2 weeks. Okay, outdated equipment in production. The train? Yeah, let's just switch to armor. Oh, all right, hi chat. Yeah, I thought Finland's generals were very cool. The Italian Civil War is over. Are there any civil wars yet? There was one of them right there. Etel, sorry I'm late. Did you look to see if Iceland had its own tree? It does. Did you decide against playing Iceland because being an island would be boring? All right, Iceland's biggest fan. I just wanted to play Sweden, and I wanted to play Denmark, and I wanted to play Finland. Is that not reason enough? We didn't even know Iceland had its own tree until, like, halfway into the Finland campaign. Let's just say, there's a reason why Iceland's focus tree is secret. The 4 divisions you sent have arrived. They are here. Alright, Per Sylvan is currently en route from a previous command. While they are doing that, we are going to focus on finding out. We're just going to help reinforce one of the flanks here. On the coast. They are doing like a big attack. And then I'm going to set an offensive line to this port. A very straightforward offensive line, so we're going to help reinforce here already. Nice. Since they are attacking, he thinks that this is like already easy peasy. But I'm hesitant to go until we've planned a little bit for an offensive bonus. Yeah, there's a difference in expedition forces and volunteers. You maintain control over your volunteers. Expeditionary forces, it's the other way around. The host nation controls the expeditionary forces. So we can make aircraft now. We can also make... Now we're good there. Ooh, factories though. We need to queue up some more civilian factories. One for you. Actually, just 2 for you. 2 for you. Are we allied to fascist Spain? Nope, you do not have to be allied to send volunteer forces. The theory being that the forces themselves volunteered, though since this is a video game, obviously we sent them, which would basically be perceived differently, but sleeper agent volunteers. The short-sighted politicians in the Riksdag banned the creation of paramilitary groups in 1934. Following the unveiling of the Munska Karen? With so many socialists and other traitors in our midst, we must reverse the ban and create a new force of stormtroopers to keep the nation safe. Create a new stormtrooper division template for militia and unlocks the stormtrooper recruitment decision to increase the cap on divisions. Divisions are only available after changing to fascism. Speaking of, this is the part where we have to choose between delegating to Berlin, which we're not doing, and unifying our own push, where the NSAP becomes a ruling party. I think that's what we want. But first, before we can even pick this, we need to appeal for support. Unlocks appeal for support decisions to gain political support for the nationalist movement. The aristocratic establishment of Sweden have seen their power and influence eroded over the decades, but it is not yet extinguished. By rallying their support and resources, we can return the nation to a more natural form of government. 35 days, that's a fast one. So we need to save PP, if possible. Also, you guys just go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and launch. That way we can at least do something, since they're already on like a full-scale offensive anyways, because we've almost got this port. And we're pushing into it as we speak. That's us, baby. 24 attack, 11 defense. We're here And we're helping. And we're also pushing in on this mountain province in Granada. So they'll get a little bit of XP from this. Capturing the port is huge. And then that guy automatically turned to try it. We need to take this little outcropping for sure. We're helping. We're getting experience. We have been exercising them and training them so they're already level 3, which is nice. Okay, what was chat asking? If you did the left side of that, could you do the delegation to Berlin thing? To do delegation to Berlin, you have to do National Socialist movement. So you could send the delegation to Berlin as long as you did Unify, and you can do Unify and send a delegation and still be king, yeah. As far as I can tell. You can delegation to Berlin and still go king and council. They are not mutually exclusive. Oh dear. Oh no. Axis Iceland. Iceland has joined the Axis. They were the first joiners. Even before Hungary. We get some new voice lines. What does that mean? I swear we're not like this, Etal. A likely story. Is this a new campaign? You can always tell if a campaign is new by what year it is. In the top right, it's 1938. All games start as early as 1936. So if you ever go into a stream and you want to know if the campaign is new or not, you can judge based on the starting year versus what year they're in now. But we did start it today, yes. Meatwood Flag, thank you for 29 months, by the way. What up? Appreciate the sub. As we're helping, we sent volunteer forces into Spain. Soviet Union annexed the Azerbaijan Democratic Republic. They are in some civil wars. The provisional Russian government has done a great job of solidifying control in the east and is now pushing west. But the other pockets of civil war not as successful. All right, we got actually a good amount of infantry. We need to really up our conscription. It's hard to do everything we need to do, man. Kyrgyzstan has declared war on the Soviet Union. Another one. This helps us right now. Personal and crew serve weapons for infantry and bits of kit, making us a little bit more modern for 5% bonus against infantry. Very nice. All right, 1938, not close enough to do production. Is close enough for radar. Not close enough for support. Is close enough for logistics company. Let's do logistics company. I think that's going to be huge again. A lot of our support organizations are going to look the same in the Nordics because they all share a lot in common with regard to like not having supplies and not having a lot of people. So there's a lot of overlap there. What's America doing? In 1938, nothing. In any game. At the speed Etal plays, 2 years could be 2 streams. Acetech, that is factually inaccurate. Okay, we did 3 streams for Finland, and you can do the math. We started in 1936, and we ended in 1956. That's 20 years over 3 streams, which is like 6 to 7 years per stream. Okay, factually incorrect. The aristocratic establishment of Sweden have seen their power and influence eroded over the decades, but it is not yet extinguished. By rallying their support and resources, we can return the nation to a more natural form of government. Unlocks appeal for support decisions to get political support for the nationalist movement. Supporters will expect to be paid back in the future, and stability will be drastically impacted if you do not meet the obligations. Should I be worried? Unify the socialist movement. Gets event. Unite the National Socialist Movement. One of the following from the event can be taken. Sven Olav Lindholm becomes leader of the Fascist Party. Anti-democrat plus stability minus democracy support. Or Birger Furugard becomes leader of the fascists plus recruitable population minus stability. Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, let me see what the decisions are. Approach the aristocracy, meet with the industrialists, meet with the military, rally the rural folk. You basically increase fascism popularity by 10% per, but supporters expect to be paid back. Now, you have to have 50% support for NSAP. We're already at 30%, and we don't even have the extra political advisor buffing it. But yeah, the recruitable population factor here is great. The stability down is actually difficult, because as Sweden, we still have Hungerscold. Sweden risks strikes or riots if stability falls under 65%. And we're at 66. So we get strikes and riots. The only way to avoid that would be to spend a bunch of PP. We get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10% bonus stability if we take all these. It's ominous that all these decisions are free. It's very ominous. Yeah, it is very ominous. I mean, on the flip side, there will be a recruitable political advisor who does increase recruitable population. Oh, wait, that is... Okay, so yeah, this is a little confusing, actually, because both of these optional leaders will become... Public elections will not be held, and they will be political advisors. So I don't know if they get their perks, because this is the same stats. Recruitable population 2%, stability down 10, justify war goal time down. So I don't know, do they give those effects whether they're the leader or a political advisor? This is tough. This is tough. I think that the balance of stability is the actual core gameplay of Sweden, which is interesting to me. Strapped for political power, big time. Strapped for stability, big time. It turns out converting your government to a fascist regime is difficult and destabilizes. How many factors are you at now? Not 40. I think we need to go ahead and push and just see what happens, because you get 180 days to do something. It's possible that we elect the dude we want as a leader, and we could just hire the other guy as a political advisor who will buff stability, and we get both. That's sort of what I'm thinking. Infantry equipment defense up, soft attack and reliability. Let's do soft attack and reliability first. Does this need to be upgraded? Or will it just be that way by default? All right, where's my my volunteers? We've got him surrounded. Hopefully, our general is getting some XP from this. He's currently learning traits. PogChamp, PogChamp, PogChamp. Hello, Meatwood. Flack. Did I already say hi, Meatwood? It says War Pog. And thanks again, War of the Worlds, for gifting the sub to Vale Fallen. But what up and welcome. But yeah, the easiest way to increase stability is improve worker conditions, but you need political power to do that. What I've noticed is we don't get that much political power from the focus tree like we did in Finland. It's just a different vibe. All right, let's split them up. They're doing a good job supporting so far, and putting the finishing touches on the Spanish Civil War. They've also got an encirclement here. Good job. Oh, they had one. I'll just kind of do this manually a bit. Very nice encirclement by the AI. It's cool that the Nordic countries meaningfully feel different. Yeah, Sweden's has been unique so far, where it's a struggle with stability and political power. Alright, we're gonna kind of flank everybody in here. I'm only controlling the units with the green card. What's up, Rapid Recline? How's it going? Yeah, we wanna condense them all. Uh-oh, but the AI is sort of abandoning this spot. Never mind. They're good. The Republic of Belarus has declared war on the Soviet Union. It's a delicate balance between stability, PP, and ball bearings. Yes. Yes, it is. Maybe if they slow down, we could get Carl in here for some more XP. Carl's a no-show this time. This is why we didn't let chat people bet. Because I was going to be pushing a thumb on the scale to try to make nationalist Spain win. I tried Norway last night, and man, it was different and tough. I liked it though. Yeah, it feels like they are pretty tough. So they're kind of trying to push out. So I'm just watching as they get popped off, and we're just gonna kind of move in from here. They really do sound like the same bullshit a lot. 2 divisions left. Great encirclement as they blink out of existence. Nicely done. Nationalist victory in the Spanish Civil War. After a long and grueling civil war, the Nationalists, united under Francisco Franco, have finally defeated their Republican enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper exertion of local nationalist control in previously Republican areas, it's unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. As the nation focuses on rebuilding a war-torn city and industry, it remains to be seen what effect the nationalist ideological amalgamation will have on their foreign policy, and whether the generous foreign military aid they received will be repaid. I think they're talking about me. Spain was annexed. Denmark? What? Literally, when did this happen? There was no pop-up? This was it's April 1938. Like, what even happened? Yes, there was. Clip it. April 1938? Denmark declared on fascist Iceland, who joined the Axis. Well, I mean, I saw... Oh. Oh, that's what it was. That makes sense, yeah. Oh, that's not good for us. Iceland got bailed out. They're already at war with the Allies. Dude, the sneakiest world war? Super early phony war. Dear God. That's very unfortunate. Iceland just is throwing everything under the bus, dude. War with nobody having an army. Dude, this is one of the earliest World War breakouts I've ever seen. Yeah, Germany's already at war with the UK. Well, I gotta get everybody on the border, dude, just in case. 15% world tension, world war. This is weird even for us. We kind of have to stop doing military exercises now for at least a large group. We need at least like a squad of like at least 6 divisions just in Helsingborg by itself, I'd say. Is like 1-3 is perfect. It's like 3 defense. Or there's 1-4. Carl? You wanna do it for me, Carl? I have never seen this. Yeah, I've never seen this either. Iceland ruins everything again. They would still have to, like, justify a war on us for now, I think. Because they only broke their non-aggression pact with us, but they haven't, like... World War started before the Anschluss of Austria. After a successful coup d'etat by local Nazi party in Vienna, German troops have crossed the Austrian border and taken control of the country. No fighting has been reported, and the German soldiers were greeted by cheering crowds in the cities. In a speech before a massive crowd at the Heldenplatz in Vienna, Hitler announced the Anschluss of Austria, annexing the country into Germany. The oldest eastern province of the German people shall be, from this point on, the newest bastion of the German Reich. I legitimately think they need to rebalance Iceland. They caused a world war during one of my campaigns, too. I don't know, maybe? Maybe the easiest way to clean it up is for Denmark not to declare war on them, but I guess... The only way to really fix it is to make it so that people can't just join a faction while they're already at war, but I don't know. Why did the UK and France join the war? My expectation is that they were... somehow guaranteeing Denmark? How did they declare war at all? Okay, so chat, here's what happened. Iceland went fascist and tried to get independence from Denmark. Denmark said, I don't think so, and they started a civil war. So Denmark is at war, fighting an offensive war against Iceland. Iceland, losing the civil war, doesn't even have the port anymore, says, I need help. Joins the Axis, and then the German Reich is dragged into a civil war to protect their faction member, Fascist Iceland. Now that automatically puts the German Reich at war with Denmark, right under our noses while I wasn't paying attention. They invade in no time because it's 1938. That's before even Denmark historically fell in like 6 hours to Germany. So that's recap. And we're still a little unclear why the UK and France are at war with the German Reich. But Switzerland is also in the Allies, and Italy is communist. So the Reich this time is not quite as strong as it was, because now they have Switzerland, which hopefully is at least using or leveraging the mountains. But then again, that might just be a backdoor into France. They were most likely guaranteeing Denmark, probably. There should be a world tension limit for joining a faction while at war. I actually think that would be an elegant solution. Because there already is a tension limit to join factions. We need world tension at 80% to ask to join a faction. Currently 26%. So that's already a gameplay mechanic. So it doesn't make sense why you do not need any world tension to join a faction when you're in a civil war. You get a free pass, it seems like. I just hate seeing civil wars ended by one side joining a faction. Yeah, I definitely think that I would appreciate some kind of change there to prevent these sort of weird situations from spiraling out of control in 1938. Because it's funny. But yeah, civil wars, like Germany joining a Denmark civil war did increase some world tension, but like not really. Germany is only responsible for 13%, and 12% is the Anschluss. And like none of it is we invaded Denmark. So it isn't even logically spelled out in the game. Like there isn't a tangible, like world tension did not go up as a result of that. Which either world tension should go way up as a result of that, or there should be a world tension limit for joining a faction and helping someone's civil war. Like politically, you should have to stay out of someone's civil war, or else world tension goes up incredible. The game probably views Germany as the defenders. I don't know, but it's, yeah, something's wonky there, for sure. I would totally agree with that. Okay, we need to figure out what we're doing now. I got 6 divisions going down to Helsingborg. I'm still gonna maintain my strategy of building civilian factories for now, because there isn't an easy way for Germany to just declare war with Sweden in 1938 unless we do something crazy. They're just sending peacekeeping forces to unstable regions. Nothing to see here, guys. Soviet Union has annexed Kyrgyzstan during their own civil war. The development of automatic weapons. Support weapons 2, defense, breakthrough 5%. Okay, we already got field hospitals. Chat, why am I researching field hospitals 2? I must have clicked that on accident. It's not the worst thing, but I didn't mean to. But yeah, because we're kind of like caught up on everything here. I'm gonna get radar. Field hospitals, the sequel. But yeah, if we just get steamrolled, then I'll just reset, I guess. Best case scenario is just build a bunch of forts here. Like I said, I'm gonna stick to the plan for now. Volunteer forces have returned home. Welcome back. I'm gonna put 2 more of you guys on the border. And then the rest of you are gonna get a land defense buff, I guess. Where the goal is just gonna be ports only. Only ports. So we need 7 divisions. We have exactly 7. One of them is a stinky horse. No offense, stinky horse. And I want to pick someone who has higher defense. Well, if you got a stinky horse, you may as well have a cavalry leader, I guess. And that they can do exercises there. The Republic of Crimea has declared war on the Provisional Russian government and the Soviet Union. Why not both? Oh yeah, I guess we could do Gotland as well, but we still don't have enough people to hold it, so sort of is irrelevant for now. We're understandably behind for the 1938 World War. The February 1938 World War is not something you typically plan around when you're starting a Hearts of Iron campaign. But everybody has a plan till they get punched in the mouth, I guess. Like, if I was playing France in this timeline, I just start the campaign over. If I'm playing France and I am in war with Germany in February 1938, I'm just like, that was fun. Let's go again. The one thing that they have going for them is that Italy is not going to join the Axis, so at least they can concentrate on the Maginot Line. As long as Switzerland doesn't capitulate. Because then they got like a soft underbelly. They've got a river and they've got a mountain. Good luck. Unite the National Socialist Movement. The National Socialist Movement is far too fragmented to seize power in Sweden. If that is to change, the movement needs to stop petty infighting and rally behind our one true leader. Sven Olav Lindholm becomes leader of the Fascist Party, anti-democrat, plus stability, daily democracy support down, acceptance of democratic diplomacy down. The question is that his stat if he is the leader, or does that happen immediately? That's the question. And then we have Birger Furugard. Recruitable population up 2%, which is a lot. Minus 10% stability and justify war gold time down. Do we have to put them in a position of power, or do those become like immediate effects? When they become advisors, who knows what they get? Bring on the riots. Because like what's interesting is over here, underneath this, we have organized a putsch, which makes them both available as political advisors as the NSAP becomes the ruling party, where they keep the same stats. So is there a chance that we pick the person who is plus stability as the leader and apply the other person as a political advisor? I guess that's a problem because this is not a good permanent, like just plus 10% stability is not really great but not that great long term. But it's good short term. We can't pick this until we have more than 50% support for NSAP anyways. Which we only have 32%. So I have to put somebody in as a political advisor. Like, somebody needs to start increasing fascist ideology each day. It is daily changing plus 0.03, but that's not a ton. And there's already one propagandist whose daily support is plus 0.1. We can use the decisions, yeah, but we have to pay them back in the future. So I guess we'll do that. All right, let's just pick the long-term pick. Recruitable population plus 2%. Minus 10% stability. Justify war gold time down 10%. Good luck. Okay, I don't think that changed anything yet. Now it's time to make some promises and try and cash some checks. Wait, write some checks that our tongue can't cash. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, the aristocracy. Let's meet with the military first. And we'll start there. That's a free decision. Supporters will expect to be paid back in the future, and stability will be drastically impacted if your obligations are not met. Military is the last I would have met with. You know who the first I would have met with is? Your mom. All right, I have 100 political power. Should I just start on using that for improved worker conditions? Because I could. Soviet Union has annexed the Republic of Belarus. Rest in peace. The Soviet forces and a number of independent Belarusian communist supporters have forced Adam Stankiewicz and his government Stankiewicz into exile as a new government has been established to rule the Republic of Belarus in cooperation with the Soviet Union. Stalin has remarked that the mutual agreement will bring an age of prosperity and cooperation. Adam has responded by stating even in exile he shall continue to fight. Chat, is the provisional Russian government losing? Are they losing? Oh, boy. Oh, big ouch. 443,000 provisional casualties, 142,000 Soviet casualties. Not good. And then here's the World War, 60,000 Allied casualties, 12,000 German casualties. But France is doing okay. Denmark took 57k somehow. That was fast. I guess the encirclements? All right, we're going to hold off on a national focus. Well, hold that thought. Research speed plus 5% as we study how computers work and laying the theoretical groundwork for modern computers and constructing electromechanical machines to start putting them into practice. It is May 1938. Good on infantry. Good on support companies. Good on artillery. Good on engineering. Okay, back to air then. Let's study photo reconnaissance or torpedoes or bombs. Any of those, really. Okay, I need to look at this at least. So, we need 50%, more than 50% support. We're not doing delegation to Berlin. Perhaps whilst we wait, we could do the 35-day infrastructure investment, which I think is just good. Because we've already got a small head start on it. Denmark has gone fast. This is the earliest I've ever seen the Allies versus the Axis in any game of Hearts of Iron. I feel like we see something different every time we play, dude. It's a little crazy. But this is also the first time I've seen Switzerland join the Allies. I wonder if it'll make a difference. The Republic of Georgia declares war on the Soviets. There is no shortage of military officers who are dismayed at the mismanagement of the nation's defenses under the current administration. Many senior officers from the Army and Navy have therefore agreed that they will aid the nationalist cause in exchange for bolstering the defense budget when we come to power. 10% support they expect to be paid back in the future. as we learn how logistics work. We're going to be plugging logistics support groups into our infantry as soon as we can. It's just unfortunate how often that new thing turns out to be the worst case scenario for our particular campaign. Yeah, how like Denmark of all places only applies to us and stops me from being able to claim it early. Denmark has moved and joined the Allies. Denmark's like, I live here now. We just moved the entire nation. We'll build again. Luxembourg joined the Allies as the German Reich declares war on Luxembourg super early, man. They're also apparently at war with Czechoslovakia with no event whatsoever that popped up on the screen. This is the quietest. Where are the newspaper articles? Soviet Union has annexed Crimea, or Crimea, depending on your pronunciation. They will continue to fight. The Kingdom of Hungary has joined the Axis. Cool, thanks. I'm really glad to see Ahistorical is doing what it's supposed to. The newspapers don't know what's happening either. Silent wars. Why are they pushing into Leipzig? Large parts of Sweden are still rural and pitiably underdeveloped. We should remedy this to better take advantage of our natural resources. A new political advisor is available who gives you bonuses to building infrastructure, civilian factories, supply hubs, and rails. We get 2 infrastructure for free. And to get this, I can save 10 days. Let's rally the rural folk for 14 days. We're at 43% support. Croatia joined the Axis. The independent state of Croatia declared war on Yugoslavia. So now Romania is also in the war. Poland is not in a faction. But they like Romania, and they were trying to join. 77% world tension in June 1938. Why are all of our Hearts of Iron runs so cursed? Romania joined the Czech Entente. So it's Yugoslavia, Romania, Czechoslovakia, and France, and the UK, and Switzerland, and what's left of Denmark versus German Reich and Hungary. Interesting. I don't know if the German Reich is ready for that, dude. That's rough right there. And Czechoslovakia getting Romania, like the meme where the dude is assassinating the dude, and then the dude behind them is assassinating them, and the dude behind them is assassinating them. That's what's going on right now. German Reich is like, I'm attacking Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia's, no, I'm attacking you. And then Hungary goes, nuh-uh, I'm in your soft underbelly. And then Romania's like, I'm in your soft underbelly. Now Bulgaria's got to join the Axis somehow, and then they get Romania. The Komi Republic declared war on the Soviet Union. All right, we're waiting on rural folk to pop. Rural support swells. Many outside the urban centers of Sweden feel left behind by the policies of the Social Democrats. Furthermore, they feel threatened by industrialization and worry their traditional way of life is eroding by sowing seeds of discontent among them. We have managed to create a groundswell of support for nationalist movements who promise to invest in the countryside and restore traditional values. Fascism support 10% up. They expect to be paid back in the future. Now we have more than 50% support for fascism, and we can go ahead and organize the putsch and try and take the ruling party. We are at 64% stability, though. Which means public unrest will occur in 150 days unless we do something. I'm going to continue to hoard political power for a little bit so that we can do this right. All right, before this goes on any further, chat, give me 1 minute. As Sweeted Dreams, thanks for 22 months. Nice username. Thanks for the sub, but we're going to switch to night mode real quick. And also, I didn't get a snack earlier, so I'm going to grab a snacky. And then we're going to watch Czechoslovakia invade the German Reich all the way to Berlin. Okay. What's up? Beep, 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 beep.
More civil wars. Okay. Snack is being consumed. And then back to your regularly scheduled program. What are you eating? A Nutri-Grain cashew bar. Wait, Nature's Valley. Nature's Valley. Not Nutri-Grain. There's a big Steam sale in this game, but I don't know much about it. Here to check it out. What's up? Mark of the Geese. We just started our Sweden campaign today with the new DLC. We're just watching other things going on in the world. And hoping they don't affect us. Okay, so we just learned decimetric radar, which will let us build high-level radar station level 2, but the coordination bonus affects all of our military, so we get it for that anyways. All right, it is 1938 in-game, still very early in the campaign. Things have spiraled out of control very quickly. And we're looking for what research might benefit us next. We can research things ahead of time, but you get a penalty based on how far ahead you are of that year in which it's supposed to be researched. So sometimes it's worth going out ahead of time. Sometimes it's not. We're pretty much current on everything. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and do some excavation because it'll be beneficial later. Even if we have no need for extra resources now because we have... we're exporting most of our stuff, and we lost a whole bunch of exporting partners, unfortunately, so we're still trying to get a nice round 30 civilian factories in Sweden so that we can, like, really change gears. That might be a little overzealous of me. We'll see. That might end up being the wrong play. But we're doing pretty nice. We got like 23 right now. We're only getting 4 from trade. So if we get more trade, then we'll get a lot more civilian factories to help build. The sweet and salty? Yeah, it's the sweet and salty cashew ones. They're pretty good. Almonds, I felt like the cashew was a bit too nutty. See, I think almonds are a bit too nutty. I like eating cashews a lot more than eating almonds. Almonds are just like nut just fallen from a tree crunch. Cashews are like closer to peanuts. Almonds are like closer to, like, harder than pecans. The Republic of Karelia declared war on the Soviet Union. Okay. Sucks to be you, Soviet Union. But anyway, I saw some people be like, hey, I'm new. I did start the stream today sort of explaining how you get a game going from the beginning. So if you're interested in some of the, like, starter details, probably skip to the part where we're in the Sweden campaign today. And I kind of went over all the beginning decisions that you make. in a campaign to like unpause. So right now we're sort of just responding to pop-ups, which is a good, nice groove that you get into where you've kind of got everything taken care of and you just respond to pop-ups for the most part. But we do need to be spending some political power, so we'll probably do that. Bombs will go on our potential close air support. Planes that one day we'll make. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get synthetic oil. We need to know how to build fuel silos and produce our own synthetics. So that's worthwhile. But I'm saving my political power right now because we're doing a particular national focus that is hopefully gonna change our government style. And I wanna get a particular political advisor after this is done. But we do need to be wary of the public unrest in 118 days. So I think it is worth trading ball bearings with somebody. Like, even though we don't want the Allies to win, we actually want Germany to lose so that they have to give up their Denmark holdings so that we can demand Denmark. It's kind of in our interest. So I'm actually going to start trading ball bearings with France for 30 political power. And because of our ability as Sweden to trade ball bearings, we can trade for stability and manpower. We can trade for XP for Army, Navy, or Air. We can trade for a research bonus. I like trading for stability and weekly manpower. So they will accept. Great. They graciously accept the offer. So that stability pushes us back over 65%, which for Sweden quells the public unrest and prevents strikes and riots. So we're at 66. Public unrest should go. Boom. All right, there we go. Preventing riots. And also, Chad, just for the record, we're still just getting 75 weekly manpower. It is not exponentially increasing like 3 or 4 of you said it would at the beginning. This is exactly what I expected. It's just a small amount. I feel like we don't get enough in return for our ball bearings personally, but what do I know? Like 2% stability and 15 manpower, and they get like 6% production efficiency on all tanks and planes. Feels like we're getting the short end of that stick. But I really need stability, so I guess I'll take what I can get. Meanwhile, research. Photo reconnaissance and field hospitals. So I didn't mean to research field hospitals too, but now we have it, so we're gonna need to attach these to our infantry divisions once we probably do have enough support equipment. So let's just go ahead and show you how to edit our existing division templates now. So we already have a division of infantry with 12 combat width, and they already have support artillery, engineer companies, cavalry recon, and we're going to add to that the field hospitals. So as of the last update, field hospitals actually buff our HP, so you can see it go from 154 to 171. They give a nice infantry HP bonus. They are also reducing experience loss if we take casualties, and they're also increasing our breakthrough while taking a couple of other penalties. Mainly, we're going to need trucks. Oh, we don't have trucks. Hold that thought. We need to build some more trucks. I'm going to take one factory off support equipment, we'll put one on trucks. We haven't really mobilized... we haven't really gotten the manufacturing arm of our military going yet. Because I wasn't expecting the World War to break out in February 1938. But now it is 1938. So what do we want? I'm going to do torpedoes for planes and... I might research tanks, even if I don't... Well, we're going to want military police for our occupation territories. I guess ball bearings are cheap political power cost to use, but it really does feel weak, especially when you're kind of shoehorned into getting the stability rather than anything more interesting. Yeah.
I think you're less shoehorned if you don't go fascist. If you like fascist Sweden lowers stability, whereas democratic communist builds stability. So if you're playing not fascist Sweden, the ball bearings, you have more options. I think it's just because of our particular path, so to speak. Okay, our organization for automotives has earned another perk. So we're going to make our manufacturer buff breakthrough for our trucks. And then just start building the better truck. You're playing the new DLC? Yep, that's why I put all DLC in brackets in the title. Because in this case, all of them also includes the new one. What's up? How's it going, Taban? The Republic of Uzbekistan has declared war on the Soviet Union. Now they gotta fight Karelia, Komi, the Provisional Russian Government, and Uzbekistan down here. Well, Czechoslovakia, what are you doing, baby? You guys, all you had to do was not try and push into Berlin and just hold the mountains. They got greedy. Now they're about to lose Prague. I cannot have you capitulating right now. Some of these songs are much louder than others. Organize a putsch! We have finally amassed enough support among the Swedish people that we can seize control of the Riksdag. There will be doubtless resistance from the misguided Democrats and Socialists who have forgotten what it means to be Swedish. But we have the strength to simply brush them aside. Politics will change. NSAP becomes the ruling party. Public elections will not be held. New political advisors available. Birger Furugard, Konrad Hallgren, and Sven Hedengren. Hedengren buffs non-core manpower and damage to garrisons down, so that's good for when you're occupying territory. Konrad gets ideology drift defense. Resistance, this is more of an AI, acceptance of communist diplomacy. And I really care about the recruitable population and the stability one. Okay, so Birger Furugard is our new young-looking yet still balding leader who's got a 2% recruitable pop, minus 10% stability, and justify war gold time. He's so smooth. He is so smooth. Okay, we got a couple of questions from chat. They're kind of big questions. Three questions at least. If I get the game via the sub option, well, you have to buy the base game, I think, regardless. Which is $12. But the $5 DLC pass, as far as I know, is all DLCs. How do you earn trait points for organizations? Multiple ways. This only applies if you have the DLC. But the easiest way is producing the thing. So, like, if I want to earn infantry weapons organization trait points, then I simply use my organization to produce the guns. That will earn funds over time. So right now it says 0.1 produced, max 100 per day. The second is researching with them. So if I research weapons that have the little flask, you research them with the organization, and that will give you a lump sum of funds at the end of the research, but it will cost you daily political power, and it'll also make the research go faster. So that's really beneficial. So you can see a lot of these have flasks, and then tanks will buff the tank organization, artillery buffs the tank organization, and so on. It's like giving them a grant, yeah, basically. And then the third question was, how does the buying thingy work? Great question. The buying thingy. I assume you mean the international market. The international market works by going to the buy, choosing what you want to buy. I can buy 38 support equipment
And I like to get it down to a single delivery so it finishes faster. So you spin civilian factories to get faster deliveries. And they, in return, get construction power. So I can sell equipment if I had some that I wanted to sell. I can make it cheaper or more expensive. And then if anybody takes me up on the offer, they will pay construction power from their own civilian factories. And you can buy and sell whatever you want as long as you have access to purchase. They need to be within range. You can't buy anywhere. They still have to travel, convoys and whatnot. And you can't guarantee people will buy anything. They just choose to if they want. Okay. So now that we've got a government change, we got 55% fascist ideology, a new leader, we got room for new political advisors. There's our stability guy, special envoy, he does have stability. Research guy, infrastructure and civilian factory build speed guy, political power gain guy, don't care about you, daily fascism support and unaligned support guy, ideology drift defense. Okay. Research guy is the previous leader. That's correct, yeah. Which is interesting. So, I just want to make sure that we stay stable. So I'm tempted to do stability up, but we really need to start conscription. Because we have guns and we don't have people. So as long as we have that 66% stability, I'm just going to go limited conscription. Which is going to take us from a 1.5% of our population to 2.5% of our population and start getting some manpower. And then we can look down here and know that we have picked to organize a push instead of delegate to Berlin. So that pretty much puts us on the path. And we can get Restoring Order, which is a really nice buff. We also get a free intelligence agency and a passive defense upgrade, which is really cool. Let's do that. And watch the rest of the world burn. Why is there a chunk of Czechoslovakia in Poland? Not really sure. Czechoslovakia has lost Prague, and they have units encircled. It's very sad. Soviet Union annexed the Komi Republic. More civil wars. Talix, do you plan out multiple researches in advance? Not really. Not unless I really need something in particular. I kind of just react to what's available and pick the best available thing. But I would plan them out if I were going for tanks. I would start researching tank things, airplanes. I've researched a few air just so we have the option. But sometimes I just have to look like, now that it's about September, we're going to start taking all the next available researches and doing industry since we're right around the corner from 1939. So I just try and look at what year it is versus what's available. Also, you knew it was coming. There. The one thing France has going for them this time is that Italy is not also breathing down their borders. Need more ball bearings. We can still trade ball bearings with the UK, the Soviets, the Provisional Russian government. order has disintegrated among the public following our heroic seizure of power. In order to sway the population to our cause, we must show them that we can restore our nation to greatness, and those who still oppose us shall be rooted out and eliminated. Gain restoring order, which gives infrastructure construction speed plus 20%, civilian factory construction speed plus 20% for a year, and we get a free agency called C. Brian. Oh, C. Byron. What does this mean? We have a free intelligence agency. I see Brian. Anyway, also gets a free passive defense perk for counter intel. Very cool. And then that leads to the counter revolution. Unlocks decisions and activates missions to fulfill previous obligations to the factions that supported the nationalists. Stability will be impacted. Military expecting a budget increase and rural people expect investment. Oof. But that gets me to all the juicy stuff that I really need. Since it's too late for Denmark... God, these are all 70-day. Okay, there's some 35 days in here. When are we gonna do military factories, dude? I don't know, but I feel like before Finland falls prey to the Soviets, because it is October 1938, I might take this opportunity, since the government has already changed hands, to do the Åland question. Finland gets event, Sweden requests control of Åland. Because we did start recruiting more manpower now, so we can start training. And if they accept, we now get the island of Åland, core it, and get a civilian factory and 2 building slots. And it says that they're more likely to do it this way than with the Åland issue. But I take this mutually exclusive instead of volunteer corps, and Finland's cause is ours, which sort of just allies with them against the Soviets. The reason why we're taking it is because the island is so close in proximity to us. That's like a springboard. Who would I even send volunteers to right now? We could send volunteers to the provisional Russian government. Can we send volunteers? If we send volunteers to Czechoslovakia, what if they get encircled and die? I mean, it could happen. Maybe we send them to Romania. That's helping democracies, though, which is a bit weird. But the thing is, just because we're fascist doesn't mean other fascists are gonna like us, you know? But we do kind of want Germany to lose so that they free up Denmark. Too many focus tree, not enough time. Too many spoilers for this run? See you. Oh, I was like, I can't spoil Hearts of Iron. It goes differently every game. You mean spoiling the VOD. The VOD. All right, I'm gonna send volunteers to Czechoslovakia. I'm just gonna pick these guys and these guys. And give them... Who was the general that we were using before? Was it Ernst? No. It was Per Sylvan, right? The infantry officer? I think it was Per Sylvan. Okay, yeah, let's do that. And let's send volunteers to Romania. Actually, Czechoslovakia. They will allow volunteers to fight in their wars or troops are on the way to join the struggle. That's another thing we want to do is change... We have 13k spare infantry equipment, which is great, and 1,000 spare I wouldn't mind just empowering our combat width a bit, because that should just make them more robust, like 16 combat width. That'll take 1,200 guns, a chunk of manpower. And I could put the field hospital in, but we'll have negative 86 trucks. I'm making trucks as fast as I can. Not having the field hospital now feels kind of bad. All right, yeah, let's get 16 combat with a little stronger. Reinforce. The Kingdom of Lithuania. On June 4th, 1918, Wilhelm Karl von Urach was democratically elected King of Lithuania with overwhelming support. However, interference from the German Empire meant that the referendum was declared null and Lithuania was never united with her king. In spite of this, the president of Lithuania has today abolished his own office and declared King Mindaugas III, Mindaugas King, as head of state of the new Kingdom of Lithuania. With Antanas Smetona now serving as Lithuania's prime minister, the nation has become an absolute monarchy, and it would seem a new wave of Lithuanian patriotism and jingoism is spreading throughout the nation. Interesting. So we have Poland as monarchy, and now Lithuania. Poland is just like standing idly by. If Poland went to war with German Reich, I think it'd be over. Switzerland has pushed across the river, which is interesting. And we have free civilian factories now. We are at 30 owned civilian factories. Which is kind of incredible. I'm kind of just going all in on the civilian factories still, which might be a huge mistake. They're not going up as fast as I thought they were going to. We didn't have as many plus civilian factory choices as I was expecting either. Sweden's tree is a little bit more challenging than I was anticipating, but it's been fun. Well, bit late, don't you think? Kingdom of Hungary took 6 states, German Reich took 26, Czechoslovakia, SFR Yugoslavia, and Romania were annexed. And then the Kingdom of Poland joined the Allies as Czechoslovakia has capitulated. I'm assuming our volunteer forces are going to come back. You kind of waited a bit long, Poland. Because now you're just going to be at war with the Germans with no buffer here. Why'd they joined so late, dude? Mass storage of fuel requires a complex set of tanks, pipes, and valves to ensure it is secure and readily available. October 1938, 39 is around the corner, so we're going to go ahead and start picking things that'll benefit us, like dispersed industry with a small ahead-of-time penalty, and then construction as well. Yeah, this is real bad for Poland, dude. And now they're at war. The timing on that was awful. Well, rip Czechoslovakia, I guess. I wish we could trade ball bearings with Poland. Oh my god, they might just take Königsberg like immediately. Oh my god, that could be huge, because then they could redistribute all their forces, take the port. Maybe. I've never seen Königsberg fall that fast. But they have to be quick and then go to the borders. Air-launched torpedoes for planes, but we're going to go back to industry, like I said, and get construction 3 for the speed. The Kievan Jadidist Republic has declared war on the Soviet Union. Okay. Also, Luxembourg is still alive. That's kind of hilarious. Good job, Luxembourg. Well done. We can recruit a spy for our agency. This dude, seducer? This guy?
This operative has shown aptitude to get in people's heads, sometimes via the bedroom. Tough. Enemy operative intel extraction rate minus 50%. Infiltrator. Plus 25% infiltration effectiveness. Minus 25% risk. Okay. Do your thing, dude. Build a network in Berlin. Good luck. He's kind of quirky, though. This much war is crazy this early. I know. Yeah, it's November 1938. It is a little insane. I've seen provisional Russian... I've seen this path for the Soviets before where they just have infinite civil wars, but the Western Europe war is crazy this early. In a speech this morning, Prime Minister John Curtin announced the Australian government's dedication to growth and stability as an oceanic state. This means looking to new shores other than those of Britain's Europe, as the Australian people can no longer bear the weight of foreign conflict on their shoulders. In a direct reference to the King's speech at the open of the last Parliament, John Curtin hit the point home, stating, "Never another Gallipoli." The rapturous cheers from the crowds indicate a new era of Australian politics has begun. Where it will end, the world can only begin to speculate. This will have ramifications on the Pacific. Chat, I'm just going to send the volunteers to Poland and hopefully not get encircled. And I mean, they won't get encircled as long as I'm watching. All right, Persilvan's on the way. German Reich formalizes the anti-Soviet pact. They've long condemned communism in all forms and today made diplomatic motions to demand other nations oppose it as well. Now the German Reich has offered states under immediate threat from communism a chance to form a pact against the Soviet Union. Any country in the pact is committed to fighting a war against the Soviet Union should there come a time when a member is attacked. Kingdom of Poland allows us to join. They'll be there in like 2 weeks or less. November 30th, like 12 days. RIP Kavan Jadidist Republic. So sad. Okay, military police 1 will be good if we need to occupy any territory. Now we're going to go back and conclude the 1939 industrial tech with the efficiency cap bonus. No divisions in basic, that is a problem. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some. Because we should still be recruiting. We should be recruiting a lot, actually. We should go up to 4.5%. So I'm going to train like 5 divisions simultaneously. RIP Uzbekistan. And we're going to deploy them in Stockholm. The 4 divisions have arrived. Oh, they can have their own field marshal. This guy's got terrible defense, but I guess he's the only one that makes any sense. So we got to spend 40 command power. We'll have a recently promoted debuff for a while. But I can give him... Ooh, I love defensive doctrines bonus, but we're going to do offensive doctrine. You will have 2 more available trait slots left. Okay. Oh, I can get division recovery rate as well. I guess I could just leave the other one for now and see if he unlocks some more. And then we are going to move to this front line. Just in case they can't take it. Because we really need to take Königsberg. So we got... Where's the guy? The Republic of Ukraine declared war on the Soviet Union. Oh, I can make him I can promote him to a chief of army. That's what we were trying to do in Finland. So what do we already have? Because we haven't recruited a chief of army, but perhaps we should. We have defense. organization, division training time, or experience gain. Okay, so we can make him an offensive specialist. We don't have one of those right now. Or a morale specialist. I'm gonna do army offense specialist. So he's just not here yet. These breakaway republics have gotta coordinate. I know, but then they just keep going down like this. Karelia has capitulated as well. I'm helping. I'm helping, chat. Apparently they did not escape through the naval base because I saw the encirclement actually work. Boom. I'm helping. Now I think it'd be best to help down here. As opposed to up in the northwest. There is nowhere that's good, dude. There is nowhere that is good. I don't know where. We only have 4 divisions. Like, what? What are we even gonna do? Chat, you're asking a lot of questions. A lot of questions. Engage, thank you for 4 months. Says, oops, drop this. Thank you for the $5 sub. What up, Engage? Also, KO Fishy says, I'm here for the nukes for 28 months. Thanks for the $5 sub, KO Fishy. Asta pumping it. Hi, Asta. That was while I was AFK, I think. Because Nasukin says he's still on the BRB screen for 27 months. Thanks for the BRB subs. I think, no matter where we go, it kind of doesn't matter. They just need to kind of stand around, probably do no offensive push, and just chill. Chat, where are you up arrowing? Take the port. Ah, yeah, no, you're right. If we take the port, Germany will not have any supplies. Right, guys? No supplies at all. The front will basically be dead in the water. Nodders. If anything, we don't take the port. We just defend our existing ports. Just move over, stand, support them. The port is a supply hub. What? Are you serious, bro? You kidding me? That changes everything. Republic of Finland accepts your offer for a price. The Republic of Finland concedes it is willing to let go of the Åland Islands, but stress they are rather strapped for money at this time. They are willing to let us control the island for a sum of our state reserves to compensate. So we get Åland. It is a core, 2 building slots, a civilian factory. Gains the Åland agreement, which grants construction speed minus 15% for a year. Oh boy. Republic of Finland gets, Sweden agrees. Finland gains the Åland agreement. They get bonus construction speed for a year, and then no says they decline. It's worth it, but like, that's rough. It's worth it. I gotta pay something. They can't just give it to me for free. I mean, they could. There's a way to demand it, but you have to be much stronger than them. Much stronger than them. So that was the easy way out. We took the easy one that they're more likely to be amenable to instead of demanding it from them and them saying no and making it more complicated. Because it says they're more likely to deny this one unless you are way stronger than them. All right, so Åland is right here.
So I am training some dudes up. Now we got some area defense necessary for Aland. It's just like the Finland campaign now. And we already have one building slot and one construction, one civilian factory. Whew, okay. Chat, I'm just gonna... You guys are asking way too many questions. Why don't you just watch and see what happens? You know? Why don't you just watch and see? Okay? Because most of the things you're asking right now aren't mechanics. You're just asking things that are going to be resolved by extension of pursuing the focus tree. Are we there yet? Are we ready to pay back our obligations yet? I mean, we kind of need to, yeah. We kind of need to, unless we want to go straight into building military factories, which I'd love to do, but the reason I'm pushing this so hard is because the timeline has accelerated. Like, Denmark's already gone. If I wait too much longer, that won't be the only thing that's gone. You know what I'm saying? So, we need to just, like, push the politics side, because that's where all of our major decisions go. So our infantry weapons are ready for another organizational upgrade. We have already peaked soft attack and reliability. We can make them harder to produce, but better at breakthrough and soft attack, which I'm going to go with because that's a net gain of 6% soft attack when you account for this being a -3, and this is a +3, that's 6 total. So do I have to upgrade that, or is it already... Seems like it's already upgraded. Alright, where are my boys? They're actually kind of weak here. Sure, let's help. If this is what Poland wants, I'll give them some reinforcements. Hopefully we don't overextend. But it seems like we're winning on this side so far. Excavation 1, 10% to all resource gain efficiency. Very useful. We got 1938. You know what would be fun? Paratroopers. I'm tempted to try paratroopers. I'm also tempted to try armor. I have big ambitions. We also need Navy. Okay, we can't fall. Navy is the most important thing that we can do. So I'm gonna get passive sonar because we're probably gonna end up at war with the German Reich and Britain. We need to start actually putting some points in Navy. I want to do everything, dude. I'm ready to do them all. I'm helping on the coast. Though we really need more trucks. Get a flank on this dude. Nice. Get some reinforcements. There, I'm doing what the one chatter wanted me to do. The Bukharin Jadidist Republic has declared war on the Soviets again. And we're getting a lot of good, like, we're gonna get some army XP, and these guys are gonna become elite commandos. Look, I'm taking the airfield. Poland is actually kind of doing work right now, to be perfectly honest.
Free civilian factories. We're up to 34. We're trying to get 40 civilian factories. Infrastructure has kind of run out and we are full, but that's okay. It'll all work out in time. Vasterbotten has more infrastructure now. Let's do 2 there and 1 on Aland. This is an interesting campaign so far. We haven't done a campaign where we sent a bunch of volunteer troops in a while. That is especially different. 40 is so many for a rural minor power. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot, but... Alright, we got the airfield. We're gonna kind of get some organization back and then change our lineup here so that we're covering a little bit more ground. Did we capture any planes we can send? Dude, our planes, right? I can't even use their airfield, which is hilarious. That would be... These are the volunteer divisions. We can't do anything else other than this. Right? It's pretty much the extent. I am training 5 new divisions now of 16 combat width instead of 12. That's 33% more troops per division. Yeah, we should wait till this guy spreads out a little bit. Who's attacking who here? This looks like a very easy tile. All right, I'm gonna help here. Are they just really dug in? Okay, a lot of things just happened. Claiming they are attempting to ensure peace in the Balkans. Germany has presented the Greek government with a demand they cede territory to Bulgaria. While Hellenic Republic has protested immensely, the strength of German influence in the Balkans leaves them little choice. The only way to avoid confrontation with the German Reich is to allow German diplomacy to dictate their territorial integrity. The United States has joined the United Kingdom. The US is in the Allies. We're gonna have a tough campaign. What else is new? Just the regular allies. The United States, the UK, and France. Regular allies. Ahistorical, by the way. I guess it was bound... If you roll the dice enough, eventually you'll just get the regular allies, even in ahistorical. Somebody's gonna show me the VOD later, and it's gonna say that I accidentally clicked historical. President Lázaro Cárdenas of Mexico's Partido de la Revolución Mexicana has announced the formation of a new bloc of nations in the Western Hemisphere. The Bolivarian Alliance takes its name from Simón Bolívar, an independence fighter who helped win freedom for many Latin American nations now joined together in an alliance. Their declared goal is to seek an end to the continent's domination by the old European and American empires by building strong socialist states linked together economically and diplomatically. It's been Cassandra Classic all along. Who knew that we would end up in combat this early? Oh, we're the only one holding down the airfield now. All alone? So that's why we're here, because the AI is... Oh boy. The peace movement in the United States has suffered a severe setback as Congress passes a joint resolution encouraging President FDR to use military force if necessary to safeguard American interests around the world. It appears that many in Congress have decided that it was American indecisiveness that allowed the Great War to drag on for so long and consume so many lives. They point out that within a few months of U.S. troops entering Europe, the Great War had come to an end. An earlier intervention, they argue, could have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Stay out of other people's business. On the bright side, Volunteer Division gameplay is small and comfy. I really like Volunteer Division gameplay, and this is making me wish that I did it more. Not only for the Army XP bonuses, but also just like...
helping manipulate the politics. All right, we're starting to lose this one, so I'm just gonna give in. Regroup, because they're kind of making a push over here. Yeah, they got like 4 divisions in this pocket now. And we're doing a good job of holding it down on the side. The Republic of Turkmenistan declared war on the Soviets. Does Poland like us more? Chat's been asking whether or not it affects people's opinion of you. Weirdly, I don't think it does. Like, I'm not sure how... Volunteer forces are weirdly... They don't move the needle. We're at 100% world tension now. In February 1939, which is just insane. Okay, they're sort of abandoning this. So once that guy moves out, then we push. But yeah, it doesn't seem to affect too much. For whatever reason. Hey, can I get some allies to help? They're doing some nice counterattacks, which are slowing us down. It's 1939. I hear there might be a war soon. If we're so lucky. Should be counter-revolution time anytime now. How are you guys doing on the south front? France? Did France pass over the Maginot? They've got this, like, hills province here that's completely bunkered and surrounded by a body of water. There's 7 divisions in this mountain tile. Lots of stuff going on here. National Focus bypass the Hollande issue. Alright, so that got bypassed. We've seized control of the state apparatus, but much remains to be done to secure the grip on our power. We shall therefore implement a wave of reforms to satiate our political backers while also rooting out any holdouts who resist our authority. So we need to fulfill our previous obligations because we basically promised the military and the rural people reforms and military reforms and rural reforms. So I have actually saved 150 political power. We have 700 days to do this, so it's like 2 years. They'll both take 100 PP. We'll actually get 5% stability and increase military budget, which gets minus 20% political power gain. But consumer goods factories is buffed. War support is buffed, military factory buff, and dockyard buff for a year. And rural regions get stability up. 3 states that have state categories lower than town will get 1 free infrastructure. So the rural one's really not that bad. But the exchange was they gave us an injection of 20% pop. We basically bought fascist popularity. So they gave us 10% fascist popularity so that we could get the government to change over, and we gave them an IOU. So this is the cashing in the IOU. We can also up conscription, but right now we still got some room because we're going up to 4.5%. Free trade is fine. We can also go to war economy now. Tempting.
So they're 5% off consumer goods factories. Or we could do political advisors. Chat, how should we spend our PP? Or we can get a chief of the army. There's so much you can do. Yeah, there's so much I can do right now. We can trade ball bearings with the Mexican Socialist Republic. Okay. Advisor, pay the farmers. Did you do urbanization? Yeah, some of it. I think just get paying one of them out of the way. Okay, we'll take the less painful rural region payback. And we'll start by investing, filling our campaign promises. So that works. Okay, now the fun stuff. I need to do military, but I need to solve all this. This is the whole reason why I picked this Swedish fascist tree. This is the entire reason. So if this backfires, it'll be hilarious. I think we need to tackle Finland while it's March 1939 before something happens to them. Finish demilitarization. They're gonna demilitarize Lappy. And then if that works, they become a puppet. We're gonna see. Race to the Baltics. That's tough because it's a war goal. And I don't know what they're gonna do. That would be fun too. It's hard to do everything. I don't even know how to get over there. We'd have to naval invade. All right, finish demilitarization. Let's see if it works. Rural workers remain supportive. Following massive investments in rural infrastructure, workers across the countryside have become some of the most vocally supportive of our government. With their support and influence over the nation's food chain, we now have a firm support block that can keep the urban workers in check in the future. Stability is up. That's great. Political power bonuses, factory output bonuses. We're almost up to that coveted 30 factories, and then we can change gears. Paraguay joins the Bolivarian Alliance. Earlier today, the Mexican Socialist Republic and Paraguay issued a joint statement. The latter has been granted member status of the Bolivarian Alliance. Okay, I wanted to potentially do ball bearings, but we can wait. Wait a little bit. Kind of forgot that we were doing an offensive here. That never seems to be going well. So I'm just gonna chill. Ruv, I just want you to know I hated reading that. The Chechen English Republic declared war on the Soviet... Oh boy. So you've got actual Ukraine here. Just like us. Good luck, you guys. Chechen wartime, the Republic of Turkmenistan. And the Provisional Russian government is still fighting. Chaos. Lots of chaos. We've almost got 5 divisions popping out of the oven. 28th of March. Good. That means we'll have those divisions and then cash in on the 73k manpower that we've been storing. We need, like, artillery, dude. We don't have any artillery production. It's getting embarrassing. I'm gonna take one of these factories away to start on artillery, just to spool a factory up, because it's getting sad. I still can't believe Poland didn't get steamrolled. It's a different ball game. The series of events that happened in this one are very different. the earlier World War II breaks out, the less powerful the German Reich is. The war machine just isn't spooled up. Because they've already gone to war with Czechoslovakia, Romania, France, Denmark, the UK, I don't know if you knew this, remember, US is already involved in the war. The US has joined the Allies against the German Reich and Hungary. And they declared war on Poland. Poland joined the Allies, I guess, more specifically. Alright, the divisions... Oh, just need to be force deployed because they don't have all the equipment. Wait. Who did I? What? First of all, what are you saying? Second of all, where did I send the dudes? Okay, I guess they just like... Oh, there's two... I think it split them between, though. I never clicked it like that before. The government idea, Hungerscald, has been removed! Because its prerequisites have been fulfilled. We now... Wait. How? I thought you had to have 40 factories. Wait! Maybe it's... We do have... We have 41 factories, but is that just owned plus trade? The trade counts? Because we don't own 5 of these. Okay, so we need to do something else. No, everyone stopped trading with us, though. It's finally time to build other things, chat. We need a minimum of like a level 3 fort in Helsingborg. Like, chat, that is just the minimum. I'd say start with a level 2 and we'll do more. That's the new minimum. We need to build military factories, something fierce. Where did 100% infrastructure... Is that the rule? Did the rural investment give us 100% infrastructure here? Because this wasn't 80. This wasn't 100. All right, it's military factory time. Dude, the farmers were just like, let's make some highways, bro. Build that infrastructure. Which is doing a lot for us. It lets troops move across those tiles faster, slightly increases supply power in the regions, gives more, the biggest thing it does is more raw resources. So if we find our like highest producing steel, and we even upgrade this once, that's a plus 10 to steel. So the more resources you have, the bigger the bonus is from increasing industry. So that's the biggest like new player tip. The number one reason you should make infrastructure is if you're strapped for resources, because you can get a lot more out of the ground by increasing infrastructure. Those are some huge plus 14, 16, 6. That's the main and I would say only reason to increase infrastructure early. Late game, it's not really worth doing it early for the build speed bonus, but you do get a slight build speed bonus. But yeah, we're just gonna start filling in some factories. Big deal. Big deal. And we're training 5 more divisions. Let's make it 6. The Netherlands maintains trade neutrality. Dutch attempts to maintain trade neutrality succeeded, and to the chagrin of both the British and the Germans, the Dutch seem only strengthened in their resolve in the face of British and German pressure. As part of our reintegration plans for the Republic of Finland, we must continue to erode their sovereignty while allowing them to maintain a credible defense against the Russians in the east. We should therefore push for demilitarization of their border with us, making it harder to mount a defense should we need to intervene forcefully in their affairs. If they accept.
They agreed to demilitarize Lappi. As a token of goodwill, Republic of Finland has agreed to demilitarize Lappi, a huge stepping stone for us in restoring the Eastern Kingdom. Slowly our influence grows, as planned. Plus 6% war supports. That's this whole area? How can they defend this if they demilitarized it? I don't know. I think we just go for it and ask them to be a puppet. While also, I'm going to, like, improve relations during that same period of time. Just in case that affects, because they got a -40 opinion of us, since they hold our core province of Åland. The Republic of Karakalpakstan is now at war with the Soviets. And we are sort of at a standstill here. The Mexican Socialist Republic has declared war on the United States. Okay, sure. Good luck. I mean, that's good for us, I guess. And our industrial researchers are coming home to roost. This is a big one. Super factories. Dispersed Industry 3. So 20% more factories in each state. We were just running out of space. Now we have more. And there's 2 more researchers for that, so that's awesome. All the output's 10% better. And it's easier to change what they're producing without losing so much efficiency. So it is 1939. I can take radar. We've already got all these. But let's get 1939 infantry weapons, and we'll use our weapon manufacturer to shave some time off. Now let's see how much space there is. It is time to ramp up military spending. Oh yeah. I want to build in the 80%ers first. And I've already started building these civilian factories, so I'm just going to let them finish. The German Reich claims Memel. The Kingdom of Livonia has given in... I'm sorry? Oh. Okay. The Kingdom of Livonia has given into a German ultimatum demanding the surrender of the old Prussian territory of Memel. Huh. It looks Polish to me. It was passed to the Kingdom of Livonia in the Treaty of Versailles, but has been reintegrated into the region of Ostpreußen. Have we reached the extent of German territorial ambitions in Europe? Experts are doubtful. Instantly occupied, yeah. No time at all. They just went straight in. Norway wants to buy our tanks for their first foray into armored warfare. This would be good for our economy and arms industry. We must think of our own stockpile and whether we can trust them with an armored force. They get 200. Do we even have 200 Swedish tanks? I don't see any tanks. Did you just make those up for the story? I'd like to use those. I don't even have any tanks, bro. I have trucks, I have Volvos. Are they plot tanks? They get 200 tanks and we get economic capacity surplus plus 600. Those are our super secret tanks. What is an economic capacity surplus? We're about to find out because I'm just going to accept. I assume that goes... Oh, wait. You know what I forgot? I forgot that we can embargo people. $200 political power? Good God. Never mind. It's above sell equipment. Oh, it's just 600 free construction points. Maximum construction line speed boost 26%. Currently contributing 96 a day on 3 construction lines. So basically they just gave me
it was like I sold equipment on the market to anybody else. So if I added equipment, it would cost whoever bought it. Dude, we got ripped off. Hang on. We sold 200 tanks for almost the same price as 600 and 700 like basic infantry equipment. Super ripped off, dude. 200 tanks are worth like 700 basic guns. What? Okay. Construction repair speed plus 10%. It is 1939. The world is on fire. Let's do 1939 support. We need to get Ingies upgraded so that we get the benefits of those 50% extra entrenchment. Why isn't this at the top? That should be at the top. About to get sonar, which we're not using. Let's upgrade our recon companies. 200% bonus reconnaissance is beautiful. 200 tanks. I think we tossed together some wooden mock-ups and scammed them.
Ordered.
Perhaps. The fighting has sort of come to a standstill. Except the US just naval invaded German-held Bosnia and Dalmatia. US doing naval invasions, so scary. At least we're not at war with them yet, or anybody for that matter. We're not ready to go to war, dude. We're just about to start building our first military factories. May 1939. Plus 10% production efficiency cap. Okay, yeah, we're ramping up now. We're ramping up. At last. Let's go ahead and get high-tier logistics company, because we will be using that extensively where we're going. And we have succeeded in building at least a level 2 fort. That's a 30% defensive buff on the border with German-held Denmark. For whatever that's worth. It's something. That's all I got.
Ordered.
I would love for... Ooh. My allies are launching a push here. I'm just gonna support them by launching my own planned attack. While deployed behind enemy lines, Raoul Wallenberg was apprehended by enemy German counter... Was that my spy? This is what always happens. I get one spy, I send him, and then he inevitably gets captured, and then I have to do like a whole rescue thing. Like, it's so annoying. He hasn't even done anything. That's why I don't like doing the intel system, because it's just... I can't even build an intel network because I just get repeatedly captured. Also, this was quite successful as far as pushes go. And we pushed up to the river here. Poland is doing a very large-scale offense push.
This is the gift subs.
And they're also trying to take Stettin. We're reorganizing. Soviet Union annexed the Bucharin-Jadidist Republic. The biggest problem for us is that we're sort of helping the Allies, which is going to cost us in the long term, I think. But in the short term, we need Denmark to be freed. We can worry about the Allies later, I guess. I don't know. Like, I can't help Germany survive. I guess I don't have to help them fall, but... You chose wrongly by attacking Denmark so soon.
Ordered. darling.
And we have the port of Stettin. Now, the fun part about overextending here is that we're overextending and forcing Poland. Guatemala joins the Allies. It is clear to everyone that Republic of Finland can't stand against the Russian threat. The Finns talk about their sovereignty, unable to realize that what they perceive as independence has not been given by any political or military force, but exists as a result of the chaos from the Russian Civil War. Ever since that day, a clock has been ticking, which will hit zero soon. And an old enemy will rear its ugly head again. It is therefore imperative that we take control of Finnish affairs before the Russians can. Sweden moves to puppet us. RIP Republic of Karakalpakstan. Finnish sovereignty has been successfully eroded by us in recent years. Now we must make the final push and demand they take their place as our rightful subjects once more. If they do not do so willingly, we shall force them to see reason. I don't think we can really do the Bornholm crisis because, wait, Denmark is in control of Bornholm. So actually we could. Don't worry, I'll protect Bornholm for you. Take away the last sliver of land they have. I don't think they've accepted yet. Have they? They have a very good opinion of us. They have to choose. Now they have the Finnish Nordic Bulwark is their name. Led by Vilho Anala. With the fascist Finland flag. Got the bear. That's a cool flag, dude. It's a pretty sweet flag. Honduras joins the Allies as Mexico declares war on them. Chechen English Republic has capitulated. Okay, well, now we gotta go defend our Soviet border. Luckily for us, Soviet Union's a little preoccupied at the moment. So maybe that'll buy us some time, but that's never stopped the Hearts of Iron AI before, has it? You know what time it is, chat? It's time to make the reserves. It's time to make the reserves. We only have 37 Army XP. We have 96 PP. Cavalry and infantry, is that all you got? There's already a cavalry division, though. I need to get rid of the Cav. I guess I'm going to keep him for now. All right, give them... We only have 37 Army XP, so there's not a lot I can do. They need engineer companies for entrenchment if you're going to hold ports. Engineer companies modify infantry. So that's already 10 PP. I would love for them to have more support companies, but I might not be able to afford it right now. Like a cavalry recon would be great. That's another 10. Because reconnaissance is huge. And then to remove these are 5. So that's 30. Okay. So I have enough technically to make an 8 combat with Coast Guard, which is reasonable. As long as they have NGs and recon, I think that's an okay beginning. Let's change their icon. What are the Swedish Coast Guard? One day I'll pick the Flamingo. We used to do shark fins. Or we used to do this shark. The seahorse? Where's the seahorse? I kind of want to do the claw because it's like we're picking the fish out of the water. And it's very fascist Sweden icon. All right, let's do this. So the engineer company, just to show you kind of what these support companies do for our basic infantry, right? We can see that the Engi company slightly buffs HP, but mostly it gives us an extra 3 soft attack, 25% more hard attack. Our defense goes from 97 to 121 by itself. And because the engineer company also benefits you when you're crossing forts, rivers, amphibious attacks, forest defense, hills defense, jungle defense, and marsh defense, there are tons of forests. So this is going to be useful in many respects. And also, listen, when you combine engineers and forts, it's a plus 25% defense modifier. Rivers is plus 25%, and forests is plus 25%. They're all plus 25% actually, all the tiles that they modify. So like they are incredible on defense in those particular tiles. They don't help you as much in plains and cities, but for the Nordics, huge bonuses. And then when we add recon, even just horse recon. This is the song. This is the one. Raise the flag. This is the one I hate. It's stuck in my head. Skip. 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 Always those three. What's the why is it always you three meme? Okay, the recon actually does give us a full buff, and so does, you can see that now, as of the last patch, engineers actually buff just the infantry as a whole. They give a battalion modifier of plus 0.2 entrenchment for leg infantry specifically, which is awesome. And now cavalry recon also give a battalion modifier for artillery, which we don't have yet. Bonus soft attack. But we still get some nice breakthrough. We get some like 12 defense, 11 defense, but mostly we're getting the intel via the recon buff. Which their reconnaissance... Where is reconnaissance? 0 to 1. And then it'll just keep getting better as we get better support companies. Okay, we need a name for this, and I have just the one to do it. The Stockholm Sentinels, the Gothenburg Guards, the Viking Vigil, the Baltic Brigadiers, the Malmo Mariners, the Nordic Navigators, the Archipelago Archers, the Uppsala U-Boats, the Dalarna Defenders, and the Karlskrona Keepers. I said, do that again, but with fascist flair. And they said, Nordic Ironclad, the Stockholm Stormtroopers. Okay, they're just gonna... Okay. Use fewer place names in the... And use more cultural references. It's okay, these are getting silly now. The AI is just getting stupid. The Nobel Nightshades, a dark twist on the Nobel Prizes, which originated in Sweden. The Ironclad Ingmar, a nod to the famous Swedish filmmaker Ingmar Bergman, but with a militaristic twist. It's getting, like, ridiculous. The Vasa Vanguard, referencing the Vasa ship, a symbol of Swedish heritage. That's culture, baby. The Runestone Regime, highlighting Sweden's historical runestones and the fascist notion of a strict regime. The Vasa famously sank immediately. That one isn't bad. Yeah, I was gonna say, that one's not bad. The Runestone Regiment makes more sense. Alright, save it, say goodbye to Army XP, and now we're gonna start training. One, two, three, four, five, six. I'd say like 8 divisions is a pretty respectable cluster. While we have 50k manpower. The Mexican Socialist Republic has declared war on El Salvador, and WeChat have 15 military factories. Oh. Nine are received from our subjects. Finland, as our puppet, is now giving us... We're only getting 1 civilian factory. Finland was stronger than us all along. We have industrial power. What do they have? Okay, the question is, when do we start fortifying the border with the Soviets? I think the answer is... almost immediately here. Like, Karjala, these fall the fastest. So I want... They're actually here even though they have forts here. What happens is Leningrad will push in and they'll fall back and they won't even hold these because they'll have no organization. Time to take Leningrad again. Possibly, yeah. Possibly. Okay. Anyway, I still want to build military factories for a while. But we did just get a huge dump of military factories. It's never enough. Because I'm gonna want, like, dockyards is sort of the issue. So perhaps I need to build up... I wouldn't mind having a fuel silo back here too. Alright, they just queue some things. Let's take a look at yield to production menu. Here's what we need. Manpower. Okay. Let's get 5 on infantry equipment, which are almost immediately going to turn around on new guns in 75 days. So we're going to need those 5 factories to start replacing our weapons with better, higher quality weapons. We've got 4 more factories, so I want probably to start thinking about line artillery, which is going to take like probably 4 factories just for towed artillery. 2 on trucks, so we can maybe start mobilizing. Let's just focus on getting our feet underneath us first, because we have a negative 200 artillery. We have barely any support equipment. I want 5 support companies in every single division for that, just those huge bonuses. I love support companies. Soviet Union has annexed Turkmenistan. And Poland is pushing, dude. This is a difficult spot to hold, though. And I'm not 100% sure how they're so dug in here. Chat, did I accidentally take 2 reserve troops as our volunteer army? They had the same helmet icon. They have the same, that's why you always gotta change the icons. They had the same helmet. Well. Honestly, if we're first into Berlin with 4 volunteer divisions, that makes the whole campaign worth it just for the memes. It's more likely than you think. That's why they seemed weaker. So now they have a cavalry recon detachment, which I doubt they had before. I'm just gonna make a plan that looks kind of like this. Uh-oh. Our reserves are showing their signs of wear. Ooh, hold on. Soviet Union made Ukraine capitulate. Very sad. Very sad. Max entrenchment or infantry expert? I think we're ultimately going to benefit more from ambusher. But attack 10% is great. So I'm going to go with ambusher for the max entrenchment and the recon bonus while entrenched. Chat, you having fun? Military is expecting a budget increase. I don't want 20% lower PP gain. We have so many things to spend. You gotta do it eventually. Just do it now. There's gonna be a full year of political power down. We're already way down. We do get construction speed, that's true. We get more consumer goods factories, plus 10% war support. We're at 79! 5% military factory speed? Okay. Another one. The Minister of War has announced the military budget is to be increased based on the recommendations of leading officers who have long argued the nation is poorly equipped to defend itself. With the increased budget, the loyalty of the military to our new regime appears intact. Keeping the military will always be a priority. Okay, so we're gonna need to start making plans. But it's 1939. So should I just wait until we get the 1941? Or just start making 1936 planes? We don't have any air experience. We can make anti-air for an anti-air support group. Anti-tank would be pretty sweet too. Line artillery with anti-air and anti-tank support groups. Do we have enough to make close air support? Once again, we have 0 air experience. 0. None. The Bornholm Islands were lost to us when it revolted centuries ago, despite never legally being ceded to Denmark. Strategically important as it controls the lower Baltic Sea, it is clear that Denmark cannot defend it. We can and we must gain control of it for our own safety. Sweden demands Greenland and the Faroe Islands. I think we need to handle Norway first. Okay, chat, it's time. Sweden demands Nordland. We're going the bad guy route. And not approaching the Allies. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Denmark refuses to give up Bornholm. They will not entertain our claim to Bornholm, stating that whatever claim we pretend to still have run out of its best by date centuries ago. This needs some proofreading here. They won't hand it over. We'll have to take it by force. Conquer Denmark. Chat, what do I do? I gotta pause this, okay? I know you're gonna deface. We have to communicate for a second because I can't unpause the game. I can't unpause the game. Do we recall the Kingdom of Poland volunteers and volunteer for the German Reich instead and start giving them ball bearings? Because then we can just take Denmark in the peace conference. Right? We take Berlin and then switch sides. But what? I don't even know why. The Great Ball Bearing War. Like, even if they win against Germany, I don't get any lands, and then Denmark comes back up, and I have a war goal against Denmark. And then if I declare war on Denmark, I de facto declare war on Poland, France, Switzerland, the UK, and the United States and Canada. Right? Isn't that bad? How am I going to get... I think I have to flip. You can take them. Just take the entire Allies by myself once Germany dies? Isn't it technically Germany, though? Are you aware of how peace conferences work? Germany did not conquer Denmark. Iceland joined the Axis in a defensive war, and the German Reich entered the war. They are occupying Denmark whilst they are at war. Once the war is over, with the entire Allies, we would go to a peace conference. We'd have to join the war against the Allies at some point during this period of time. And then we would basically divvy it up with Germany if we even made it that far, which they're kind of getting their ass kicked right now. This is the gift sub sound. Okay, anyway, I think we're just going to flip-flop. Wait, you can't recall volunteers until the war ends. So we're stuck. I'd have to go to war with the Allies
then they'd be recalled. Okay. So I'm just not gonna do any more attack pushes. We're getting bullied here anyways. Okay, how about artillery manufacture? Breakthrough or defense? Soft attack? I want the production efficiency gain first so we can make artillery 5% faster. Okay, the factories being built are looking good. We're also trying to defend the land right next to Leningrad. We got a bunch of factories helping. Dude, this is so cool. I've never seen this before because I never have puppets because I never play big powers. I'm building in Finland, and my allies are using 12 of their own factories to augment my building speed. Never seen that before. I'm sure it's been there for a long time, but I never have puppets. I don't know when that was added to the game. Could have been a long time ago. Either way, that's awesome, because, yeah, we're trying to get, like, level 5 forts on their front line with Leningrad. And that's a huge help. And then we're just continuing to pump out military factories. 5 new divisions. Here's what we'll probably need to do once we get, once we get some more people. Cavalry expert. Motorized defense, mechanized defense. I'd rather have that. That's combined arms. That makes more sense. We could probably end up using that. All right, we're about to get a ton of research all at the same time. Engineer Company 2. 50% bonus entrenchments. Recon Company 2. 200% bonus recon. More! Manpower? Never heard of it. Alright, we're already maxed. I need to up conscription, but we're losing so much political power daily that 150 just seems really far away. And Logistics Company 2, which we haven't put in yet. Supply usage, fuel usage, all good stuff. And we're about to get guns. All right, let's get 1939 radar. Let's get synthetic oil, because you don't want to fall behind on that. Let's get 1939 artillery. We might have to go with no national focus to get some PP for a bit. I'm just going to entrench around Stettin. Indian National Congress triumphs. In the recent local elections, the Indian National Congress has achieved overwhelming majority for their platform of slow order transition to local government and dominion status in the future. It appears that Indians have rejected the more radical policies advocated by Gandhi, who have argued for a total break with Britain and absolute home rule as soon as possible. Following a long and heated conversation with the German ambassador, George Mercouris has announced the Hellenic government will closely coordinate with the German Reich in the future. Police in the Hellenic capital had to use force to break up a number of spontaneous protests against the decision, with many in the crowd calling for the head of that coward, George Mercouris. New fascist leader. Bulgaria is not in a faction yet, but yeah. Greece joined the Axis. Interesting. We need lots more support equipment. Getting some good trucks. We need a lot more infantry equipment. We're finally restocking artillery. And we just started putting out our first anti-air and anti-tank and also armored trains. Personal and crew-served weapons. We got submachine guns. We've invented submachine guns. 6 extra defense. We've invented $5 submachine guns. Good breakthrough punch. 50% plus more soft attack is excellent. Better hard attack because we have mines. More piercing and even more reliability. Lovely. All right, I wanted to get ahead on 1940s planes. I should honestly probably just stop using these for a bit. No more companies, because we really need the political power. And let's change infantry equipment. So these are going to be a bit more expensive on steel, but steel is something that we have. The trick is, we may not have all of it. Depending on... We're doing free trade right now. So we have less than usual. I'd like to have traded more, but we get into like construction and research bonuses right now. Mexican junta has declared war, the second Cristiada again? Every time, Mexico. There's so many RNG ways you can go on the Mexico tree. I don't know how they keep doing this in our ahistorical campaigns. Chat, it's almost time for actual World War II to begin. The forces of church and revolution have once again come to conflict in Mexico. With the government renewing its attacks on the church, the embattled Catholic parties and social movements are launching an armed rebellion to seize control of Mexico. Cristero militias are reforming after a decade of inactivity, supplemented by defectors from the federal military. They have taken over several rural states and are using these as a base from which to operate. The first Cristiada ended with a settlement negotiated between senior revolutionary and church officials thanks to intermediation by the American government. But it looks like this violence will end only with the complete destruction of one of the belligerents. 1939 and we feel like a real country, just in time for World War II. Wait a second. Uh-huh. All right, let's see what Norway says. Soon. United States took 6 states Catholic. Mexico took 4 states. RIP Catholic Mexico. And just Mexico. US really got a great deal there. Mexico did declare war on them, so can't say it wasn't deserved. Following the breakout of war with France, Germany has applied stronger diplomatic pressure than ever on the countries of the Benelux. With French and British backing, they are refusing to give in to the pressures. There's reason to believe that the German Reich cannot get what they want by diplomacy. They will take it by force. Germany's front line is struggling, man. They really haven't done enough by 1939 to pose a significant threat here. Though they do have a lot of territory down here that they can work with. Okay. Norway caves! They have ceded Narvik to us. This secures the iron ore from Gallivare and Kiruna while simultaneously weakening Norway. Excellent. Narvik is strategically important as the main export route for our iron ore during the winter. To ensure our own national security during these tumultuous times, the region should be placed under our jurisdiction. And if Norway is weakened in the process, all the better. Let's go United Kingdoms of Sweden and Norway. We got another factory to play with. We need guns right now. We're gonna need a lot of guns. I know we have low PP. Sweden has ironically low PP. You would think, but no. You would think, no. No template, not yet. I'm working on it. Okay, I want to, speaking of low PP, I want to improve relations with them just to make sure. I should have done that already. Why did it go down -40? They hold our core provinces. Okay, yeah. So I don't want to have -40 when I'm inviting them to become a puppet. Catholic Mexico. Wait a second. Peru joins the Axis. El Salvador joins the Axis. Venezuela joins the Axis. And Catholic Mexico joins the Axis. Dominican Republic. What's going on in Central and South America? Dominican Republic joins the Axis. Catholic Mexico, you just ended the war? And now you're like, what if I went to war with the US again? Nenetsia? Who? No, of course, Nenetsia, the capital, Naryan Mar. I knew that. I knew that, yeah. Dude, look at this territory we've got. This is a change of pace. We got some factories out of this. They've got 3 military factories here. 1 civilian, 1 military, 1 military. Well, that was ours. It's Finnmark. That's mine. Norway ends here. Did we get any other? Sorry. Is it? Let me see the state view. What were the states that we got? Nordland, Troms, and Finnmark. No, yeah, we did become the owner of Finnmark. Finnmark was Norway. Sorry, my geography is showing. Finnmark is Norway, and then Petsamo is Sweden. This is it's a little. Wait, no, that's Finland. Yeah, that's Finland. The port is Norway, and then Lappi is also Swedish Finland. Yeah, okay, I got it. I knew that. The reason I didn't know that is because everything's blue and it's confusing me. It's all painted blue now. I am working on recruiting Coast Guard. We no longer get the effects of restoring order. Bro, we're getting no political power per day. It's rough. I need to go, honestly, because I think things are going well with Sweden, we need to do this. Take the weenies, create a separate force. All right, so we got 5 units who are just gonna stay in Helsingborg at all times, just in case. As a sort of emergency. We're gonna take these other 12. And I'm gonna grab the most elite level 3. I'm gonna grab 5 of those divisions and put them in their own army. Okay, sorry. I'm like figuring out how I want to do this. Then we're gonna grab this level 3 general, who's got 3 defense,
3 skill, 3 supply consumption's pretty good. And make him the general of this army. Okay. Then this is the reserve army. This is like the Coast Guard army. So they need like a new field marshal, so this is less confusing. All right, we need like a weenie to be the Coast Guard. Max entrenchment +1 is good, but leader XP gain is down. That's bad. Honestly, this dude is like a cavalry leader is fine. I hate making him a cavalry expert when there's only one cavalry. So I'll just make him a combined arms expert for the future. Okay, Archibald. Archibald is going to be in charge of the Leningrad border. Okay. Boop. Nope. Just this section. Right there. That's it. Easy peasy. We're also going to change... Chad, what color represents Leningrad? I guess just like red. And then this dude can be foresty green, because you're going to be in the forest. Like there. All right, and then these 5 are going to stay in Helsingborg. We could probably get away with just 4 if we built the fort high enough. And it should be fine. And then these 5 are going to be the Coast Guard, who need a general who's just kind of defense. Yeah, we'll do this dude. He's like 2-2-3-3. And your objective is area defense on the coasts. This is a demilitarized zone, but if we go to war, we need to send someone there. Okay, Stockholm. We need more divisions. They're coming out. In fact, there they are. Our 8 combat with engineer recon. You guys join the Coast Guard. It's honestly a respectable Coast Guard. And we also need to defend Finland as if we didn't have enough on our plate. But we can do that with 10 divisions. They'll at least spread out. New howitzer designs, taking advantage of new hydraulic recoil devices and longer barrels. All right, it's time to upgrade from... How do you even hit anything with this? Seriously. This looks like one of those potato guns you see on some random-ass YouTube channel. You know? Like, people make this in their backyard and then make like a 30-minute YouTube video where 60 seconds of it is actually firing the thing, and like 29 minutes is just them talking about how hard it was to do and how crazy it is. And you're just like scrolling around looking at the timeline, like clicking and trying to find where they actually shoot it, because they put it in the thumbnail with like a giant explosion in their face. It's like... What's up, Mitch F. Davis? Thanks for gifting us up to Gamer Deathbot. What up, Gamer Deathbot? GDB's back for 47 months. Thanks, Mitch, for the gift sub. Azareth getting comfy. Hi, Azareth. And Cybersade is here for 29th. Welcome back. Thanks for dropping the prime. And then Mad Dog gifting a sub to Nightbot. Both of the bots have a sub. They are literally 50% better for defense, so these things must have just been really, really poor, because they have the same resource cost. But like, defense is up 10 to 15. It's not even close. All right, October 1939. I'm gonna get ahead on improved computing machine for the research bonus. And then we have free military factories because we've been building them, and we want to start making the better, improved artillery. It's going to take a while for that factory efficiency. We got a lot of factory efficiency to work on. But yeah, until things like kind of settle, I just want a lot of infantry equipment factories. Oh, I guess our field marshal has a trait. Lots of good ones here. Offensive, defensive, winter expert. So I figured out how to see cold acclimatization, which I wasn't really looking for before. But if you have a unit, they have a little snowflake here. It's either a snowflake or a sun, depending on where you are. So you can actually mouse over it, and it tells you how acclimatized they are and how much it's going up. And as a result of their acclimatization, how much of a bonus they're getting, right? So the actual downside, it shows the current weather. It's October. It's very cold. The tile that they're in. The temperature is minus 0 degrees Celsius. Yikes. And as a result, here are the penalties. They're getting... Winter attrition is plus 25%. Entrenchment speed is minus 30%. Harder to get entrenched. 10% worse attack and 15% worse breakthrough. So just terrible offense. Good defense, though, if you can get entrenched. So acclimatization, however you say it, is offsetting those. So the more they get acclimatized, the lower those penalties are. And it's slow. See how slowly they're getting there? Like, they've been here for a while, and they're only 1% acclimated. Now they're 1.5%. So that's how slow it is. So if you get, like, Winter Expert, it's a plus 40% speed bonus, which can be helpful. Adaptable also has a plus 10%. He says it different each time. It's because it's a freaking weird word. I don't like it. Max entrenchment up might be good if we're planning on going to war against, like, the Allies. Because we're going to get attacked a lot. So I don't mind getting defensive doctrine as well. Winter Expert's fine. I think Defensive Doctrine will just help us more in the long term because it's just a super good plus 30% entrenchment. And you can get an entrenchment specialist army dude. So our reserves, we're going to have exercise to generate XP and also train them from experience level 2. Our other general here can become a skirmisher, paratrooper, or camouflage expert. Camouflage expert is damage reduction against close air support plus 50%. That's great if you have no close air support, but it's terrible if you do. This is a commando. I almost never take skirmisher. He's like a 1-3-3-3. How long is it going to take us to get close air support? A while, I guess. But I feel like this is just not very future-proof, even though it's really good. Maybe we just leave that open and don't pick it, and when we go to war, pick it then. Possibly. We'll see. But yeah, we're already out of supplies here. But we're getting entrenched. We only have an 18% bonus to entrenchment. Why is this so low? Is our engineer company just terrible? It's been a few years since I played. Are the traits new in the base game? at this point, I'll be honest with you, I don't remember what's in the base game and what's not. I've been playing with all the DLCs for longer, basically since the game came out. I don't know what is base game anymore. So I can't really answer that. Maybe chat can. To me, everything that I'm doing is base game. Because I haven't experienced it any other way. Alright, we're gonna maybe puppet Norway after this, which is kind of crazy. Catholic Mexico wants to resupply in our ports. Yep, absolutely. You guys are gonna die before you ever get a ship over here, though. Mexico City's surrounded. Big, scary United States. What is fascist Spain doing? They're just not in a faction, they're chilling. Norway is plus 57 relationship with them. We're about to ask them if they want to be puppets. We've already taken some of their land, willingly. And Finland is our puppet. So we're getting enough trucks where it'll be fun to try and make like a... I would love actually getting motorized this time. I think we have the potential, especially with almost 30 civilian factories. I really would like to maintain 30 or more. So I'm gonna build another one. Oh, the game's paused. My bad. Classic. Decimetric radar. Coordination +1. A new level of radar. It's November 1939. So let's start getting infantry bonuses. I am not going to use our manufacturer, though, to try to get some PP back. We need PP bad. We need PP bad. Oh, they're pushing. I've actually never played any Hearts of Iron mods. There's too much content for me with all the DLCs. I still haven't even played all the regular content. Okay, let's see how this goes. Following the Narvik crisis and our ensuing gains, the Norwegian Atlantic Wall has been left weakened and dejected. We must strike the final blow to Norwegian independence and force the reunification of our nations under one ruler. What are they called? Oh, they're fascist. Nice. That's really useful. I wonder if that's part of what we did. They get the event. And they agreed, I guess. I thought there wasn't a pop-up. But we are now puppeting Norway, Finland. There's a couple left. We just got 11 military factories because we're getting 23 from our subjects. It's happening, chat. It's happening. We need to start manufacturing planes, but I can't. Okay, so 10 factories on guns is going to have some turnaround for us. It's just taking a little bit for production efficiency. We just need to be patient. Support equipment, we definitely want like 2 more factories at least. 1 more for artillery until we can get some line artillery. 1 more for anti-air until we can get an anti-air support group. I'd like to get anti-tank support groups. I'd like 2 more for trucks so we can start possibly training the infantry. Motorized infantry would be sick. And we are -5 on trains in storage, so I'm going to go ahead and throw 3 factories on trains. And then we have 2 left. So let's just get a jump on... You can never have too many guns or support equipment. But that should be excellent.
Uppfattat. Uppställning.
2 more divisions to send to the Soviet front line, which they have not attacked because they're too busy with civil war, I guess. We still have a lot of infrastructure picks. I'm just sort of, it's already 1939, and I'm trying to get as much of these things as possible. I can declare war against Denmark, which is a problem. I can scramble for the Baltic and try and puppet Latvia, Livonia, and Estonia. The problem is Latvia is already in the European Syndicate. So we'd really only be getting awkwardly placed Livonia and Estonia. Joining the anti-Soviet pact is basically becoming an anti-Comintern signatory. So Germany likes us. We will establish spheres of interest with the German Reich, making them very unlikely to attack Denmark and the Norwegian Atlantic Wall for 1.5 years. Thanks, stupid Iceland, for nothing. Going fascist and instigating World War II before I could follow that route. Because, yeah, I would have picked that first, and then we would have bought ourselves a lot of time with Denmark. And then we could try and puppet Denmark as well. There's also the crusade against Russian imperialism to go fight Russia. Chad, I say at this stage, we probably just go full on. Through strength alone, we have proven ourselves to be the undisputed masters of Scandinavia, but this is only the beginning for our people. As we unite together as one Reich, the world should brace itself for what is to come. Core and annex Nordic subjects with decisions. The problem is that probably takes PP. And we need PP for conscription, war economy, trade, political advisors, chief of the army, and chief of the Air Force. No big deal. So I actually can't choose a national focus right now because we need PP so bad. So we're going to start there. Why not just take all those roles yourself? It's a great idea. Might be like writer, director, producer, Sweden. Hey, Finland, can you give me some of that supply? Feel like you're holding out on me. All right, the Åland agreement is over, which means we are no longer getting that like deficit on our civilian factories, I think, and available war goal against Denmark. There we go. Let's just clean that up. Another Soviet Union rebellious state has given up. I'm basically just making... I don't even see any Soviet troops on this border. Let's see how their war is going. RIP, 455,000 Soviet troops and 572,000 provisional Russian. That is equalized. It was really disproportionate before. There is a non-zero chance that it's a good idea to just try and backdoor the Soviets. We just need, like, way more manpower and everything else. It depends on how long their civil war goes for. Where are all these factories coming from? We're just building them that fast? I guess we're just building them that fast. At what point do we start making navy? How many dockyards do we have? 4. Okay. Okay, maybe we get some dockyards. So that we can start being a Navy guy. Because we still have national focuses that will build some dockyards and military factories for us. Soviets have been a bit weakened by how many rebellions now? Yeah, quite a few rebellions. And military factories keep cropping up from our puppets because we're getting 24 from subjects, which is insane. So it's sort of up to us to militarize on their behalf at the moment because they're giving us a lot. And I'm working on it. We just need these factories to get moving. Yeah, they're doing it at different intervals, and that if they all declared civil war at the same time, it goes so much better for them. Oh, it's this. A large-scale land reclamation project has been undertaken by the Netherlands, continuing a series of such projects known collectively as the Zuiderzee Works. After the closing off of the Jesselmeer with the Afsluitdijk, the reclamation of the Wierengemeer and the Noorduitspolder, the project now focuses on the reclamation of the Flevopolder, the largest area yet reclaimed from the sea. Though the full project will undoubtedly span many years, draining has proceeded enough that smaller areas are already accessible, and the benefits to the Dutch are already palpable. How are we doing on XP over here? Is there a way to see how much manpower you have lost in a thing? When you're sending volunteers? It doesn't really say. It's crazy how many languages ETAL is fluent in. So true. Click on the notebook next to the volunteers. 24,000 manpower. Should we, do something? Losses to enemy airplanes, 9,400. It's kind of a lot of manpower out of 310,000 manpower. But you can't take them back. It's kind of just wasting our manpower. We need to... Like, the fact that we don't have field hospitals is egregious. Like, even just giving the Runestone Regiment field hospitals, we don't have enough support equipment. Can you dissolve them? Yeah, I would have to, like, completely disband them. The used equipment will be returned to storage, and the units will go back to the manpower pool. Probably for the best, because 25k manpower is... We can't afford more than that. That's already too much. Goodbye. It's a shame about the XP, yeah, but it's draining my manpower. We only have 300k and we're down 25k just from expeditionary forces. And they're fighting for the wrong side now. So, all the things are bad. Okay, we have too much political power. Or do we? No, we don't. I need conscription. I need a conscription and I need a chief of the Air Force. The German Reich requests resource rights. They've approached us with a deal they claim will benefit both economies. They need our natural resources for their industries, and we need their investment to expand ours. A lucrative offer, but it is a devil's bargain. They give us 3 factories.
grants German-Swedish trade agreement, which grants construction speed plus 8% for 480 days. They get the rights to all resources in Västerbotten. Trade relations go up. Yeah, about that. You want all my resources in one of my most lucrative areas, is that it? Just 56 tungsten, 62 steel, and 24 chromium for you, all for you. That's all. I don't think so, bud. That's not in our best interest. It takes 25 PP. Screw you, dude. This is the part where we increase the size of our fort on the coast. But we give you 3 factories. Come on, bro. Please, come on, bro. Bro, please. I sent you 3 factories. Please respond.
Ja, befäl. Uppfattat.
Okay. Soon we will actually get back to national focuses, dude. It's 1940. But I need to increase conscription bad. Because we got more infantry equipment than we do people now. Sweden is incredibly stability and political power stretched, is my experience so far. There's 150. Okay. Extensive conscription. Double our current conscription. The only downside is training time is slightly increased. No big deal. We just got 2 more factories. Our subjects are giving us so many factories, dude. And we haven't even had time for efficiency to go up. We're actually out of steel now, so that's... Now I gotta change my trade law, which also costs political power. And I need to start making airframes, which means I need air experience. So at the very least, we can research heavy MGs to put on said planes. Perhaps we take a moment. There is a resource gain efficiency plus 12% here. It's pretty good. It'll start spreading. It needs time. Maybe that's worth, because it does need time to do it, so let's just try that. Is this all Iceland's fault? Actually, yeah. Kind of is all Iceland's fault. Realistically. Well, I helped Poland take Stettin. Germany is big now, and they have all the way down to Greece. Obviously, they're fighting the US, the UK, and France. Japan is pretty quiet. They're not really up to much. And suddenly, manpower. So we're going to start training 4 divisions of our grunts, who are 18 or 16 combat with support artillery, engineer company, and cavalry recon. Not particularly strong, but we do need to start training. That's why we're mobilizing. More factories! This is actually like a lot of factories. I accidentally just took away a bunch of those dudes. We have more? We have another one? Who's giving me all these? Now we have 28 from subjects? I'm impressed. April 1940.
Yep, support weapons 2. Recruit and operative, escape artist and seducer. Build an intel network in Estonia. Maybe you won't get captured there. Chat, in like an hour, remind me that I have a spy. Okay, infinite factories. Now we need infinite people. We're mobilizing as fast as we can, sir. We're gonna start training 4 Coast Guard. And 4 mainline infantry indefinitely. Kazakhstan has capitulated to the Soviets. We cannot allow them to win. But we're also not ready to declare war on them because we're just now really getting into like full-scale mobilization with construction. We're working on a bunch of dockyards, which will get us convoys. We also need some anti-air. We need it. We need everything, dude. At what point do we build infrastructure? Infrastructure will also get us resources. Improved infantry equipment 3. Nice soft attack bonus. I was really wanting to try armored cars. Like APCs sounded like a lot of fun. But I want to make sure the planes are ready to be built when we're ready to build them. So let's get engines for the planes. And then, what was I about to do? Oh, cue some construction. We need to be prepared for potential, like air defense of our mainland where all of our factories are. So maybe getting some radar there is a good idea. First, though, I want to get more infrastructure for the resources. And then I don't know, I'm trying to think to the future. The level 6 radar encompasses a lot of territory. So I might build the radar here to start and just trust in level 6 giving us the coverage over this area that we want. We're not at war with them, so technically this time we can listen. And then we're going to want to start getting some anti-air. Too many people are living in overcrowded slums, not fit for human habitation. We need to wipe the slate clean and ensure everyone has access to hygienic, functional housing. So one of our areas, one of our states, gets a hygienic housing policy, which gives civilian factory construction speed plus 12%, and add hygienic housing policy, which gives resource gain efficiency plus 12%. It will begin to spread outwards as time progresses, with a new core state getting a modifier every second month. So that'll benefit us over time. Is it... Okay, I say we finally start doing... This would have been beneficial for building dockyards and military factories. But let's do government weapons contracts. So we can finally start getting investment in the military, because it's 1940, it's time for war. It's wartime. German forces advancing in the Kingdom of Poland have captured Warsaw. Sporadic fighting continues in Prague and a few other districts, but organized resistance seems to have ceased.
The Polish government reportedly evacuated the city as the first German units entered Warsaw's suburbs, and their present location is unknown. Fighting against the German invaders continues in other parts of the country, but the loss of the capital is a serious blow. They lost out on the soft underbelly. They held Berlin, they're losing under in the south. And you know what? It's probably because they lost the volunteers. we left and they were like, I'm dead. Rip me. I want to build some civilian factories here. Improve computing machines. Digital computers can be made which are programmable. They're still expensive and large, but allow for intelligence analysis far beyond human capacity. 8% research speed, bomb sights, a stabilizer, some things we might be able to use. All right, we got 1940 tech here. We need 1940 artillery upgrade. Got a level 5 fort between us and the Reich. Airplane heavy machine guns. We're going to be putting 4 times heavy machine guns on our planes for sure. I liked that plane that we were designing. It seemed solid. Self-sealing fuel tanks are super important too. Was that because we left? Probably not, but I'd like to think so. I'd like to say yeah. But that's my bias. I think Poland's dead. I'm honestly surprised Germany's doing as well as it is, considering it's sort of like against the world already. And they don't even have Italy or Japan fighting with them. They're not fighting against the Soviets yet, but they're still fighting against US, France, UK, Poland, all at the same time. It's kind of a lot. They have the support of South America. They also fought against Romania. Now they're fighting against the Netherlands. But they fought against Romania. I guess Greece joined. Belgium joined the Allies. There are plenty of companies across Sweden who have expertise in the creation of weapons. If we're to be prepared for total war, we need to stimulate the expansion of these companies through contracts. 2 bonuses for infantry weapons, and we get plus funds for a bunch of our orgs. Seize Landswerk or allow them to operate independently. Going to war with the German Reich will allow them to temporarily seize the 2 factories in Sweden. So Landswerk, if we allow them to operate, unlocks German-Swedish tank tech exchange, production output plus 3%, military-industrial organization research bonus plus 8%. We get a factory. They get a factory, and continued partnership. Or we can seize it, get 2 building slots, 2 factories. Opinion of Sweden minus 10. Stability down even more, but military factory and dockyard construction speed up even more. Ooh, replace severe lack of ammunition, which is a minus 10 to a plus 10. That's hot. Then a factory. Bicycles! Yeah, bicycle tech! There you go. Anti-air research bonuses and some funds. A military factory, research, 2 military factories. Add 1 extra if completed while Swedish Norway is at war. Has more than 0% surrender progress. Sweden does not have war with Norway. Does that mean we get one or not? I'm a little confused on that. And then we got docks over here. Heck yeah. I say we start by seizing the Landswerk and pissing off Germany. Because what are they going to do? They're at war. Plus, we lose a little stability, but we get faster construction speed as well. So it has all those bonuses. That being said, I'm going to stop just long enough to get a chief of the Air Force. I need 100 PP. Strapped for political power, man. The whole time. Even if we search political power, it's like king and council, maybe? No, that loses 10% political power. This is plus 100 for forming the defense council. Paid vacation gives a 5% bonus. This one doesn't have anything. They really don't get any lump sum political power like anywhere on the tree, which is really weird. Finland gets like a ton. When we played Finland, it was just like raining political power. Okay, this is for ships. Max range and fuel usage. I'd much rather have max speed. We could have just been doing boat exercises, but we don't have fuel daily gain. That's the big issue. We need fuel. We could have been doing air exercises too with what planes we do have. But like, I don't think they're gonna end up blowing up with air accidents. We only get 0.005 daily anyways. Nenetsia has capitulated. Like, we could probably trade. Do we have any puppets we could trade? There might be, like, excavation decisions we have to do to unlock fuel. So... because I know that there was some, like, expanding the mines or something over here. Deep mining complexes might give us some decision. But it might be tied to excavation. Either way, I want to get us to 100 PP, get some plane guys. And then we'll choose a national focus. The Republic of Turkey deliver an investment portfolio. Representatives from the Republic of Turkey have visited our country, meeting with our politicians in the hopes of garnering endorsements for an investment scheme. The government of Republic of Turkey would like for us to use our resources to better their own industrial capabilities and output. I will say yes, but then not actually do it. Just so we have the option. I'm playing Sweden and struggling with fuel too. Yeah, fuel's gonna be real difficult. Because we can't do tanks, boats, or planes without it. So we're just gonna need a mass synthetic, I guess. Infantry weapon manufacturer. Breakthrough. Ooh, heart attack and piercing up. Yeah, and update that immediately. Okay, 100 PP. Chief of Air Force. Let's get air superiority plus 10% versus bad weather penalty minus 20%. Chat, what do you think? But not a machine. I'm not surprised to see you say that. What's Nenetsia? It was like northern Soviets up here. Right there. Oof, Poland. What happened, baby? What happened? You guys should have just entrenched. That's bad, dude.
We got one voice for minus 20% weather penalty. Yeah. At least that applies to close air support as well, I guess. He's going to start giving us 0.3 daily air XP, which we are going to desperately need in order to create our airplanes with the Air Designer. Poland out of manpower, probably. Speaking of, we got another 85k, 86k. I think we're doing all right here. We're definitely going to need more than extensive conscription. But again, political power, man. How do you get it? Eventually we'll stabilize, I guess. Support weapons 3. More defense and breakthroughs, nice. And I really want these anti-tank, but that's too far ahead. We're also at 1940 airframes. I really need to continuously research oil processing since we're going to be so short on oil. And then we're going to need to start building oil somewhere. I do not know where. Plus 10% for soft attack for artillery. We need to probably continue anti-air as well. In hindsight, I wish I could have done more researches that did not leverage my organizations because I didn't realize how little political power we had. But now we have an impressive amount of military factories, which we're going to be able to redistribute. Chat, production efficiency is at 0% per day. What is holding? Do we have riots or something? Do you have to have resources for the factories to become more production efficient? Because this is it. I guess so. It just got to this efficiency while they had resources. If you have some resources, I guess it'll move. We're negative 44 steel. I'm trying, dude. We got a lot of things to do. It's starting to hurt my brain. All right, survivability studies get self-sealing fuel tanks, self-sealing armor. We got armor plates. This is self-sealing fuel tanks, self-sealing fuel tanks, self-sealing fuel tanks, armor plates, and armor plates. Dude, you're really overselling what we get for picking that option, but I appreciate your enthusiasm nonetheless. Let's get 1940 radar. Yo, I heard you like armor plates, dude. Where's the 5th research slot on the tree? Not there. That's a lie. It's all the way down there. Kingdom of Poland has capitulated to the German Reich, who is now in control of their home area. So we're actually gonna head toward that other slot soon, but it's kind of buried. I'm not gonna muscle for it too much unless it's way the heck down here. Toad anti-tank and anti-air has more soft, hard, and air attack. Sure. Outdated equipment in production. We can upgrade our guns. Or we already did, I just didn't click the button. Now it's gonna convert. Okay. So, is it national focus time? Or do we just want more PP forever? We'll never have any political advisors. And I need to go back from free trade to export focus so we can get those resources. Or we can just wait for infrastructure. I think I need the national focuses. We've just been stalling. But resources are hard, dude. We may have made some poor choices. Or maybe we should just try and start integrating and coring the subjects. Does Sweden have a PP gain advisor? That's only worth it if you do it at the beginning of the game. Otherwise, it takes too long to pay for itself. All right, we're gonna start taking the like integrate options to see what happens. Unlimited factories. But no resources. The irony.
Ja, befäl. Uppfattat.
Engines 3. Okay, so we're gonna be like, once we have enough air XP, we're golden. We're ready to start producing planes. We just need resources. So let's look back at boats. Yeah, let's look back at boats. What boats do we want to make? Maybe we should try submarines. I really want aircraft carriers. I want a Swedish aircraft carrier navy. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe we should just keep researching depth charge throwers. Have some anti-submarine. But yeah, I feel like we're lagging way behind in this campaign in terms of readiness. On the upside, we do have, like, we are mobilizing. We have 20k extra guns, 1k extra support equipment. So there is no excuse not to have field hospitals now. Okay, great. Field hospitals in. And then support anti-air. We actually have we've produced enough anti-air to have the support anti-air, and we've produced trucks. Also great, and we have enough support equipment to facilitate the pretty big upgrade. Field hospital and support anti-air is going to give us a lot. I want to see the actual changes here. So it's mostly 5 extra breakthrough. We get 10% bonus HP. That's awesome. And then the 25% reduction in experience loss and the trickle back. And then support anti-air actually increases your soft attack and hard attack. Helps you against armor, which is kind of cool. 15 air attack. Buffs your defense slightly, breakthrough slightly. Yeah. All right. Very much worth, in my opinion, especially considering who we're going to be fighting. Chat, what about a name or a term for the grunts? We already used the Runestone Regiment. What about, like, the, what were the other suggestions from ChatGPT? It suggested St. Lucia's Legion, turning the peaceful celebration of St. Lucia's Day into a militant division. Which is funny to me. I was thinking about meatball, but for something else, for sure. Runestone Regiment was like the best one by far. All right, let's see. Thor's Thunder Guards. The Mead Hall Marauders. The Bifrost Brigadiers. The Ragnarok Raiders. I sense a common theme.
What was the second one? Mead Hall Marauders? I like the Mead Hall Marauders. Those are some grunts. Alright, that's going to cost all of our army XP, but it makes all of our divisions get field hospitals and support anti-air, which I cannot understate how important that is to go ahead and do before war breaks out. I am seeing more Soviet troops on the border right now. And we've got... a field marshal is back. I need to change these field marshals around. We want the offensive one, I guess. He's the one we kind of started the game with. Five attack, 1 defense, all gas, no brakes. I honestly can't believe how many factories we've got. The Stormcloaks. Yeah, those were pretty good suggestions. I liked those suggestions. They were nice. We got 77 stability, 69 war support, 60k manpower. It's not bad, but the manpower's peaking soon. And we're gonna have to up conscription again. Turkey joins the Allies. The Japanese shogunate joins the Axis. I picked ahistorical! Supposed to be crazy and wild and unpredictable. Accidental, semi-historical with some weirdness thrown in. The German Reich and the Japanese shogunate issued a joint statement. The latter has been granted member status of the Axis. Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen, but undoubtedly extensive joint military planning is underway. Wow. Okay, so the provisional Russian government also joined the Axis. So the Soviets are now at war with the Kingdom of Hungary and possibly soon the German Reich. Technically not the Allies. So it's like Japan plus this weird provisional Russian government. Yep, and there's the war declaration between the Soviets and the German Reich. And then Japan joins the Axis. Not the Allies, legally distinct allies. The Kingdom of Livonia declared war on on Soviet Latvia. The Kingdom of Livonia also joined the Axis. This is why I did not go for the Baltics. I'm glad that I didn't pick it. The German Reich has clear strategic interests in Scandinavia, both for basis of military operations and for the sake of natural resource import. The escalating conflict has meant that there is a very real threat to any resources ferried through the Baltic or the North Sea. With gradually intensifying diplomatic threats against Denmark and Swedish Norway, an increase in German military operations seems likely. You don't say. By the way, where's my trade, dude? Nobody's trading with me. So this is like the most likely source of conflict. I've already got level 5. We could do some more. No. You just threatened me. I'm not gonna let you go to my ports. Ah! That's the Nordiska Rike! Through strength alone, we have proven ourselves to be the undisputed masters of Scandinavia, but this is only the beginning for our people. As we unite together as one Reich, the world should brace itself for what is to come. Let's go, baby. I will seize the Landsverk now after that overt threat. So, we are called, it's way more complicated than Sweden. Det de Nordiska Rike. It's a cool blue, though. Nice blue. Interesting flag as well. I like the flag. And then we have some new decisions to align
and integrate. Oh, that's the radio. So it's 120 pp to integrate the Nordic bulwark. That's not bad. So what you're saying is forget about seize the Landwerk. Let's do that immediately. Political power's finally gone back up to a normal amount. What did we have to lose to get regular PP? It's 1.9 now. What national spirit did we get rid of that was really holding our PP back? We still have a severe lack of ammo. Anti-air upgrade. Do more anti-air. Pay back the military, I think. Oh, that was like 365 days. Dude, that was awful. Maybe we should have done the other groups, but we couldn't know what they were going to demand from us. So yeah, next time I would try the aristocracy, because I think the military payback was way too steep. You get some good bonuses, though. The political power is... Oof. I felt it, man. All right, we have 29 air XP. Let's wait until we get 30. Following the Russian defeat in the Crimean War, the Åland Islands have been demilitarized and their inhabitants exempt from any form of conscription. Though the status has been contested many times, it is still enforced by many of the great powers of the world. Now, however, following the Finnish Operation Kilpapur-Jedus, the islands have been remilitarized. Okay, well that's good for us because I need to occupy it and hold it. About to start my very first campaign, wish me luck. Hey, just gotta read stuff, make saves. You know? And continuously learn, because I am still learning even now. All right, 120 pp. Let's integrate. They have 21 factories. Norway has 22. We need to integrate both of them. So, let's integrate Finland first, since we talked to them first. 360 days. And that will annex them. Which is going to take manpower, isn't it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We'll see how that goes, but we have a year. We have a year. Let's make our first airframe. Is this 1940s? This should be our 1940s small airframe. I imagine it'll take me a while to even unpause. Yeah, the focus trees are like the most fun part of the game, in my opinion, so enjoy. Let's do a single engine tier 3, max speed up 30%. Thrust goes from 11 to 25. It's not even comparable. For special modules, I really like the setup that we had before. Self-sealing fuel tanks are just great. 1 production cost, but you get 6 air defense is amazing. Because that air defense starts at 11, so it goes from 11 to 17. And we can chuck armor plates on them. I don't mind the range debuff. Just reinforce them. And then for electronics, I like the night penalty reduction. Because you can have them where they only fly during the day, but it doesn't seem like a good idea to me. We need to assign our organization. We get the agility, speed, and attack bonus. And now they need some guns. So this is going to be our stock fighter. We purposely researched heavy machine guns. That's 12 air attack instead of 6. Double the production cost. And double the weight. So there's no advantage to one or the other. But they have a logistic strike ability, I guess. Now, these are 3 production costs each. But I feel like maybe we just do 2 heavy machine guns, start here. And possibly also just take radio navigation off and go non-strategic materials. That loses air defense, but the production cost goes from like 32 to 27. I don't know if that's worth it. But yeah, we do just need to get some planes in the sky. And we'll have pretty great agility because of the engine, which does a lot for avoiding being hit instead of just taking hits. So let's do that. Let's just have a nimble plane that's cheap to produce. Thor's Thunderbird, Mjolnir Mach. That'd be a good name for like a jet. The Bifrost Burner, Odin's Osprey, Freya's Falcon. It's really latched onto that. Looks like a good starter plane. Yeah, it's a decent little starter plane. Freya's Falcon Mark 1. So we're going to use our organization to shave 10% off the production cost and make it 5% more efficient to produce. The problem is, again, we don't really have resources right now. That is the problem. So I'm going to start taking factories off. That way we have some on airframes, and we're working on getting more resources. The infrastructure will help. We also need oil, so there's a lot. I feel like we need a lot of things. We're spinning a lot of plates right now in this playthrough, it feels like. And constantly on the back foot. This is good for us because the German Reich and the Soviets will be weakened as a result of this. New radar operating in the microwave bands enables us to detect objects too small for previous radars. Gunnery radar, air-to-air radar, advanced radio, level 4 radar station. It's 1940, November. That means we need to get ahead of 1941. We need dispersed industry for space. And we need to just do all the industry. Now the question is, do we want to go ahead and select the national focus? I think it would be beneficial to, since political power sort of went back, and do what we were going to do. What does it keep what does this keep highlighting? Like, it's showing me something I haven't seen before. We should probably trade for rubber. Convoys shouldn't be a problem because we're at war. The question is, who do we want to trade with? Nobody has any except France and the UK, who are going to be against us once we start doing things that we do, maybe. Can we trade? Where's our puppet? Hey, we can trade with our puppet. So when you trade with your puppet, a single factory gets you 40 instead of 8 resources. Should have done that already, but I didn't think about it. So we have steel covered, and then the Norwegian Atlantic Wall has 32 aluminum for a single factory. It's an incredible deal.
Suddenly, we have a surplus of everything except rubber. Ma Bufang takes national leadership in China. Following an extensive power struggle between Chiang Kai-shek and Ma Bufang, the former has conceded defeat and met with Ma Bufang in his residence. After 2 hours of negotiations, Chiang Kai-shek has evidently accepted a proposal to transfer power and stepped down as the premier of the republic. They may have averted war. All right, we need fuel gain, but we also need construction. Why does it sound like our puppets only exist for defense? They kind of do. I'm gonna integrate them, but it's taken a while. Takes a year, which makes sense. So now all of our productions should be actually becoming more production efficient per day, and that should help us out a ton. Turns out having resources for your production lines is useful. Who could have seen that? So we have 1,700 stockpiled, 700... Okay, hold on. If we just add the infantry over here... I don't have enough army XP. We need army XP again. We could do exercises on the border with the Soviets, but then we won't be entrenched if something bad happens. I already have my reserves doing exercises. And we're up to a level 8 land fort on the border with Denmark/Germany. Depth charge throwers, we'll come back to boats. Let's grab assembly line production for that extra 10% cap, and we'll be caught up. Okay, another spy who I will send... The US captured Greenland. Dude, the US loves Greenland. We're more likely to be at war with Moscow first. Let's see if they can avoid getting captured. No docking rights for Greece. Is this a Finnish? Look at this Finnish god. Finland as our puppet just created a unit, and we have control over it. Because they gave it to us, I guess. They have 24 combat width, 2 artillery line divisions, support logistics, anti-tank, anti-air, cavalry recon, and an engineer company. Fully stocked. What? This feels like them styling on us. It kind of does, though. All right, 20 millimeter anti-air. It's time to upgrade all of our anti-air. It's just mo better. On boats, it's mo better on the ground. 25 instead of 19 air attack can also be used. It's really effective against enemy armor, actually. So it has a dual purpose there, which is awesome. And since it is December 1940... and we're current on everything except maybe our... Let's get the artillery buff. I still can't afford the PP. What a bro. They are bro, yeah. Big bro. We got 85k manpower. It's static there until we change our conscription laws again, and we're still recruiting. We got 17 Coast Guard right now. Well, 1 horsey. 8 combat width. I need to upgrade them from just engineer and cavalry recon, but we have a lot of coast to cover, and that's not even including Norway, which they're covering their own coast for now. And then we have 289 days until we hopefully annex them. We're also finally building trains. It took forever, but we're building trains.
Landsberg has operated as a loophole for the German military to circumvent the Treaty of Versailles restrictions on developing armored vehicles. Some in the government are arguing that we need to seize the company to distance ourselves from the German war machine. 2 military factories, 2 building slots on Skane. The German Reich gets an event. They don't like us. And we modify Fulkimit with an even greater amount of war support and military factory and dockyard construction speed. However, stability takes a hit. And guess what? I don't think we have to worry about hunger strikes anymore. They have enough places to work. We got rid of that nasty debuff. And we can choose another. So probably as the barometer falls, as long as we had more than 17 military factories, we get... Oh my god, dude. We get war games for 480 days, army XP, naval XP, and air XP per day. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. We're also going to start making the new anti-air. Got to upgrade a lot along the way. Probably want to shovel in a factory there. Okay. 4 more divisions for the front line with the Soviets. I actually want to take one of them and put them on the border with Germany. 4 doesn't seem like enough for Helsingborg. It's a crucial spot. I don't know if I want to recruit these guys, or at least not all of them. We need at least like 50, 60k manpower. And I want to recruit some more Coast Guard as well. We'll have a ton of manpower once we get Norway and Finland. Rip Denmark. It's so sad, man. I would have loved to have had Denmark as well and hold the border against Germany. Soviet? What are you doing? Got a 2-front war. They're at war with Japan as well. Chaos, man.
Stelling.
4 divisions of Coast Guard. Make sure their area defense covers our islands. We're also covering Finland. Mostly just ports, because that's really all we can do. Norway is covering Oslo. Yeah, they're covering their own ports for now. And we've got 21 divisions. Eventually, we're going to need some coastal forts. Okay. We cannot afford to be caught off guard by an incursion into our territory, regardless of the cause. Therefore, we must ensure the armed forces have contingency plans and adequate training to deal with any such scenario. War games for 480 days with just 0.15 daily Army, Navy, and Air XP. I love it. That would have been awesome instead of spending PP on this Air XP guy, but it is what it is. And now that we have another 101 political power, I would love a chief of the army, but I think we really just need conscription again before anything else. However, I'm going to continue to push down here toward expanding the University of Uppsala. So we can do defense in depth or land-air warfare. Defense in depth gives division recovery rate and reinforce rate bonuses. Our generals get a extra defense skill. Wow. 11 generals get +1 defense? Bofors. Bofor what? Gets +200 funds and the new trait, advanced armor piercing rounds. So that's one of our organizations. Land-air warfare. Combined land-air warfare tactics, which gives air superiority mission efficiency +10%, armored division attack up, and a one-time bonus of Army XP. I think that's great, but let's get defense in depth, because I think we need to seal up against bad guys. Is that a 70-day? Ow. So for this one, you need... Requires modern tactics. For this one, you need either of the two next to it. Okay, so, I mean, the extra thing is really far away, in my opinion. And there's military factories here. Why can't I have everything I want at the same time, chat? Luckily, my puppets are gods, and they're giving me 43 military factories. So we're kind of gaming. We are kind of gaming right now. In fact, if we wanted the Mead Hall Marauders to have line artillery, shifting those dudes around, we have to have 25, I know, but I'm just looking to see. One line artillery we could definitely do. Could we do 2 line artillery? Yes, but we'd barely have a surplus in storage. And that's 22 combat width. Which, chat, what's your favorite combat width for just basic grunts now? I was thinking 18 just because our front lines need to be so spread so thin. I think we said 22 was good. If you, those of you saying 20, would you say, are you saying 20 because that's how you used to do it? Because you know that combat width has changed, right? Combat width is not the way it used to be. I did not know that. Yeah, combat width has changed. So now, like a Plains province has 70 combat width, but it has combat width for additional attacks, in this case 35. Additional attacks mean flank. So if it's head on, you can only have 70 combat width. If you have flanks, you have an additional 35 for flanking units. So checking out a forest, it has 60 basic combat width and then 30 additional combat width, and then a city or urban area has 80 and then an additional 40. So 20 is actually good for those. But then mountains are going to be weird and they have 50 with an additional 25. 12, 15, 17 to 19, 20 to 24, 27, 36, 40, and 44 are the best now. Okay, so just throw a dart at the board and just pick whichever one you want. 21, 25, 26, 31, 34, 35, 42, and 43 are bad. Because I remember before we agreed on like 22 if possible, and I agree that like 18 to 19 seems good if we need to spread pretty thin. If you do 15 to 20, you're fine, basically. Etal, it's been almost an hour, you have a spy. Somehow the network is still only 31%. A 100% network would be best. Improved artillery upgrade, nice. We got 1941 artillery soft attack. That's going to be great when we get our line artillery rolling. We're already working on assembly line. Let's do oil, because we know that we need oil. Which is why we're going to build more oil. Somewhere. I mean, we can build it wherever we want. We're going to be coring these anyway, so we can build dockyards over there. We've also built our first radar stations. And we're working on getting anti-air. Indian calls for independence have intensified lately. Now things have come to a head as the radical Quit India movement has called for the UK to leave the country as soon as possible. British authorities were quick to react, however, and have cracked down on the movement, arresting several leaders in dawn raids on homes across India. Yet another doomed attempt at freedom.
If you want my opinion, which doesn't matter, I would go with 15 or 17 combat width. Okay, if you did 17 combat width, how many line artillery would you do in there? Soviet Latvia has capitulated. And we will need bonus anti-air. Do we have a way to urbanize that doesn't cost PP? Explain. I'm not, sorry, I just don't know what that means. What do you mean by urbanize? We have a guy in Estonia. But then we had a dude in Germany. I thought I had a dude in Estonia, but now I have a dude in Moscow. Okay, we have airplane perk. I like reliability. Sure, let's do reliability. And then we're simply going to... I thought I already upgraded it, but here you go. Freya's Falcons. Speaking of, we need to make sure that this air unit is grounded so they're not accidentally exploding. And I'm honestly just going to disband the air wing so it's less confusing. Because we have useless close air support who aren't doing anything. But we do have some 43 Freya's Falcons ready to go. No, Germany, no. You just said you had Nordic ambitions, bro. Also, Finland with another, like, juicy 20... They love 24 combat width. Which chat says is bad, not the meta. What's the downside of having a lot of small width divisions? The downside of having a lot of small width divisions is that you need to have enough generals and field marshals to really get the most out of them. So you'll probably be stretched really thin in terms of leadership. Small width issue is generals and micro. Micro is also fair. But yeah, we're having some supply issues over here, which isn't surprising. I can fix that with the appropriate support group. Dispersed Industry 4, huge. Another 20% max factories in a state. Factories just output more, retention's better. We're gonna need rubber processing from our industry as well. But I want military police to be ready if we annex the Finnish Nordic bulwark. Bit of a mouthful, but be worth it. Sure, let's do some trucks. Oh, we have 150 PP. Wow. How about service by requirement? We're gonna go from 5% recruitable population to 10%. It just take a hit to our construction speed and factory output. But at this point, we just need people, dude. We need people. So it's basically doubling, not quite doubling our current manpower pool. We're at 7% out of 12, so we're gonna get a lot. Construction 4. Plus 10% speed, nice. It's 1941. What do we want? I really want to start making boats. Let's get 1940 destroyers. .1940 destroyer hull will get max speed up, surface visibility down. That's probably worth it. That's probably worth it. No enemy force has infinite momentum, largely due to the constraints of supply lines and the physical and mental limitations of soldiers. As such, a more robust form of defense is not based on rigid front lines that collapse when pierced, but on layers of defense that progressively rob the enemy of momentum. So we get a new, I think, national spirit, defense in depth tactics, recovery rate and reinforcement rate goes up.
Like 11 of our generals just get a bonus defense, and we get some funding for an organization with a new organizational trait, advanced armor-piercing rounds. Hedgehog defense. We're doing this so we can get to that 5th research slot.
Sterling.
And then we got... I'm just checking on our neighbors. We need some supplies, dude. I think it would be a great idea if we replaced one of our support groups with the one that gives us... I think we just ditch support artillery for logistics, because that's minus 20% supply usage and minus 10% fuel usage, which will be useful later. But the supply use down is amazing. And then at the same time, we have 20 army XP. I need a bit more to replace the artillery. So we're just gonna have to wait a bit longer. Production efficiency cap up 10%. Our new cap is 90. And where are we going? I'd say a little bit of excavation is good, because we're eventually going to run out of all of our resources, and I'm curious how the new support group will impact these dudes. I've never had this many factories in any of the campaigns we've done so far, so this is fun. We have 38,000 spare guns. I guess trucks. Talks, my wife just told me you look like Sheldon's emo older brother, just FYI. First of all, your wife? Okay. And second of all, why are you wasting your time watching fucking Big Bang Theory, bro? When you could be watching me on all your screens. Like 8 to 13 hour streams, when do you find time for like... Okay, I know why. Your wife watches The Big Bang Theory, and it's not you watching it for the plot. Mm-hmm. How be the Swedening? It's very navy blue. Very navy blue. Why don't you tell your wife to create an account and subscribe to me already, you non-following scumlord? Account created March 2017? You have missed out on 6 years of my streams, and you haven't even pushed the follow button yet? Absolute shame. Unbelievable. I need both you and your wife to follow and subscribe right now. Thank you. The audit always gets them. Don't forget to hit that bell. Redditors in chat, listen, we're all Redditors just because there's no other website now that Twitter and every other social media platform has fallen.
Can't be too harsh. Why are these guys getting named like this? I can't keep up with it.
Manöver.
But we'll send them to the front. Maybe. Where are you going?
Uppfattat.
Where are they going? Hey chat, watch this. Le voila. If you can talk right now, it means that you made it. And if you can't talk right now, it means you have a choice. Fuel gain from refineries plus 50%. I didn't know that button was automatically set to 1 hour, but at this point... Ah, I can't talk! I gotta unfollow so that I can't talk. There we go. That's more like it. And you know what? To give you some time as a buffer so that you can chat, I'm gonna take a BRB. So I'm gonna, go take the dog outside, get a drink, get a snack, come back. And when I come back, we'll have more chatters able to talk. Hopefully. It shouldn't be... Ooh, 102 air XP. We should wait until we actually have some doctrine cheapening modifications. Alright, dude. We got 114 days until we integrate Finland. And then we can try also integrating the Norwegian Atlantic Wall would be amazing. I still need to get political advisors, military high command, and a chief of army. And we need to clamp down on free trade. It's rough out there right now. Four more Coast Guard. We can increase the effectiveness of our defense in depth operations by utilizing hedgehog tactics, which consist of small pockets of troops in defensible positions that the enemy may bypass. However, containing the pockets will deplete the enemy of momentum and leave them vulnerable to counterattack. Replace defense in depth tactics with hedgehog defense. Encirclement penalty, minus 20%. Supply grace, plus 72 hours. What is a minus 20% encirclement penalty? It just means you don't get, like, flanking. Getting flanked doesn't hurt you as much. But our supplies will last a little bit longer. I want to get down to this. You have to have any army leader to have this. Ooh, land forts, anti-air, coastal forts. Yeah, and that's a 35-day research. Excellent. All right, chat. I'm a BRB. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take the dog outside, who is back there in the bed. You may not be able to see. I want to say shout out to everybody whose wife is currently watching me in bed. And I'll see you in a minute.
Stop.
Game time. Whew. Where's my water? Oh, hold on. My water. What's up? Okay. So, if we do... This is for artillery. Soft attack and production. I would much rather have plus 3% production efficiency gain. And plus 3% production efficiency cap. I assume that will automatically apply. To all current production lines. I wish my name was Burger Furugard. Criticized for weak foreign policy. I wish I looked like this and my name was Burger Furugard. We had the chance to strike against our enemies, but the NSAP let it pass. Not only is this yet another damning case in a string of missed opportunities to strengthen Det Stornordiska Rike's position internationally, it's a sign that their claim to be acting in the interest of the Swedish people is mostly empty rhetoric. It is time for a change in policy. Our failure to pursue the war many had expected has been the target of scathing criticism for our political opponents. Not following through on our military plans will make it more difficult for us to convince the people what direction we're taking the country. Dude, have you looked around you? Fascism. You guys aren't being fascist enough. I wanted to declare war. Bro, we have puppeted and are currently annexing Finland and Norway. What do you want? I wanted to war. Like, what? All the Nordics except for, like, Denmark, basically, are gonna be flying the same flag. I have to shave off 30 political power, 5% war support, and 5% fascism for this. Good God. As if political power wasn't hard enough to maintain this playthrough. Just take 30 more. 1940 destroyer hull. Okay, I would like to start making 1940s destroyers. But right now, Hungary proclaims Greater Hungary, having regained the lands that were taken from them in the Treaty of Trianon. Miklos Horthy issued a proclamation yesterday evening. The nation shall henceforth be known as Greater Hungary. It is hoped this will serve to increase Greater Hungary's prestige in the eyes of the world, as well as better describe the extent of its borders. They're a bit full of themselves. It's true. Military police, too. We're gonna need this when we actually annex. Miklos Horthy. July 1941. What are we doing? Anti-air? Okay. Oh, this is another division. 24 combat with. They're gaming right now, dude. They have a cool flag. I like their flag. We are holding the line with the Soviets. Like, we could actually go to war with the Soviets. Believe it or not. We just have to decide how good of an idea that is when they are at war with everyone else. Sweden's coastline is vast and largely undefended. To prevent an enemy landing an invasion force on our shores, we need to create a line of fortified positions across the coast capable of repelling them back into the Baltic. 2 land forts in Skane, 2 land forts in Västergötland, 2 land forts in Värmland, 2 land forts in Östergötland, and 2 land forts in Södermanland and Gotland. And some of them get naval bases. Adds fortifications in key defensive areas around Malmo and the Straits. Further inland at choke points around lakes Vänern and Vättern, as well as in Gotland and Stockholm. Let me see. Where are we talking here? Just a free level 5 coastal fort there. Nice. Yeah, I didn't build any of these coastal forts. We get level 6 on that side. There's also a level 3 coastal fort. I did not build that either. Their flag is a bit confusing. It looks familiar. Chad, how are your campaigns going right now? I know there were a lot of first-time Hearts of Iron gamers today. I am curious if anybody else has had good luck, especially with Sweden. We got 400 convoys. I don't need that many. 24 fighters. That means we have our first ever full fighter wing of 100 fighters. Work on a second one. Have a surplus of armored trains. Almost 2K support equipment. Trying to build trucks. I don't know where all our trucks went. 44K infantry equipment's a lot. Lots of artillery as well. We just need that army XP. I just got the Pirate King of Sweden. And then got the Return of the King achievement. I don't know how to get the Pirate King of Sweden. It's way more complicated than Crusader Kings. I'm still trying to figure out how to play this. Yeah, it takes a while. It takes a little while. It's definitely more complicated than Crusader Kings, but sort of. It's more complicated to play, but Crusader Kings, you have to have already known what, like, de jure, de facto, all the different levels of governance. I think when you're learning Crusader Kings, it feels very overwhelming because there's a lot you don't know about where the borders are. I'm preparing for German Civil War, only just unpaused. Playing Denmark, it is little. Denmark is little. Germany invaded me as Norway despite signing a non-aggression pact, yet I couldn't declare on Sweden because of a pact. I don't understand. I think Germany has the ability to declare war through the focus tree. So it was probably A, the focus tree, and B, Germany also technically had a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union when they declared war on the Soviet Union. But basic focus trees supersede anything else, even alliances. It's like the ultimate rule. Okay, do we want a national focus or do we want political power? I kind of want political power so we can start integrating Norway, so let's just save up for that real quick. Because it should go pretty fast. We're getting 1.84 a day. I feel like we've been doing this a lot in this campaign, is just waiting for political power. Production efficiency gain for infantry weapons. Love it. And we're still recruiting. I think it's okay to start recruiting more. So we're gonna go 6 and 6. And it's kind of staggered. So these will be ready first, then these two, and then these two. We have free civilian factories, chat. You know what that means? It means we have level 4 out of 4 radar right here down the middle. And at least level 1 anti-air. It's a start. I'd also actually like to just up infrastructure where most of our resources are coming from. But I am worried that there's going to be some kind of focus that I missed that does that for me. We have a couple of big air bases. I think we just go back to doing factories, to be honest, for now. Because we're running, like, where did they all go? We're using 28 for consumer goods, but I don't know why it's so many. Of our 121 civilian and military factories. Oh, because it includes military. I bet it's including the military factories we're getting from our puppets. So we're sort of losing civilian factories on account of the number of military factories we have. Which is unfortunate. We could do war economy, which is better. Or I could just build up a few more civilian factories. The thing is, we need more synthetic refineries. Toasters are important. Toasters are a little too important, I think. Why did we demilitarize? I did, and that was part of how you start. This is not our border. This is Finland. The Finnish Nordic bulwark, our puppet. So before we puppeted them, we asked them to demilitarize our borders as a show of good faith. And now we're working on annexing them in 54 days. So it's part of our specific tree. Allies, do something. They're holding the Netherlands and Belgium for now, which is kind of impressive. I'm building factories so I can build more factories. Germany, you get out of my ports. You already threatened Norway. You get out of here now. You hear? All right, we have so many artillery, but I think it's about that number's about to go down by quite a bit. I think I'm just gonna put 5 more factories on airplanes. I'd like to make some close air support too, but we just obviously need fighters first. So work on that. I have 125 political power, so I'm gonna work on integrating Norway. Heck yeah! And then let's pick a national focus. We have to have an army. Any army leader has the trait Ranger. Oh no. Am I never... Dude, this sucks. I didn't even see this until now. Oh man, I didn't see this. I would have chosen differently if I paid attention. Oh, this kind of sucks. Let me explain. The 5th research slot is at the bottom of this list, okay? It's the only place we can get a 5th research slot, I think. To get this, you have to get Modern Tactics and Modern Warfare. To get this, you need either Sticks and Stones or the other one, Tank Development. But you can't get Sticks and Stones unless you have an army leader with a specific trait, which has to be Ranger, and I don't know how to even manufacture that. And to get tank development, you have to have gotten Rapid Response Force, but to get Rapid Response Force, you have to get Land-Air Warfare, which is mutually exclusive with Defense in Depth. So I can't pick anything on this right side. And now my 5th research slot is in 1941 locked behind a random trait. Ranger is fighting in forests. I see that, yeah, but I would have just gone for armor because it's easier. Alex, you should have Ranger. I mean, bro, it says right there I don't.
Sterling.
Why did you tag me for that?
Like, where even is... Like, I have never had Ranger. You just have to fight on a forest. We have Hill Fighter. Max Entrenchment, Winter, Infantry, Ambusher. Old Guard, Politically Connected, Skilled. Connected Engineer, War Hero. Old Guard, Harsh Leader, Commando. Camouflage Expert. Inflexible. Nope, no Ranger. Finland has a lot of Ranger Generals. I guess, yeah, we can get one from Finland, I guess. When we integrate them. But I still don't like that progression there. I definitely think the Swedish focus tree feels more clunky than the Finnish focus tree. The Finnish focus tree was smooth as butter. Sweden's has seemed a bit clunky so far to me. I enjoy the choices and the decisions, but it doesn't feel as elegant. The Finnish tree was like, je ne sais quoi. Other than like the army leader. Okay, let's do... These are some Air Force things that would be helpful. Plus, these are just military factories. A lot of 70 days on the Swedish tree as well. Lots of 70 days. 35 is the exception. I'm definitely feeling that as well. All right, let's get rid of the lack of ammunition. I've been wanting to do that for a while. It's a huge debuff for us. That's minus 10% attack and defense. Our military suffers a severe lack of ammo for our weapons. Yeah, it's bad. We should also set up an offensive line here because there's literally no reason not to. I understand that's stretching it a bit. But if we take the north, it's really not. Like, if you take all of this, it's really not that much. But at least I can start planning an offensive. Denmark, Norway, and Finland have a lot more 35s because they actually basically get forced into fights. It makes sense, but 35 days are just faster, better dopamine, in my opinion. All right, we got 34 Army XP. We should be able to modify our main group. We've been wanting to add line artillery, which costs 25 Army XP even just to get the formation. And then another 5 for a second line artillery. We don't want 22 combat width, though. We know that. How much do we want, is the question. Do we want 18? Here's the problem. How do I get support anti-tank into this group? I have to give up either logistics, engineers, recon, field hospital, or support anti-air. An alternative is 1 line artillery, 1 line anti-air, which we would be in a complete deficit. And then support anti-tank, and then maybe you could have everything. Line anti-air would be a nice, fun change. Let's also change our cavalry recon, but like... Dude, this artillery buff is so crazy. The soft attack goes up by like 30.
Hard attack slightly goes up. Defense goes up by 15. Breakthrough goes up. The soft attack is insane. It is insane. Yeah, let's do 2. Because we have 2,600 in storage left after this. That's perfect, right? We can also replace cavalry recon with motorized recon, which is just 11 more defense, more breakthrough, even more reconnaissance. They just take fuel. So the fuel's the hard part. But that's a good change. However, I'm too poor. Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back to this. Just add the line artillery, remove some infantry. Let's go 18 combat width, give that a try so we can spread ourselves a little bit more thin. The line artillery is going to really bolster us. And I love the support anti-air and field hospitals. The Mead Hall Marauders will change composition. Why does it say deploy units? You have units ready. Well then, deploy them? I don't know. I don't know what you want. All right, we'll add those to the front line with Sweden. Hi, dog and friends. What is up, Sim? Also, I can turn the joke off now. There we go. How you doing, dude? We're playing as scary, naughty Sweden, who is smooth and balding at the same time. This actually might be Shimp, Sim. Did you know Shimp was a Swedish fascist demagogue in another life? I'm actually shocked by how much this looks like Shimp now. We decided to try naughty Sweden, and we are currently in the process of annexing Finland and Norway, who are willing participants. Unfortunately, Denmark didn't make it after Iceland started a fascist revolution and then joined the Axis, dragging Denmark into a war with Germany. They didn't make it. And then World War II happened in 1938. World War II started in 1938, and I'm playing ahistorical, but weirdly, it's sort of just historical, but like with extra steps. We have the United Kingdom, France, and the US are in the Allies, and they're at war with the German Reich, Hungary, Greece, and Japan in the Axis. And then the Soviets are in the European Syndicate, and they're at war against the Provisional Russian government, who also joined the Axis. So they have more difficulties than usual. But yeah, things are a little bit, a little hectic here. 10% resource gain efficiency. Okay, we need that. I also just need to change our trade policy. And we need, like, an unlimited amount of rubber. We can trade with British Malaya with no convoys required, but we have to give up like a significant number of our civilian factories. I'm gonna go ahead and just trade 3 to take a little bit off so we can start making planes faster. But like, where are my civilian factories, dude? Where are they? Also, it's September 1941, which means it's almost 1942, which means I'm just going to go ahead and take the final tier of computing machines and get out in front of that. And I want to make a close air support plane, but we need to do a little bit more research first. Either way, Sim, how you been doing, dude? Are you streaming tonight? Thanks for popping in. Okay, we got sonar for our ships and anti-air upgrade for our support groups, and our static anti-air. It buffs both of them and reduces the total amount of bombing damage we might take. I guess if we want anti-tank, we need to actually research it, huh? It'd be fun to do rocket artillery instead of artillery so we could actually go on the offensive. I guess you could do both. Could do both. And it's almost 1942, so I kind of want to get these. Ooh, especially infantry anti-tank. That's so tasty. And then what else is there? Oh, we need all the 1942 engineer companies. I think I'm just gonna take the modern weapons and try and pivot to making modern weapons really early. I'm gonna go ahead and use our weapons manufacturer to give them a bonus as well. I'm doing okay, thanks. Hey, nice to hear, dude. We're not embroiled in war yet, but we are about to see what happens when we annex Finland. I'm hoping that we don't have a substantial drain on our manpower. Which reminds me, we have 643k manpower now. We can probably spool up recruiting a little bit. So we're gonna start recruiting 8 mainline divisions at a time and 8 Coast Guard. Coast Guard's gonna be so important when we end up at war with the Allies. I learned my lesson from getting naval invaded the day before yesterday. But I love the fuel gain from refineries here. And then let's grab the, do we have the close air support? We already have bombs, actually. So if that's the case, what do I need to start making boats? Maybe depth charge mortars? Well, no, we need guns. We don't even have light batteries. It's tough, dude. Either way, Sim, while you're here, toss our friend Sim a follow if you haven't already. Who's been playing some WoW. Hold on, what's this? Grinding out the hardcore WoW. And just got a mount recently. I hope the mage is still alive. And that you're pushing on towards 60. And I hope you've been having fun with it. I'd be curious to see if you got to 60, whether you liked mage or warlock better. Our intelligence services report that Finnish weapons caches are hidden in Nyland. We can expect military operations there to be significantly hindered and must watch out for more aggressive tactics by the local resistance. Depending on their perceived success, we may find similar surprises in other caches. What? Oh, that's such a weird interaction. So Finland can stash weapons in case they get invaded by the Soviets, but apparently even if they're annexed via the focus tree of Sweden, they still have the weapons caches? Even if they are peaceably annexed by their own free will? So I still have like a higher resistance target. Resistance decay speed minus 50%, starting compliance minus 50%. I don't feel like that's supposed to trigger, right? Like there already are puppets. Is there resistance? Yeah, this feels like it's not supposed to happen. Unlocks the Finnish resistance decision category, allowing us to actively search for weapon caches and seize them. Yep, there they are. Our troops will conduct a thorough investigation on the weapons cache in Nyland, Sala, Vasa, Kuopio, and check if there's actually any resistance. I think is it just cord? That's so confusing. So that event's not even supposed to proc. There is no resistance. We just cored it and now we have 290,000 manpower. Okay, so these probably aren't supposed to even be things that we... Like, if anything, we want more weapons caches. Right? Who are all these guys? So it adds modifiers, but they're essentially inert. Yeah, that's very odd.
Order.
Little confusing. Also, we just got a bunch of weirdos. Okay. Some just random horsies. Some random pawn infantry. We just inherited any division templates that they have. We could probably just convert them to other templates, which would probably be best, but we're running out of trucks now. Dude, first of all, how? I guess we don't have any rubber. We're using it all for the planes. Let's take some for the trucks, and we're running out of steel as well. Okay, let's just leave a pause for a second because we just cored Finland in a willful transfer of power. Thanks for the shout out, dude. Look forward to seeing you in Vegas. Dude, TwitchCon is soon. It's crazy. TwitchCon is real soon. What's up, King of the Clowns? How's it going? You made 4 a week. Yeah, we're struggling a little bit. All right, what am I gonna do with all these nerds? Step 1, the Mead Hall Marauders, we're gonna change their icon. We're gonna do the sword with wings because I just need something that I'm like, okay, I know what that is. That's my base troop. Those are my basic guys. They're leading the charge. That way, when I see all these guys, I know that they're not my units. These guys are 24 combat width. We gotta change their unit design or just convert a bunch of them. I respect the support anti-tank, but they're missing the field hospitals. So I feel like converting them makes a lot of sense. Is there a way to mass convert, or do you have to do them all one at a time? Likewise, these guys would be normal converts. Oh, they're the ones that are locked. I can convert these guys to Runestone Regiment. Is one of their officers a ranger? We'll come back to that. The double arrows next to the trash. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, let's try that. So we have 2 divisions here that we're gonna make into full-on marauders. And then start an army group. These guys are unchangeable templates. We're just gonna put them into the Coast Guard.
Order.
These guys are garrison. We're gonna change them into Runestone Regiment. Plenty of manpower, infantry, and support equipment. Thanks for the tip on the arrows. That's very convenient. They're all going to the Coast Guard.
Uppfattat.
Who's this? Horsies. I don't want you. I'm sorry. Runestone, we're just gonna convert this over to a Runestone Regiment.
Ja.
Who's this? These guys are 24 combat width. I just accidentally sent all of them over. All right, you guys go in your own.
Gå.
What is going on? There we go.
Manöver.
Okay. Now that we have cored Denmark, which is incredible, we just need to make sure that we're actively guarding all the ports, including these. We're gonna need to guard Norway's ports as well. We have 37 divisions, so we should have plenty. These guys, some of them can train. We have like a lot of level 3s doing daily training for us. All right, this is like a new division that I want to change these 24 combat with divisions over. to our Mead Hall Marauders. We need trucks. We don't make trucks.
Yo.
Okay, we got a new army.
Yo.
I also want the Leningrad dudes. Why do I hear combat? That's not for us. Okay. I want to change the people who just kind of sit and guard and put them in a different group.
Yo.
All right, we're looking for a general who is a ranger. Where are the Finnish generals? We just don't get them, I guess. Confusing. Also, our generals are really bad with supply consumption. Like, just real bad. But sure. Ambusher, max entrenchment, infantry division leader, and officer. And we're gonna do a little bit of this. Where we're gonna create, we're gonna click the field marshal, click front line, then shift click the front line to create a united front. And then I am going to modify it. Let them reposition. And then we're going to set a new offensive line so they can start planning. That way we can have up to 48 dudes invading all at the same time. And I'd probably start with like just a giant push all the way down to the lake. And then the river. I understand this is too much, but it won't be too much. Once the octopus head is captured at the top. Once all this is taken. But the regiments have officers? Can you not promote one? Dude. Officers that you can promote don't just have traits. They don't have traits until they become a general. How do you tell if a unit is good or not? I never understood when or how I should change my unit templates. In my case, I'm trying to adhere to a strict... Like, I'm trying to avoid a scenario in which I have, let's say, 24 units or 24 divisions in one army. And then 5 of those are incredibly weak, like 6 combat width cavalry divisions. And then the AI doesn't do a great job with understanding which ones are weak and which ones are stronger necessarily. So sometimes it's like, I will just leave this horse unit that is very weak to defend a very important port. And so I like to just streamline it and only have a couple different unit types, like maybe some armor and some infantry in the same group, or some motorized, like 3 maybe units tops. If you end up getting a bunch of AI units, they're just going to be odd. Like if I just put these in my front lines, it's only got 3 divisions of infantry and like 1 engineer. You don't want that to be your front line, right? So typically, the way that you can know if they are good or not, quote unquote, is hopefully you made them good. And that's sort of understanding combat width, which might take a little bit of Googling to understand. Combat width has changed recently, but basically combat width is how big a division is. Where you can imagine it, where if every single person in that unit was charging at the same time, it'd be how long of a line of dudes they make. And if you add 1, 2, 3, 4 separate divisions all attacking the same place at the same time, that's a lot of width that they need to all attack simultaneously. Right? So you just gotta like figure out how the combat width of those units you're fielding. Like we're fielding 18 combat width, right? So forests have 60. So we should be able to get 4 divisions, because it can go over like
It'd be 18 plus 18 is 36, plus 18 is 54, and that extra 6 left over, I believe, will let us get a 4th unit in. As long as there's a little bit left over, it can go over a bit. So we should be able to get 4 divisions in from the front. And then additional attacks of 30, we should be able to get 2 in from the flanks, if I understand it correctly. I agree, Etel's org is very low. Okay, what would you do? I like having Big Boom. I like having more soft attack and breakthrough to punch. And then I make up for organization on defense with Omega Entrenchment. Add 1 infantry, make it 20 width at least. 20 width is not meta anymore. 20 width is anti-meta, actually. Go down the second doctrine tree. Chat, we have no army XP. How am I going to do doctrine right now? We haven't even gotten into combat yet. So when you see the backseating allowed tag, it has to be good backseating. Not stall the stream for no reason backseating. Everything made a lot of sense until combat with. I'll Google the rest. Thank you, Etel. October 41 and no combat yet. I mean, there's combat. Just not me. Any advice for a new player? Yeah. Turn back now while you still can. Standardized equipment. For too long, our armed forces have operated with a myriad of small arms, some dating back to the last century. This makes keeping the troops supplied with ammunition extremely difficult and vulnerable to disruption. We need to fix this by standardizing our weapons and ammo. Replace severe lack of ammunition with standardized equipment. At last. Plus 10% attack and plus 10% defense replaced minus 10% of both. And now we also get a production efficiency cap of plus 10%. By turn back, he means the beginning of the VOD where he explains how to start a campaign. That is true. But anyway, Toxic Wind, I'm not trying to call you out, but if you say any advice for a new player, it's a big question. It's a big question. You know? That'd be like if this were like we were at a baseball game right now, and you kind of like you walked up with a bat and you were like, any advice for a new player? Like, you mean how to play baseball? Okay, sit down. We got a lot of rules to discuss. Have a seat, get comfy, dude. I'm about to tell you a lot of made-up bullshit. Because all the rules in sports don't make any sense. Just like video games, they're all made up. How are we gonna find a dude that has a ranger trait? This doesn't even make any sense to me. I guess we'll never have a 5th research slot. Maybe I should go ahead and do the 70-day pacts for anti-Soviet and Russian imperialism pact. It enacts a non-aggression pact with the German Reich automatically, which is probably worth it right now anyways, even though they never honor it. I get it. I was hoping for some general tips how to start off. General tips how to start off would be... Typically what I tell people is... I don't recommend your first games being a major power, even though the tutorial's Italy, because I find it confusing to have a lot of overseas land, and you have too many factories and too many production lines. I like starting with a minor power, doing a smaller campaign, and kind of learning from there. So generally, I like Spain. Spain has a very large focus tree, which can be intimidating at first. But once you pick whether you want to be fascist, communist, democratic, or non-aligned, or anarchist, it cuts off like half the tree, and it's a lot easier to digest. So I like playing as Spain for first players because it teaches you how combat works. And you're in a civil war right at the beginning of the game. And it gives you an opportunity to get familiar with how the moment-to-moment fighting works. And if you lose, you can just start over. And you don't really lose any time because you didn't wait 8 hours before your first war and then realize you didn't know what you were doing, and then you lose. But that requires a DLC, so you have to have a DLC. But I would say pick some DLCs with some countries that you find interesting. I like the Spain DLC. I like, because it also has Portugal, which I'd also recommend, even though there's not combat early on, unless you do a civil war on purpose. Also includes France. I would stay away from the Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria DLC for first-time players. I would also probably stay away from the Soviet Union. Actually, it's not true. The Soviet Union DLC can be good because I think Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania can be decent starter countries because they're quite low-key. And if you lose or get invaded by the Soviets, start over. It doesn't take long. You'll know by 1939. If that ends up being the case. But yeah, start with like a small country. That being said, I wouldn't start in like Ethiopia, because that's like a challenging small country. The easiest small countries are like Portugal, Spain. Because they don't have conflict after the Spanish Civil War until you decide that there's conflict. Which is no pressure, you know, very low pressure. And then you can just kind of feel it out as you go. Okay, we have many civilian factories because we cored Finland, so we get all their civilian factories now, which is lovely. And I would build up the Soviet border, but it feels like we can just attack. I feel like we're just gonna be able to walk in. We just need to take their supply depots as fast as possible. Okay. I would like to make sure that we have radar over there to help with the Soviets. So let's build radar. We're gonna need more fuel. So I want to get synthetic. And probably just more synthetic, but we also need room for dockyards. If we're gonna build a big navy, let's do synthetic here. And then I want a big air base also on the front line. To be honest, I started with Ethiopia after watching your stream. It was a lot of fun, and I learned a lot about getting my ass kicked. Yeah, that was one of the most challenging campaigns. New Zealand is chill. The reason I don't like going too chill is because you need to learn how to fight. And if you play as like New Zealand or Australia, you probably won't. Or Canada. Unless you intentionally pick Civil War paths. So I would highly recommend playing... That's why I like Spain, because you get a guaranteed Civil War. You have no choice, and you need to figure out how encirclement works. And you need to figure out how planning works, and front lines, and your general, and your field marshal, and traits, and just the basic stuff that you take for granted after a while, you know? Prepare to integrate railways. Read, build railways in your territory to the border to connect to their supply base quicker. Yeah, I mean, that can work. But yeah, I guess if you just win, then you can just capture the rail in Leningrad too. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we have a lot of things that we need to build.
Sterling.
And we have a ton of manpower now. The problem is we're lacking other things.
Also, I like that we're at 41
Fattat.
divisions. I'd also like to make sure all of our ports have at least like a level 4. Oh yeah. Because we are going to get rocked by the other weenies. All right, so truck production should be going up. We're finally building efficiency. We could use some steel. Do you plan to try any mods? Not at the moment. I'm quite content with the content that I have. I feel like I have a lot of content. So there's no reason to play mods unless you really want content and you don't have it, or you really want a specific kind of content, and I am not that kind of dude. I don't have a specific fascination with a certain faction and or era. Still free trade? Yeah, political power is rough right now. I'm trying to get rid of it, but the PP, Sweden PP is small. It's been a real political power struggle in this campaign. How dare you? You just tuned in for that, Sex? You just tuned in? Okay, well, it's true! Alright, chat, I didn't realize what time it was. I think it's time to peace out and continue this tomorrow, because we've already been streaming for 9 hours somehow. So, we're gonna continue. It's 1942. We made it, what, 6 years today? And tomorrow, we instigate war with the Soviets, probably. Because in 238 days, we will have hopefully integrated Norway. And yeah, we should be good to just like... We need to start before Germany does everything for us. They're at war with a lot of people. And somehow holding their own. I'm really shocked that the German Reich didn't capitulate sooner. We didn't have any political power problems as Finland, but it is extremely difficult to procure in Sweden. I would say so far, if I had to rate focus trees based on my own experience, I'd give the Finns get a 9 out of 10 focus tree. I'd say I'd upgrade my Denmark focus tree. Where is Denmark? What did I say? I said originally like a 7, but I think it was... I would say, like, the focus tree itself was nice. I'd give it like an 8. And I give the Swedish focus tree like a 6 so far. It feels clunky. I like the like objectives of the campaign. No. The short reason is it's like 95% 70-day focuses. And political power is so scarce that you have to go long periods of time with no focus so that you can just grind political power. Like, I'm still missing 2 political advisors. I can't change any of my laws. We can't afford a chief of army, much less any military high command. And it's 1942. So it's been really hard. Like, I haven't had to skip out on focuses this much probably any other country. But I like where the focus tree goes. Like, I like the contents of the focus tree. Like, I enjoy the path that we're on, the King Council, the optional delegation to Berlin, leading to the Scandinavian Defense Union, or going communist, or at least social democratic cabinet. the Nordic Defense Councils here. It's really like presented well. But it's just those 70-day focuses and the political power makes it feel clunky. And you have a lot of decisions you need to make that also require political power for the stability of Sweden. Like, since it starts with the threat of riots. So you have to constantly reinvest political power in staving off instability. But I like where it goes. Thanks again, Chillin' Sicilian, for the gift sub, dude. Appreciate your chat. We will continue and hopefully conclude this campaign tomorrow. In the meantime, I will send you on an end of stream raid. Let's go say what's up to your boy Avik before he raids us. I don't know when he started streaming or when he's going to be done streaming, but we have to raid him before he raids us. Okay? So I'll see you guys over there on Avik's channel. I'm going to go get some dinner, wind down. I had fun. And we will continue this where we left off at 2 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. It'll be Friday for me. So Friday, 2 p.m. Pacific. Good night. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you. Expecting a nice war tomorrow after we integrate your boy Norway. And we'll see where that goes. Because for once, we're going to be the ones going offensive on the Soviets. So that'll be a nice change of pace. But this has definitely been the early World War surprise series of campaigns. All right. Bye, everybody. Good night. Get out of here.